In the impenetrable darkness of the mysterious forest, under the cover of night, several black shadows glided forward, unnoticed by the human eye. Their steps were confident, almost weightless, barely touching the branches of centuries-old trees. It was difficult, almost impossible to understand what kind of uninvited guests or visitors were filling the space around. Suddenly, a small clearing, hidden in the thickest part of the forest, was illuminated by the soft light from a fire, and next to it lay a bundle with a small newborn creature, so the guests froze in agonizing anticipation of something unpredictable. In an instant, their faces distorted into bloodthirsty grins, and their hands pulled out a sharp knife, clearly not to help the newborn. There was no trace left of the agonizing wait. The intentions of the shadows were obvious. They began to move again. And a second later, one of the visitors threw his sword at the small, defenseless creature. It's hard to say how evil and inhuman a man must be to do something like that. But the knife hit the target. But surprisingly, there was no baby crying, although it should have been exactly the opposite. But there was no baby in the bundle. The young man did not expect such a setup of the century, and froze on the tree branch with a silent question in his eyes. Suddenly, behind his back, the forest guest heard a voice. Clearly a human one, although who knows what could be found here. So he sharply turned his head towards the speaker. He didn't see anything interesting or strange. A couple of meters away from him, on a tree branch, stood an ordinary guy in a raincoat. But his gaze was not that of a cheerful teenager, but prickly, cold, as if he had killed at least 1,000 people. Not only was his look strange, but also his speech, because the men were trying to kill the child, not him. And the guy claimed that they had attacked him, and now he could do the same without a twinge of conscience. The strangeness didn't end there, and the stranger broke off a tree branch for some reason. Did he really want to defeat his enemies with it? That's hilarious. His actions caused a wave of laughter and ridicule, because he was going to shoot them with a branch, an ordinary branch from a tree, without even sharpening its end. They did it in vain, of course, because a second later one of them fell into eternal sleep, and the ordinary branch turned into an unusual one. But the forest guests could do nothing, and silently watched as their comrade fell down dead, with a branch in his forehead. Fear, misunderstanding, and anger were reflected on the face of the recently smiling man, but now he no longer wanted to joke. They arrived. What to do? The uninvited guests did not know exactly. There was no point in running. He would catch up. Hiding was also not an option. He would find, this was already obvious, fight, probably. But how? That was the question. And the reason for this behavior was also clear as day. It was unlikely that anyone had gotten into the habit of watching an ordinary tree branch turn into an energetic magical arrow before their eyes. And the boy didn't even blink an eye. He just pulled the bowstring and fired. He didn't even consider that he could miss. And he didn't miss. And then everything was painfully banal. Another uninvited guest falls dead to the ground, and the last one understands that he took on this task in vain. Oh, in vain. He, of course, wanted to believe that there was still a chance to change everything, if he tried, if he gritted his teeth, if luck smiled on him. But it did not smile. To put it mildly, she didn't smile. She turned her back to him and the one below, and his comrades, one after another, fell dead down. The layout is so-so. It is definitely not possible to collect a winning combination. So the man raised his hands and began to plaintively beg not to kill him, because he is good, or at least can be. But the young man didn't believe this fairy tale. He had his own philosophy of life. If you're trying to kill someone, then be prepared to die. Everything was extremely simple and clear, so he easily killed the last uninvited guest. The Moor did his job. The Moor can sleep peacefully. He left no traces, destroyed the corpses, took the dummy child. Beauty. True, all this did not make him joyful and happy, because the real world was not as wonderful as Darien told him. The human world, in his humble opinion, was too boring, too predictable, too ordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, a secret meeting was taking place, and they weren't making sacrifices, but they were discussing an interesting topic about creatures that were imbued with demonic energy. It was good that they couldn't break through the barrier and leave the root forest. This was definitely a plus of the situation. The minus was that the forest occupied a large territory, but no one could use this territory if they did not want to die prematurely. Although, on the other hand, this way you can get rid of unwanted people, send them to the forest, and you don't have to dirty your hands in someone else's blood. The demonic energy will kill them itself. This was decided, and the mother and her newborn son were caught in the crossfire, whom the good ministers of the church carried into the forest on a dark night, not listening to the woman's pleas for mercy, because the seed of darkness had sprouted inside this child. They were not moved by the pleas of the unfortunate woman. They were not moved by the tears of the baby. They performed their rituals under cover of night in a deserted place. A bright light illuminated the clearing, and the tear-stained face of a once beautiful woman who stretched out her arms to her child, but could not help him. It was too late. The root forest was not a place to escape from. Even the most brilliant magicians and warriors could not break the ring of fate and return from the forest to their normal lives. It is not surprising that this place became a purgatory for sinners on earth. The ministers of the church teleported the unwanted there with magic. And if by some miracle someone manages to leave the root forest, then all his sins will be forgiven, but it is clear that there were no precedents. Even if someone tried very hard, he still could not do anything. But one fine day an unusual child was born, the original sin with the seed of darkness inside. And so Helmut lies in the root forest, crying, and that's all. After all, he was only a couple of months old, maybe less, and he didn't know how to do anything except cry. He lay and lay, crying, languishing from cold and hunger, and there was not a single living soul around, except for the demonic energy penetrating his little body. But the more of this energy became in his body, the more chances he had to survive, because a force awakened in him that enveloped his small body in a cocoon and did not allow him to freeze to death. For 10 long days the baby remained alone in the terrible forest, when suddenly a huge predatory cat appeared in the clearing. And if you think that the cat ate him, you are deeply mistaken. She decided to take Helmut with her. This became a turning point in the boy's fate. And now 10 years have passed. The child is growing healthy, strong, and fast. Living side by side with a predatory cat who replaced his mother, the child adopted her habits and learned to hunt. We must give the child his due. He was an excellent student. Today he even managed to catch a hare. Elga watched with a satisfied expression the progress of her human cub, who had already become like her own. Helmut passed the exam for today, although he only mastered hunting hares and rabbits, but he still had a lot of time ahead of him. Suddenly Elga pulled out a core from the animal, which was in every demonic beast, and then said that if you eat it, you can restore strength and prolong your life. The boy really wanted to try this delicacy, but instead of a kernel, he got a tail on his neck because Elga had completely different plans. She didn't think that the cub was so stupid, because he was a human, and in the root forest, but he was a human, which meant that if he ate the core of a demonic beast, he would turn into one himself. The cat was not going to allow this, because Helmut would have to leave the forest one day, and if he became a demonic beast, he would not be able to do this. The problem was that the boy didn't believe that he would ever be able to leave the forest, so he thought it was better to become stronger right now, and not torment himself with false hopes. But Elga had a different opinion. For some reason, she was confident that Helmut would one day be able to leave this place. Yes, no one had yet been able to leave this forest, but that didn't mean anything, because there was a man here who shared a secret with her. One could escape from here. Surprise! Helmut did not expect that here, besides him, there was another person the same as he, bipedal. What if he is still alive? And if so, then you can meet him. You can talk. You can learn about the human world. Elga didn't believe it, because people don't live long. Yes, that man used to be very strong, but at their last meeting he had aged greatly. He must be 90 years old, and the demonic energy squeezes and fetters all the forces inside a person. But the boy does not feel it, only because of the seed of darkness inside. But the main character didn't really listen to her, and wanted to go look for that mysterious person who knew how to leave the forest. Therefore, as soon as the boy found out the direction in which to look for that person, he ran as fast as the wind to see his own kind. And so, on the wings of midday and anticipation, the boy ran to the indicated place, and in the indicated place, instead of a man, there was a high wooden fence. Curiosity got the better of him, and the main character, not paying much attention to propriety, jumped over the fence. And there was a house. The child had never seen anything like it in his life. It is obvious that no demonic beast, no monster could have done something like this, which means it is the work of human hands. But he rejoiced too early, because at that very second someone pressed him to the ground, and pressed him painfully, very painfully. The man did not stand on ceremony with the uninvited guest. His blow was similar in wave to a mini-explosion in an open area. There was not a drop of friendliness in this monster-like person, one continuous negativity and suspicion like, "Who sent you, cub?" True, there was a mistake here. The boy came himself, and did it of his own free will and desire. And anyway, the boy wouldn't have come if Elga hadn't revealed to him a little secret about the fact that another person lives here. The name of the foster mother cat sounded like a spell, and the man let the boy go, otherwise he might die. The man let the boy go, but he no longer trusted him, so he asked why the child had come to him. An interesting movie, But the man didn't consider himself an actor in a popular TV series and asked the child to look for another person just to watch. He doesn't need that. But Helmut did not give up. He was not going to leave, because more than anything in the world he wanted to leave this forest. There was nothing to do. I had to get acquainted. The formidable and gray-haired man's name was Darien. Although the boy looked at his new acquaintance with an offended expression, he gave his name. There was nowhere to go. A strange child, Darien didn't know how to react to his actions and words, so he wanted to make sure that he hadn't misheard, and that the boy really wanted to leave the forest. He hoped in vain that the child would renounce her words and run away. He only gained even more courage and confidence because Elga could not lie to him, which meant that the man knew how to leave this place. But Darien didn't understand why he should do this, because the world beyond the forest wall was not a fairy tale world with pink unicorns. But the boy didn't know what kind of world there was outside this forest, so he really wanted to know about what he had only heard. Yes, people did not have sharp fangs and claws. They were not as fast and strong as demonic beasts, but they were no less dangerous, because deceit, betrayal, hatred, intrigue are the main weapons in the outside world. I wonder if the boy was born in the forest or transported here, Helmut confirmed the second option. This meant only one thing. Deep in the boy's body, almost at the very heart, at the edge of his soul, a seed of darkness had sprouted. The man understood a lot more than that. If the boy was spared and sent away, then he was from a wealthy family at the very least, and a nobleman at the most. On the other hand, when you live in this forest, regalia and origin no longer matter much. Here you either live or die. Helmut must realize that he is not like all the other people. That is why they sent him here, because they did not want any extra problems for themselves. And if the guy decides to leave the forest, he will not be accepted in the outside world. He will be constantly bullied, insulted, and eventually he will die in a fight with another person. After hearing this, will this strange boy really still want to go out into the outside world? In vain did Darien hope to scare the main character, even though he was still a child. But his will was unshakable, as his gaze spoke eloquently. It was obvious to Darien that his plan to intimidate had failed, so he grabbed the boy under his arm and carried him toward the house. After all, the boy grew up with Elga in the forest, and was little like a representative of people, so he had a lot to learn along the way. And on this difficult path, Darien was going to help the guy become an ordinary person. But the boy needed everything right here and now, although no one was going to give it to him, because Helmut was not ready to go through a special magical barrier. And in order to survive in the world of people, the boy needed to become 100 times stronger, and then find a person who knows the right path. Becoming stronger sounded promising, but Helmut didn't yet understand how to achieve this, and he couldn't imagine what awaited him in the future. But the boy didn't have to reinvent the wheel himself. The main thing was to do everything the man told him, and then, as luck would have it. But as soon as they were inside the house, the child's torment began. He did not understand why he had to sweep the floor, and all this in general, since previously there was no one to teach him the basics of arranging a household. Cleaning was just the beginning. Then Darien made the boy a bed on which he would now sleep. It was so comfortable that the child, who was not used to something like this, wanted to lie down longer and rest a little. As expected, the man did not appreciate such an idea and ordered the boy to get up immediately, because they still had a lot of things to do today. As soon as Helmut stood up, his torment continued. It was time to put on normal, but extremely uncomfortable clothes for him. Tearing them was strictly forbidden, since there were no others. And so they left the house and went about their business. For the demonic beasts, everything was fine here, but for humans, things were much more complicated. So Darien was going to show the child what he could eat and what he couldn't. But the main science was to make something edible from something inedible. And to do this, you need to learn to think. So each root vegetable had a core, which meant that the vegetable itself was contaminated with demonic energy. But in this forest, there was something that this very energy could not influence. And this magical substance was water. It was with its help that one could cleanse root vegetables from demonic energy if they were washed well in a stream. For the boy, this was a small miracle, since the root vegetable, after being washed in water, was not only clean, but also edible, and, in addition, also tasty. The training did not end there. The third stage was no less strange than the second with cleaning. The man forced the child to bring water home. Helmut perceived this not as a science of human life, but as a perverted punishment or mockery. At that moment, Elga jumped out of nowhere and scared the boy so much that he spilled the water. It was strange for the cat to see Helmut so obedient, because he practically never listened to her and did as he wanted. The child's behavior was understandable, because the man promised to make him stronger so that he could leave the forest. Besides, no matter how you look at it, he wasn't a demonic beast, so he needed to live among his own kind. Elga didn't deny that she had said this herself, but did the boy really think that the outside world would be better than here? Helmut didn't know what would be better, but he couldn't help but try to change his fate, so he was going to study hard. He did not see that his words broke the big and warm heart of the wild cat, for whom he had become a beloved kitten, even though he was a human. But no matter how much pain she felt now, Elga decided to let him do as his heart dictated, and left. Meanwhile, Darien continued to train the boy. Strengthening his body and endurance was next in line. Helmut was very tired, angry, but did not give up, as he did not plan to stay in this forest forever. Interestingly, the boy held up very well. And it wasn't just the seed of darkness. There was something elusive about him that was worth the time spent learning. It was impossible to train all day long, so at sunset they sat down to eat by the fire. It was unusual for the boy to eat with a spoon, but once he tried the dish, even the spoon did not stop him from gobbling up the deliciousness with both cheeks. The ordinary soup seemed like food for the gods to Helmut, which caused the stern man to smile slightly. True, Darien himself was in no hurry to eat. Instead, he gathered his hair into a low ponytail and was going to show the boy something interesting. Since Helmut had neither fangs nor teeth, and he had to be able to defend himself, they would begin fencing lessons from tomorrow. And then that very day came. Darien demonstrated to the boy his skills, which were similar to an exquisite sword dance, and not a deadly weapon. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The movements became more abrupt and jerky, and then there was a blow of extraordinary precision and force. If you think that this was the end, then you are mistaken, because lightning suddenly flashed out of nowhere, although there was not a single cloud in the sky. And there was lightning, although no, it was not lightning, but Darien's sword sparkled like lightning, making its master invincible. And then another small miracle happened. The hard, indestructible stone began to crack after being struck by a sword. A second, 2, 3, and the huge stone shattered into thousands of pieces before the eyes of the boy, who could not believe that an ordinary person was capable of such a thing. A deathly silence hung over the clearing near the house, and only from time to time it was broken by the beating of the boy's heart. Darien did all this for a reason. The boy had to understand how people were able to survive in this treacherous forest. But the realization never came to Helmut. He could not understand what he had witnessed, how this could be possible, and what it was at all. It was the Force, the source of energy for humans, similar to the demonic energy that fuels monsters. Yes, a seed of darkness was growing inside the boy, but there was also power in him, although it was a little different from the power of other people. This news was from the obvious and incredible section, but the main character was eager to master the Force. Such zeal could be considered commendable, but the boy's body was not yet ready for this, because even a small flick almost made him fall. Although it was a shame, the boy had to start his warrior's path small, namely, first understand the essence of the blade. But if a boy sets out on this path, he will experience pain and tears. He will languish from the heat. His clothes will smell of sweat, and his body will ache from tension. But if Helmut can put his whole soul and heart into the blade, if he becomes one with it, then one day the blade will not only become his best friend, but will also reward him for all his efforts. This speech was incredibly heartfelt, so the boy, confident that he was doing the right thing, took the sword into his hands. He was ready to challenge himself and the whole world, to prove that he was capable of much, and would bend the changing world to suit himself. But the boy's endurance did not last long. Already during the next training session, he began to get indignant, capricious, and disrespectful towards his mentor. Helmut thought he was doing everything right, that he had become stronger. So why did Darien think he was still not ready for anything interesting? And in general, the boy can't read eyes, and he can't get into someone else's head, so everything needs to be explained to him so that he understands and does the right thing, and not just scold him for mistakes. The more they trained and spent time together, the man increasingly realized how capable, but lazy and wayward his student was. The boy was strange because everyone knows that the seed of darkness makes people bloodthirsty and cruel, and besides, he was raised by a demonic beast. But Helmut surprised with his rationalism, steadfastness, and determination. This made him different from others. And if so, then he would definitely be able to succeed. So Darien decided to clearly show him what he wanted to achieve from him now. 2, not the strongest blows, were enough to show how weak the guy still was, and that he still had a lot to learn. It was important to the man that the boy understood the difference, but he thought only about the pain and nothing else. Apparently, Helmut really wanted to go without dinner today, and perhaps without breakfast. It worked. The boy tried to stop the teacher, saying that he seemed to understand everything. The point was that the blows were of different strengths, in different places, and delivered at different speeds. Although perhaps this was not the case because if you think about it, the teacher's movements were the same. That was the point. Stupid and thoughtless repetition of the same movements is not the main thing. The art of fencing was more complex than this. You need to take into account the tension of the muscles, the trembling of the fingertips, the speed of movement, and most importantly, to achieve a balance between mind and body. During training, the boy must learn to achieve maximum control over all of the above. Only when Helmut puts a part of his soul and heart into every move will he be able to fully comprehend everything and be ready to move on. And now the boy swings his sword not like a skilled swordsman, but like an uncouth forester with an axe in a dense forest. Like it or not, the boy had to continue training under the close supervision of the man. After some time, Darien took pity on Helmut and let him go to rest. But left alone, the boy did not know what to do. He was bored. At that moment, Elga gracefully and smoothly came to visit him. The boy was glad to see her. The cat couldn't take her eyes off the boy. She couldn't understand when he had managed to grow so much. Although, on the other hand, Elga understood that her baby would grow up to be a handsome and strong man. It turned out that a long time ago, Darien asked the cat for permission to live here, and she allowed it. So until now the man considered himself her debtor. The boy found it strange that she did not fight with him. He shouldn't have said that, because Elga got angry, because she was the ruler of the central lands of the root forest, and was ready to fight any creatures who invaded here. Although no, she wouldn't want to meet the nasty snake again. Once was more than enough. At that time, Darien was one of the two-headed snake's targets, so no matter who came out on top in the fight between a man and a cat, Naho would take advantage of it. This was understandable, but it remained unclear who would win, the cat or Darien, if they had fought then. Elga had no answer to her ward's question, so she lay down next to him and thoughtfully looked into the distance. She thought for a long time, but still began to speak. It turned out that demonic beasts are shrouded in a halo of demonic energy, but people can hide their strength, so it is extremely difficult to determine its level. This gave the boy the idea that the cat might lose the fight if it took place. But Elga didn't know how things would have turned out then, because Nako hated Darien and really wanted to annoy him, since he destroyed one of his zones in his domain. Until today, Helmut had never heard of this, so he was curious about what kind of disgusting areas Naho had. There was nothing to do, and Elga allowed the boy to saddle her, and ran in the direction of the lands of the snake. The picture that opened before Helmut's eyes was terrible. There was a settlement below, people were mocking each other, and this place was called the slave farm. This was not what the boy expected to see. It was beyond his childish understanding of how people could treat their own kind in such a way. Many men were very tired. Their legs could no longer support them, but the overseer with the whip did not care much, and that is how people turned into monsters. The blows of the whip began to fall on the young man's head like snow during a snowfall, but he could not get up, even though the executioner demanded that he do so. Helmut did not understand the human laws of the jungle. It was strange to watch how someone was beating a man, not paying attention to his suffering. For some reason, the boy couldn't bring himself to call the executioner a man even in his mind. He was anyone but him, and at the same time, the biped switched his attention to the girls. They walked in orderly rows in the direction of one of the houses, but they could not be called happy, and they looked, in the opinion of the main character, strange. After all, up until that moment he had never seen girls, so he understood that they were very different from him, but he didn't understand why. But the worst news was that they had not just entered the huts for no reason. They were soon destined to become dinner for the serpent. Naho generally didn't like men and preferred women since their meat was much more tender, and they had much less muscles. There was just one small problem. If they were eaten right now, there would be almost no meat on the bones, so first they would be fattened up, and then Naho would feast on them. This is where the women's suffering ends, but men are much less fortunate since they work on the farm their entire lives until they leave this mortal world, as slaves, and the treatment they receive is not the best. This is how these scary places function. Besides, Naho protects such farms from monster attacks, and men supply him with women, that is, food. But it is not only the snake that leads all this bedlam, but among the people there is a leader, Sir Erugo, who keeps order. They feared him no less than Naho himself, because much depended on him. So the overseers fawned before him, reporting that they had collected all the victims for the demonic beast. Suddenly, Erugo turned his attention to the girl with green hair. She was less fortunate than the others. It would be better if Naho ate her than become a toy of this old man. And this was exactly what she was destined for. No one dared to object to the man. Everyone remained silent, heads bowed, while he dragged the unfortunate girl to his lair. This was not surprising, since Erugo was a magician, and not just a magician, but someone who could find people in the forest. And when he found them, he dragged them to the farms. The main character could also become one of his victims. The boy understood everything, although no, he could not understand this subhuman. He treated others like trash under his feet, without experiencing pangs of conscience. He didn't want to think about it. Besides, Elga raised him, and didn't give him to his relatives, who were worse than the noble demonic beast. But the boy didn't know why she did it. The cat didn't know how to answer the question of practically her kitten, because she didn't want to reveal her true feelings. So she told a half-truth, saying that she didn't want to multiply the army of the serpent's slaves. On the one hand, it sounded a little implausible, but on the other, it sounded too much like Elga. On this note, Elga wanted to finish the introductory tour into the world of other people in the forest. As something went definitely wrong, a smell, a pungent, unpleasant, familiar smell of danger and dark forces reached the cat's nose. It is obvious that the nasty and evil Naho has come to the clearing in person with very eloquent intentions. At that moment, Elga realized that there had been a mistake. She thought that the serpent was hibernating, but he was awake, so she had to protect the boy from him by any means necessary. For Helmut, it was a day of discovery. For the first time, just from the sight of the snake, he experienced a strong, indescribable pressure. And there was a reason for that, because Naho made it clear that he wouldn't mind eating the boy right now, because children, boys are very tasty, no worse than women. The plus was that the snake had no open intention of conflicting with the cat, and Arugo raised select people for his meals. But problems came from where they were not expected. Naho smelled the familiar scent of Darien on the main character, and the question arose as to how the child was connected to the man. The boy was too scared to say a word, and he had nothing to say anyway. The truth was not an option here, so Elga came to the rescue and began to protect him from the serpent. Anger, pure, unbridled, dictated by fear for the boy, took hold of the cat. She was still warning the enemy not to touch him, but she could at any moment move from words to actions. Naho wasn't stupid. He immediately understood that it was better to avoid open conflict, because you never know what could happen. So far, he was only interested in why the child's clothes had Darien's scent on them, and whether they were related. The creeper had not yet forgotten how one fine day a man destroyed one of his favorite slave farms. The smell, Elga didn't think about it either, so she had to make up a story on the fly about Helmut stealing clothes from a man, nothing more. It was hard to believe, but the snake decided to take the cat's word for now, although he wanted to punish the main character, but not so much to feel the teeth of an old acquaintance on his own skin. For now, Naho was in a good mood, so he hoped that the uninvited guests would leave his territory and never come here again. After all, in the future he won't be so kind and understanding, and he really wouldn't want to collect white wool from around the area. After this, Nako proudly left, and the boy's nerves gave way and he lost consciousness, which was understandable. But still, Elga didn't think that Helmut was so weak. Less than 6 months had passed before the boy came to his senses, and they were returning home. The cat was very worried. She understood that Naho now knew about the boy, so he couldn't go anywhere alone. Yes, Naho wouldn't dare to openly enter her lands, but that doesn't mean anything, and caution won't hurt. Helmut himself understood this, so he did not protest, but walked quietly and somewhat sullenly next to Elga. Yes, it wasn't his fault that what happened, but he was tormented by one question. Would he ever be able to become as strong as Cat and Darien? The question was difficult. Elga didn't know how to answer it correctly, but she admitted that the man was strong, even very strong. Besides, most people never dream of such heights, even if they put in all their efforts and devote their whole lives to it. But even if this was so, Elga believed in the boy, because everything depended only on him, on his determination and strength of spirit. It was also obvious that if Helmut wanted to leave this forest, he had to give it his all and become stronger, much stronger. Suddenly Elga smelled Darien, so she decided to leave the boy with him, and walked forward proudly, wagging her tail. And indeed, she was not mistaken. A few moments later, a man appeared in the clearing with an armful of brushwood and straw. Darien did not focus his attention on the boy's adventures, and suggested going into the house to rest, since night was approaching. It was a great idea, but at some point the boy felt that Elga was looking at him. The cat was giving him a silent promise, to always be invisibly close and protect him from adversity. Night fell, but it could not be called calm and quiet. The boy was writhing on the bed from severe pain in his stomach. With each passing minute, the pain became stronger and stronger. The child had practically no strength left to endure it. Helmut involuntarily remembered how Darien had slipped him some grass, saying that he should definitely chew it before going to bed. At that moment, the main character did not attach much importance to the fact that this was a special herb, poisonous, Slowly, the meaning of what was said reached the boy, and he tried to protest, but it was no use. The man was stronger. One flick was enough for him to convince the child that he was right, and the grass should have suppressed the seed of darkness inside the boy for a while. And now, the unfortunate main character thought that at any moment he would leave this world, because not only his stomach hurt, but his whole little body. But no matter how much the boy screamed and complained, Darien did not hear him, because he left and peered into the darkness of the night, looking into the eyes of the lonely moon. Morning came. No matter how lousy the boy felt at night, he was now cheerful and continued his training. Amazingly, Helmet made great strides, each time demonstrating enviable persistence. True, the trees suffered from his efforts. They were all slashed by blows from the wooden sword. Darien was pleased with what he saw, because it meant that Helmet liked fencing and was determined. It was so, and magically the boy's eyesight became better, and his body was now much more obedient, miracles, and nothing more. Although there was a hunch in the protagonist's head that it was due to poisonous grass, demonic grass, to be precise. He no longer had stomach pains. Moreover, Helmet was more cheerful, and getting up early no longer bothered him. Several months passed like this, and Darien decided that it was time to move on to a new stage of training. It was about the Force. It could not be seen, touched, or smelled. It did not exist in the physical world. Therefore, it was infinite. But if a person's body is weak and unprepared, the Force cannot be used. So until now, the man had not taught the boy the basics of its use. But now he can try. Today was the right day when Helmet's mind and body were ready to accept the Force and use it adequately. From that day on, and for as long as necessary, Darien was going to train the boy in the Force. And in order for Helmet to realize what awaited him, the man evened out his breathing, and the incredible happened. An unstoppable, powerful force raged around him. So the man said that the boy needed to absorb the surrounding energy and then redirect it. The energy must move into the protagonist's blade, after which it must be enchanted. That was the whole point of power. It all depended on how and for what people used it. The theory was finished. Now it was time to move on to practice, so the boy had to first feel his blade and lift it. During battle, Helmet must maintain his breathing, its pace and frequency, because he needs to absorb the surrounding energy. During a fight, you always need to fight with a cool head, be absolutely calm, then his movements will be light and clear. And then the man decided to clearly show what would happen if the boy lost his pace, what would happen to his strength. Helmet was able to withstand the blow, but he realized that strength can be forgotten if one forgets about composure. But this was not enough, and Darien continued to attack the main character. His blows were unusually strong. The boy was barely able to jump aside. In a matter of minutes, at such a frantic pace, the boy's endurance began to fail, and he even began to think that the man wanted to kill him. But no one was going to give Helmet any breaks, so he had to even out his breathing so as not to die prematurely. And now he was calm, which meant it was possible to try to attack the man, not just dodge the blows. It looked funny. Darien didn't even move from his place, didn't use slew anymore, but easily repelled all the child's attacks. All of this was definitely not enough to get the man even a little bit. The boy needed to absorb as much energy as possible and call on Sulu. Yes, no one could be perfect the first time, but the problem was that Helmet wanted to, but didn't know how, so he backed down. He had to be prepared for the fact that from now on, all training would be like this. And it didn't matter how much time he had to spend on them to get the desired result. On the one hand, it sounded like a threat, but on the other hand, it motivated the guy and he attacked the teacher again. Oh, that was the best thing Helmet had ever shown his mentor. The last blow contained all his determination to become stronger and leave this place, although it didn't really achieve its goal. The training continued day and night. How many days it was no longer particularly important, until one of them Helmet was able to call upon the Force. From that day on, his life became more interesting. He used his new skills not only for training, but also in everyday life, for example, chopping wood in the winter. Although the boy had grown up and become a young man over the past 4 years, he still considered himself too weak, although it was not noticeable outwardly. Darien watched him closely, and was not even against a duel, but before it began, he wanted to see the strength of his ward. This made the main character nervous because the last time after a similar offer, Darien refused the duel, calling him weak. But there was nothing to do, and he had to show the Force. And Darien was once again surprised at how talented a student he had, because despite the seed of darkness, he demonstrated insane growth. Helmet was definitely destined to turn the world upside down, but in what way this would happen was difficult to say. But they will think about it tomorrow, or they won't think about it at all. But they can't delay any longer. The guy is ready for a new stage in his life. It's obvious that with this level of power, Helmet will be able to pass through the barrier, so it's time to say goodbye. The main character both believed and did not believe that the time had come for him to leave this damned forest. Now he felt fear, and he didn't understand why now, because he wasn't strong enough yet. But it was simple. If the seed of darkness grew even deeper in him, then he wouldn't be able to pass through the divine barrier. Only now the guy must turn into an ear and be very attentive, because he will only have one chance. So, the path to the human world was in the north of the root forest. To get there, you need to pass through the divine barrier. There was one place where this barrier had become especially weak lately. In theory, Helmet should reach that place and leave the forest through it. But this is only in theory. In practice, no one has done this yet. But we need to act decisively now, before the seed of darkness begins to interfere with the main character, and he can break through the barrier. There was another problem. Darien had never looked for this place, but he knew a man who did. And that person was Arugo, who lived on the Naho slave farm, which is pretty news if you think about it. It was possible to come to terms with this. The main thing was to achieve the goal, but Darien was worried about Helmet, because he had lived his whole life in the forest, and my people would seem like a fairy tale to him. But we must remember that they are the ones who are followed by tragedy. You can't hide from them or run away. They will always find a guy everywhere. One day it may seem that the world has collapsed, that it is pulling him into the abyss of despair and darkness. But no matter what happens, no matter what trials the main character faces, he must always remain true to himself and never forget who he really is. This was obvious, but the boy was worried about whether Darien was really not going to go with him to the human world. Unfortunately, the mentor confirmed Helmet's fears. He was going to stay in the forest forever. Right now he wanted to rest a little, but he was expecting Helmet to visit tomorrow. He had something important in store for the guy. There was something vaguely strange about the man wanting to spend some time alone with himself. Night fell. Helmet did not go home, since the mentor wanted to be alone, so he sat on the edge of the cliff and looked at the river below. Feeling that the main character was feeling bad, Elga came to him. She was interested in what was supposed to happen tomorrow, since the guy was so sad and worried. Yes, tomorrow he must leave the forest, but for some reason an incomprehensible weight lay like a stone on his heart. This was a normal phenomenon. Elga was sure that it indicated that the guy was slowly becoming a real person. The night did not last forever, and in the morning Helmet came to the house, but he was afraid to open the door for the first time. But Elga did not let him give in and forced him to open the door, where his mentor was waiting for him in the darkness and silence. Darien was in no hurry to break the silence, but in front of him lay some kind of bundle and a sword, a real sword. It was a gift, and it was a farewell. Darien could not say anything to Helmet. He died. It was the first farewell in the boy's life, the first death of a loved one. He did not fully understand what had happened, but he knew that it was time for him to leave this house. He didn't cry, took the gift, and promised to always, wherever he was, remember Darien and all his instructions. Near the house, Elga was waiting for the main character. He did not leave because she understood that he needed support, and also knew that all people die. Now it was the man's turn to go to a better world. Darien lived a good, long, rich, meaningful life, so there is no need to be sad, because for people it is a luxury to live so long. Not only did Darien have a gift for the boy, but the cat also gave him a package containing a medallion, which was the one the boy was wearing when he entered the forest. It was made of pure gold, or another precious metal, which meant that the guy was born into an aristocratic family. But the most interesting thing was the engraving, and the name Margaret Irene. Now that was interesting. Perhaps that was the name of the main character's mother, or maybe his sister, or even his grandmother. Elga was sure that Helmet would need to find this Margaret, because she had a feeling that this woman would help him no matter what. Today she couldn't go to the slave farm with Helmet because Naho was still sleeping, but if she appeared near the farm, he would definitely wake up. It was obvious, but Helmet was no longer a scared boy. Today he could definitely handle everything himself. It was time to leave, but nevertheless the main character slowed down and wished his mother Cat a long life. But now it was definitely time for him to start a new chapter in his life, so he confidently moved forward. The boy walked and thought about how many weak and not very talented wizards turned to dark magic for help, which made them much stronger than they were. Among the magicians, there were those who were ready to almost sell their souls to the devil and commit the most unthinkable acts and crimes. They abused other people, tortured them, and then sacrificed them to the dark forces, just to become stronger. All his adult life, Arugo hated and envied other mages. He felt that he was not good enough, and did not have enough talent to stand next to the best of the best. So he turned to the dark forces. But in order for dark magic to work properly, it needs to be fueled by negative emotions of people. It's good that the slave trade flourished in the human world, so there were no problems with materials for sacrifices. Surprisingly, The suffering and horror that the magician received from his victims made him more powerful and evil. He did not feel guilty and continued to mock ordinary people for a long time. But one day, good wizards revealed his crimes and made them public to the world. Obviously, no one was going to leave the matter to its own devices, so Ergo was captured and brought to trial. The choice was between execution and exile. It is clear that the magician did not want to die, so he agreed to spend the rest of his life in the root forest. But when the wizard got into the cursed forest, he realized that he had made a mistake. But nevertheless, after a short search, he found there a temple of a two-headed snake, where he begged the monster to take patronage over him in exchange for human sacrifices. And in this world, the magician used his powers to gather the exiled people and persuade them to his side. Thus a slave farm was formed, and Erugo became the head of it. Yes, the true master of these lands was Naho, but he never interfered in the affairs of man. As long as the victims continued to come, everything else was unimportant to him. Oddly enough, this was the starting point for the revival of the magician's hidden ambitions. Now he again wanted to regain his former greatness. However, every winter was a terrible ordeal for the man, as Naho would hibernate and other demonic beasts would attack the farm, killing the snake's precious food. But even in such difficult times, despite all his fears, Erugo got real pleasure from watching other people suffer. But now he needed to think not about the snake, or about other demonic beasts, but about the man who had stuck the tip of a sword to his neck. The main character was not particularly concerned about the man's experiences at the moment, because he needed an answer to the question of how to get out of the forest, so it was better for the magician to cooperate with him if he wanted to stay alive. Erugo was in no hurry to share his secrets and tried to change the subject, saying that he knew that Darien had a student, but he didn't know that this student was such an impudent boy. But the main character wasn't going to fall for this trick. He wanted answers, and nothing more from this man. The magician did not fully understand the complexity of the situation until the moment when the main character pressed the point of the sword on his neck. Well, even in such a situation, the man tried to scare the young man by saying that if he died, Naho would immediately wake up from hibernation. But this did not frighten the guy, because in this case the magician would still die. The man scared the boy, but the main character was not one to be timid, because Naho does not know how to resurrect the dead, and Erugo will die, and nothing else will matter. Therefore, it would be better for a man to accept his fate and tell everything to the young man in a good way, because he can find out everything in a bad way. Erugo began to bargain, but it did not have the desired effect, because Helmet knew very well that magicians have a bad habit of writing everything down, so if he searched the magician's house thoroughly, he would find what he needed. At that moment it became clear that the boy was die-hard, so the man had no choice but to agree. It was, of course, unpleasant for the magician to realize that some child had outplayed him, but there was nothing he could do, and he led him to the dungeon where the most important records were kept. To brighten up the slightly oppressive atmosphere, the magician decided to tell the boy some information. The method he found was pure theory. No one had the courage to check it, and all the boy's efforts could sink into oblivion. If anyone could cope with this impossible task, it was Darien. But since the guy was alone here, Erugo concluded that the man was not going to leave the forest, although anything could have happened. Perhaps he even died, which could not but please him, because they had never been friends. Rather the opposite. Nevertheless, the magician took one ancient tome from the shelf, although he did it extremely reluctantly, and he was in no hurry to hand over the book to the main character, and moreover, he offered Helmet to become his student. This proposal was extremely uninteresting for the boy, because all he needed was to get the treasured book and leave this cursed place, which he considered his prison. Erugo didn't understand the hints. He thought that all the people around him were very weak and worthless, but if the guy agreed to become his student, he would give him everything he had, and not just this book. But this show did not make any impression on the main character. He was going to take the book and get out of the forest alive. As offensive as it was, the magician had to come to terms with the guy's decision and give him the book. In general, the wizard who found a way to leave the forest believed that success lay in the use of stealth magic. However, he failed to escape. According to the book, there is a huge waterfall in the north. It contains demonic energy, a divine barrier and neutral water at the same time. It is there that the barrier is weakest. However, even if this is so, it does not change the fact that the barrier is divine magic of the highest order. It will incinerate any creature even slightly imbued with demonic energy. So, the book was in the hands of the main character. He needed to decide what to do with the magician. On the one hand, he really didn't like him, but Helmet still remembered the words of his mentor that you can't thoughtlessly dispose of someone else's life, even if you really don't like someone. So it seemed to him that the best way out of this situation was to beat Irugo, tie him up, and block his magic. The man was not so much angry about the fact that the guy had beaten him, but about the fact that he had dared to block his magic. So the best thing the man could think of was to use his secret techniques and summon the sleeping snake. Yes, Naho appeared in the dungeon, but he was clearly not happy that the magician woke him up, so he hoped that he had a good reason to do so. Otherwise, he would not care that this person had served him for quite a long time. The man believed that the reason was very, very serious, because the person who had come here was none other than the student of the deceased Darien. This news made the snake very happy, because he had a wonderful opportunity to get rid of the inheritance of the man whom he hated with all his black soul. Naho rushed to pursue his prey, and Irugo remained in the dungeon, happy that he had found a way to get even with the protagonist. Meanwhile, Helmet ran at full speed through the forest, realizing that he needed to hurry, because his sixth sense was screaming about danger. The guy understood perfectly well that he needed to kill the magician, because he was too vengeful, and now small demonic beasts that appeared from the awakened serpent were running away from the forest. Suddenly, a wave of energy from someone else's presence pierced his body, and it was as frightening as the first time, with the only difference being that Helmet did not lose consciousness, but stood firmly on his feet. Yes, he sped up, ran at the limit of his capabilities, but he was still on the lands of Naho. The worst thing was that the entire area was saturated with dark demonic energy, which thickened, became denser, and pressed on everyone around. There was no doubt left. The serpent was approaching, and was about to appear in the clearing, so Helmet had no choice but to prepare and accept the fight. Not even a few minutes had passed when a monster appeared in the clearing. It was glowing with anticipation of eating its prey. The moment of truth had arrived. The protagonist had nowhere to run. His heart pounded loudly in his chest, reminding him that he was a man who would have to fight such a strong opponent for the first time. Surprisingly, Naho even demonstrated a demonic hospitality that was mixed with arrogance. To tell the truth, Naho had been waiting for the young man for a long time, so he had no intention of letting him go anywhere. A couple of months ago, the guy would have been scared by this request, but now he was determined to leave the forest, so he was ready to kill the monster in order to move on. But this sounded extremely impudent on his part. The snake did not believe that a child with such a fragile body could harm him. The only thing a person could do was accept his fate and let himself be eaten. Everything else was extremely dubious. And then Naho attacked the young man. It was scary to imagine what happened to the main character after that. And lo and behold, everything was fine with him. He was able to dodge and was ready to begin the battle. Only he could not do this yet, since nothing was visible around. At that moment, a dragon appeared and took the main character into the ring of his body, not giving him the opportunity to escape. The situation was unpleasant, but Helmet needed to catch his breath, calm down, because the opportunity to attack would appear sooner or later. He just had to wait a little. The result was obvious. The guy's gaze became firm, indicating that he was not going to just dodge, but would soon be able to attack. And he turned out to be right. 100% right. Because after a few minutes, Naho began to form an energy ball. The snake opened its mouth for this, and this was the opportunity that the protagonist was waiting for. And a moment later, Helmet jumped, found himself on the body of the serpent, and ran forward towards the target. The guy understood perfectly well that no matter how strong the energy he enveloped his body with, Naho had weak points, for example, her eyes, which the guy attacked. Darien obviously trained the protagonist well, as his strike was perfect, precise, and effective. True, everything was not as good as we would have liked, yes. The guy bought himself a little time, but he could not kill the enemy. He did not have enough strength, and he had spent too much strength for this blow. Now the best solution was to try to escape while one of the serpent's heads was writhing in pain. But the second head didn't care about the pain and sadness of the first head, so it cursed and screamed. And then something incredible happened. The first head ate the second without feeling any compassion. Moreover, she was pleased with herself, because she was able to get rid of the useless part of herself, and now it was the turn of the person. For now, the guy had enough strength to withstand Naho's pressure, but how much longer he could hold out was unknown. In order to at least catch his breath and not die on the spot, Helmet ran away. Naho was even able to appreciate the trick he had performed, although he understood that after such a blow, a person would not be able to hide for long. With one head, finding the snake guy would be more difficult but not impossible, so he began searching. Meanwhile, a young man was sitting under one of the trees. He knew that Naho was strong, but he didn't think that he was that strong, because during the entire fight the guy was only able to land one blow on his opponent. It was sad. But the good thing about the situation was that the guy managed to survive. Now he had to run, because he wouldn't have another chance to escape. But it was not to be, as the guy was pinned to the spot by a strong, dark demonic energy that emanated from Naho. Helmet naively thought that he could hide and then escape, finding himself in the part of the forest that belonged to the serpent. But Naho was pleased with himself, and now he was able to attack the young man. There was nothing to do. There was no way to run away. The guy understood that he had to accept the fight because he was going to die here, and Helmet was not going to do it this way. He was very lucky because Elga, who came to the aid of her man, covered him with herself. It was an unexpected pleasure, although the boy looked a little confused. The cat was strong and majestic, ready to tear the serpent to pieces if he touched her charge with even a scale. Elga's demonic energy knocked not only the serpent, but also Helmet off his feet. The guy knew that his guardian was strong, but this was more than he expected. She was glad that the main character was able to hold out until she arrived. Now he had to leave. She would take care of the rest. After Darien's death, the boy didn't want to lose Kat too, so he wanted to stay and help her. But this was unnecessary, because the guy had to move forward and get the long-awaited freedom that he so passionately dreamed of. Elga growled, brushing aside all the boy's doubts, urging him to leave and not waste her strength in vain. It was hard for the main character to make a decision, but he pulled himself together and ran forward. All this seriously angered Nako. He did not understand how Elga dared to interfere with him on his own territory. But the cat believed that she was not bothering the snake, but was doing what her heart told her. It's funny. The snake didn't expect the cat to soften so much. That's what friendship and other warm feelings do to the strong of the forest. All this almost made the snake sick to his stomach, but he was glad that Elga had come to him herself. Now he would have a main course and dessert. But this is unlikely, because even with 2 heads, Naho couldn't do it. I wonder how Snake will be able to do it with 1 head. This became the starting point, and the demonic beasts rushed to attack, trying to bite each other to death. Meanwhile, the main character continued his march to the designated goal, but his path was complicated by demonic beasts that attacked him endlessly. It seemed that there was no end to them, but the boy managed to clear his way. Quite a few days had passed since he left the lands of Naho, but things had not become easier or clearer for him. The only good thing about the situation was that all the demonic beasts that attacked him were much weaker than the serpent, so he was able to deal with them with ease. Only now did Helmet begin to realize that if Elga and Darien had not helped him all this time, he would not have been able to survive in this forest, and would have been eaten long ago. So now, looking at the waterfall, he understood that he had to get out of this cage by any means necessary and not let his mentors down. It was also interesting that the lands he found himself in were different from those he had lived in before. The guy almost didn't feel any demonic energy here, although the seed of darkness did react to something. A sudden thought struck him. Most likely this reaction was caused by the proximity of the divine barrier, so he was lucky that Darien taught him how to hide the seed of darkness with the help of force. Otherwise he would have had serious problems. Suddenly, a beautiful white, huge feather fell on his hand. I wonder who this beauty belonged to. The opportunity to get an answer to the question asked appeared unexpectedly, as soon as the boy raised his head to the sky and saw a huge, flying, demonic beast. It was a huge, beautiful bird and also the lord of these lands. At this moment, the protagonist realized that he had made a small mistake, as he had forgotten that this was the territory of a demonic beast with which he would have to negotiate. But the problem was that Igrella, the ruler of the north, was an extremely curious animal. She could smell a familiar scent on the boy. It was hidden by the stench of blood, but she could still smell it. And it was Naho's scent. But at the same time, the main character had another innate scent, which belonged to the leopard Elga. But the boy didn't care that he had the smell of the snake on him, because he considered himself to be part of the cat's family, which he said with pride. But even after hearing that the main character considered himself to be the cat's family, Bird was surprised that he would dare to enter her territory without permission. The only thing was that Elga didn't tell him to come here. He had his own personal reasons for doing so. This surprised Igrella. She could not understand what reasons he could have for coming here, and if he voiced them, and they satisfied her, she was ready to spare the guy. Now Helmet needed to pull himself together, because a lot depended on how calm and self-confident he was. So he exhaled, and said that the main reason could help the demonic beast. This reason might help to calm Bird's curiosity, because he was going to be the first living creature to emerge from the root forest alive. It sounded too far-fetched, because the demonic beast felt the seed of darkness inside the guy, and believed that he had long since become no different from her relatives. However, Helmet asked her permission to try because he was the only person who had gone this far. Therefore, he considered himself more than worthy to try his luck and break the divine barrier, or at least try to pass through it. But Igrella wasn't going to agree, because she knew that human meat was the most delicious, and she didn't want the guy to kill himself on the barrier. But the boy knew that people would always appear in the forest. But the only person who would try to get out of here would be him. The bird could not help but acknowledge the eloquence of the young man. Now she wanted to see what he could do. After all, it's unlikely that there will be another person so stupid who would risk his life to get out of this damned forest. She didn't care whether the boy survived or not, but if he succeeded, he would become the first person to get out of this forest, and she would witness this miracle. Now Igrella was intrigued and wanted to see this, so she would protect the boy until he got close to the barrier. The bird was ready to fulfill the boy's small request and convey a message from him to the cat, so Helmet asked her to say that he had survived and gotten out of the forest. Igrella immediately understood that the boy wanted Elga to think that he was alive and well, no matter what. It was a simple request that the demonic beast could fulfill, so the boy could move forward with peace of mind. He didn't need to be told twice. He took a deep breath and jumped into the water, realizing that he wouldn't have a second chance. It was hard to breathe. The pressure on his body was too much. But Helmet knew he had to survive, had to get out for himself, for Elga, for Darien, and see the world beyond this place. It was the action of the divine barrier, that is, the power of purification that protects people from evil energy, and now it passed through the seed of darkness inside the protagonist. Horror and pain pierced the guy's body. He had never experienced anything like this in his life. He didn't know how to endure it, but he understood that he had to do it. Suddenly, the boy's consciousness began to float away. He did not know what fate had in store for him. Demonic beasts were turning into people, and people into demonic beasts. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers in the human world were busy completing their next task, and they were heading not far from the root forest. The youngest and newest member of the squad began to whine. He wanted to rest, but Tanya looked at him sternly, since their path was still long, and she didn't really want to listen to all this. Besides, demonic beasts could attack them at any moment, and they would be lucky if they were weak. But if they were strong, then Pin would have to fight them, so whining was useless. In addition, regardless of the time of day, everyone had to perform their duties. The guy had to carry water. But Pin resisted, and in vain, because he received a magical boost and went to get water. The area was depressing. The mood was disgusting. I wanted to go home and sleep, and not all this. The river had already appeared ahead. All that was left was to collect some water and return to his comrades, when instead of water, the main character's hair fell into the bucket, and a minute later Pin saw his pale face. This day couldn't have been worse. The boy was twisted with fear, and the most nightmarish and panicky thoughts crept into his head. And then he acted automatically, screamed, ran, screamed even louder, until he reached his commanders, who thought that ghosts were chasing him. This assumption was not far from the truth, as he found a real cold corpse in the river. Nobody believed him. On the contrary, they started laughing, thinking that the guy had confused a log with a human being. But he was ready to show where the corpse was, and since it came to that, Tanya gave him a boost and decided to go see what happened by the river. And what was her surprise when Helmet lay unconscious on the shore? He really did look like a corpse. But unlike her subordinate, the girl was brave and decisive, so she looked closely at the guy and realized that he was still breathing. This meant that he had to be taken out of the water and carried to the camp to provide the necessary first aid. Pin was still a helper, but he helped drag the guy to the camp and was glad that he began to come to his senses. While the picture before Helmet's eyes was swimming, but looking at the people in front of him, he began to realize that he had managed to get out of the root forest. And this was the outside world. It was definitely the outside world, and the people were noisy. They talked and talked about how they had found him by accident and couldn't leave him lying around in the cold water. The whole situation was very intriguing for the adventurers. They were interested in what kind of goldfish they had caught. But the main character decided to pretend that he didn't remember anything. Only experienced mercenaries found this strange, because he had no serious external injuries, although he could have hit his head, and anything could have happened there. But this didn't really matter, so Tanya decided to introduce herself and make friends with the guy. It was a kind of sign for the other mercenaries that they could and should be friends with the main character. It turned out that he had ended up in the rotting forest, which was located not far from the root forest. But this meant nothing to Helmet. He couldn't tell the truth to people, so he decided to stick to stories about how he remembered his name and his swordsmanship, and nothing more. This was already something, so Tanya decided to take it with her on the road and show it to the doctor, and then we'll see what and how to do. Maybe the memory will return. She was ready to help the main character until he came to his senses and could confidently stand on his own 2 feet. A wave of gratitude washed over the guy, and then came the realization that he had miraculously survived. Just a little more, and he would have died. But while his body was weak, he could not use the force. and it would take an indefinite amount of time to restore his form. It was unpleasant to feel as weak as at the beginning of training with Darien, but I'm alive, and thank goodness for that. Besides, the seed of darkness was still in him, although he hoped that the divine barrier would destroy it. But he was out of luck. Although if you look at the situation from a different angle, if it weren't for the seed of darkness, he would already be dead. So the guy hasn't decided yet whether to be happy or sad. But he will have to talk about his memory loss forever, because this is the world of people. No one here should know about the seed of darkness. Otherwise, they will put him back in the forest, which he really doesn't want. Yes, and he needs to find the owner of the medallion. What if she is his real mother? Then he will have a chance to find a family. But that's later. And for now, he can enjoy the new, free world into which he took the first step and taste new sensations. A new day had arrived, and if in the evening Helmut attracted attention with his deathly pallor, then in the morning after his bath he looked like a real aristocrat. The guy's appearance involuntarily made Pin, who found him in a half-dead state, envious, because no one admired him, even after swimming. The main character had nothing to say to this. He couldn't admit that his mother had been replaced by Elga, a demonic beast. Only Tanya didn't need any explanations, because Helmut was now just an ordinary newcomer to their team. Besides, they have 4 days left on the road, after which they will arrive in the city, where she will take the guy to the doctor for an examination. Maybe he will tell her how to restore her memory. The time for talking was over. It was time to pack our things and hit the road again. No one wasted any time, and soon all the belongings were collected, and the group moved forward. But Pin was worried about his new friend, since he still looked unwell, but still wanted to continue the walk. There was no need to worry about the main character, as he believed that the walk would do him good and help him recover his strength faster, and the close proximity of the cute horses also helped. Only Helmut didn't know that horses were horses, so he was a little surprised to learn the name of these lovely creatures, but he definitely liked them. The young man's behavior made Pin very wary, because on the one hand he understood that a nobleman would not so openly show his affection for animals, but on the other hand, there was still something wrong with this guy, but he couldn't understand what. And Helmut spoke somehow strangely, and this despite the fact that they were about the same age. The puzzle didn't fit together, that's all. After a while, it became obvious that Helmut had slightly overestimated his capabilities as he began to breathe heavily, so Pin suggested that he get into the cart so as not to slow down the detachment. It was a pleasant concern, but it was not part of the main character's plans. He wanted to continue at the same pace as before, because that was the only way he could get back into shape. The unexpected refusal, although how unexpected, quite expected, hurt the blonde, because he showed sincere support, and Helmut glared at him so angrily that he no longer wanted to talk to him. But the main character was not particularly concerned about the emotional experiences of his new acquaintance, because he still had not recovered. Although in the root forest, it took him no more than a day to get back to normal after hard training and battles with monsters, here this rule did not work. However, he did not lose heart and believed that if he continued to move forward, sooner or later everything would return to normal. And so they came to the city. Tanya, as promised, took the young man to the doctor, who, after examining him, came to the conclusion that the guy was absolutely healthy. He has an enviable stamina, which contributes to a quick recovery from any ailments. The girl did not agree with this conclusion and believed that the doctor had examined her new friend poorly, which made the car very angry, but nevertheless, he prescribed the medicine. Tanya considered this approach to treating the patient to be quackery, because Helmut had been lying half dead in the river a week ago, from where she had fished him out, and now he didn't remember anything, while the doctor claimed that the guy was absolutely healthy. Only the man stood his ground, by and large, no matter how much he looked, no matter what angle he did it from, and the guy was physically healthy and resilient, and that's how he would remain. This was strange because the guy didn't have any head injuries either. So where did the amnesia come from? That's the question. The doctor had nothing to say in response to this, so he only wrote out a prescription for the medicine and sent the insolent visitors away. There was nothing to do. They took the recipes and went away. Tanya was very worried about Helmut. Pin told her that sometimes even walking was too difficult for the main character. Yes, this was the pure truth, however. The young man assured that after taking the medication and resting in the apartment, he felt very good. But this was already good, because the girl remembered very well that the guy knew how to use a sword, and according to the doctor, he had no shortage of stamina. This could mean that he had a mentor before. But Tanya was close to the truth. But the main character could not directly confirm this guess, so he evasively said that when he holds the sword in his hands, he feels it as his own. It sounded intriguing, so the girl, without thinking twice, suggested that Helmut arrange a small duel to test his mettle. The guy even stopped at such an unexpected offer and asked his friend again, not believing that he would be able to separate the bones. Tanya interpreted his reaction in her own way and asked him not to worry, as it would be a small training sparring, during which he might remember something, or maybe not. Of course, Helmut could have refused. No one forced him to participate, but he thought that since Tanya was a third silver-rank mercenary, then society would probably respect such people, so he decided to try his hand. Since everything had already been decided, the girl took the main character to the training ground, where the rest of the mercenaries were training hard. But as soon as they saw Tanya and Helmut appear on the court, they all stopped, realizing that the most interesting part was about to begin, and they could even make small bets. However, they asked to be a little easier on the main character, because it would be a shame if the girl ruined such a beautiful face. It was in vain that they didn't say that, because they were the first to get hit in the face, and Tanya, with a sense of accomplishment, fulfilled her duty and was ready to begin the duel with Helmut. So they will fight with wooden swords. The one who falls to the ground loses. The girl asked only one thing of the young man, that he fight with all his might, and not look at the fact that she is a girl, because it was not for nothing that she was nicknamed the vice-captain of their squad. Helmut understood that he was not yet in his best shape, and his strength had not yet returned, so stupid attacks would not help him. He would have to parry and counter-attack the girl's attacks. He took a deep breath and pulled himself together, realizing that he couldn't lose his vigilance for even a second. The battle began. It was difficult to understand who attacked first and who defended. Nevertheless, it looked quite impressive. It was unpleasant to realize, but the girl blocked his attacks with extraordinary ease, even with a kind of cheeky smile on her lips. This only meant that she was many times stronger than the guy at this stage. The blows rained down one after another, and Helmut had to dodge, realizing that he would lose to her in an open fight. The plan to dodge Tanya's attacks was falling apart. It obviously couldn't continue for much longer. The situation was getting out of control. The body did not have time to act as the young man had planned, and he had already missed several noticeable blows. And then he didn't have a chance to stand up to the aggressive behavior of the two girls. He missed another attack, which obviously, if the girl had had a real sword in her hands, would have been fatal for him. He didn't die. He just fell to the ground and slid backwards for several meters. It was obvious that the fight was over, and in this fight the main character lost to Tanya. He simply could not help but admit it. Only the young man's eyes showed that he was very surprised by this outcome of the fight, but he accepted it as a given. Now he could tell that the girl fought a little rougher than his mentor, and yet she gave him a lot of opportunities to counterattack. Her technique was weaker, and her movements were predictable, but he was unable to take advantage of this chance. This suggested that the girl was stronger than he thought, so he had to accept the fact that the human world had to be taken seriously. It was much more complex than it seemed at first glance. The guy's reaction was again misunderstood, so they began to calm him down, saying that Tanya was considered a first-class warrior, so he shouldn't take defeat so personally. Besides, Helmut held up well, and if he had been a little stronger, the outcome of the fight would have been completely different. It turned out that this was a kind of test, which Helmut passed with his head held high. Finn didn't want to leave the main character alone in the city without memories, so he was going to offer him to become part of his squad. That's what this test was for. Unfortunately, their squad could not accept just anyone, so all members of the group watched and assessed the actions and condition of the young man. Now many things were out of place, and the main character realized that if he had made a mistake somewhere, he would have been left alone. But he was lucky, and the captain welcomed him into his squad with open arms, noting that the guy did not succumb to the charms of his sister and did not try to hit on her, after which he handed the young man the seal of a fourth-rank mercenary, although this seal was temporary and would soon need to be changed to an official one. Even though it was a temporary document, it was a document that gave the young man a certain confidence in the next day, but he was in no hurry to trust his new comrades, because Darien said that people cannot be trusted. Since you can't trust, you need to calculate all possible scenarios, so Helmut asked Finn how much time he needs to spend on his team. The main character's question puzzled the captain, because no one had ever thought of asking such a question. After thinking for a bit, he said that no one was keeping anyone here, so the guy could leave at any convenient time, but not while completing tasks. Certainly, the situation was developing in the best possible way for Helmut, because now he was not alone. These people looked very reliable, which meant that it was quite possible that they would help him unravel the mystery of his birth. Moreover, he really wanted to know who the comrades were and what they were needed for, because in the root forest, except for Darien, he did not communicate with anyone, not counting, of course, Elga, who was a demonic beast. Training was training, but it was time to earn money, and the mercenaries met with the customer, who expressed extreme irritation at the fact that he also had to hire Helmet. But the captain was not one to be timid. He knew how to convince people, appealing to the fact that Helmet was a good swordsman and would be useful on their journey. Mr. Miles had nothing to counter with, so he agreed to make concessions and take another member on the team. However, the man was not going to pay the full amount to the new guy, since he had not been warned about his appointment in advance, and besides, Avantgarde would have to cooperate with Tarek's group. All the details were discussed, albeit with a scandal. They were supposed to set off on their journey tomorrow morning, but for now, they could rest. Tanya and Finn breathed a sigh of relief. This time everything went quite smoothly, because the previous times they were a little less lucky. Helmet also felt very good, although he did not quite understand what was happening now. Now it was necessary to discuss the mission itself, the essence of which was that they had to escort valuable cargo, so an ambush from people or monsters was possible. The fourth ranks should not interfere with the others, and enter into battle only in extreme cases. The rest of the crew had to be well prepared, and the captain and vice-captain had no idea what kind of valuable cargo they would be escorting this time, so they had to be prepared for any preliminary circumstances. In a word, newcomers should get a good night's sleep today and be as alert and fresh as a cucumber tomorrow. In addition, Helmet was given valuable advice. Do not pay attention to the statements of the guys from Tarek's squad, with whom Avantgarde had a strained relationship. At this point, the briefing and meeting were over. Everyone was free until tomorrow. Free time arrived, and under the cover of the starry night, the young man went out into the training arena. A sea of feelings overwhelmed him. The dominant one was rage, because he was looking for an excuse for himself in a lost battle. But by and large, there were no excuses. It was a shame and bitter to admit that he himself could not keep up with Tanya, who opened up several times specifically so that he could strike. But he could not. He was too weak. Now, the problem was not that the main character didn't have the power, but that he needed to remember the basics and get back into shape. Only then would he be able to use his skills. Now, under this beautiful starry sky, Helmet made a promise to himself, to walk this path with dignity, to remember everything, to regain his lost form, and not to let Darien and Elga down. A new day had arrived, and with it the beginning of the mission. The captain asked his subordinates not to relax, not to let down their guard, and for everyone to survive. Most of the boys were in a great mood, all except Pin, who had once again gotten into trouble with his bilandish head by eating expired soup. For some reason, he thought that the protagonist had acted just as stupidly, but he still patted him on the back, saying that they should try to give it their all. But Helmet didn't need such instructions, because he himself was going to show himself from the best side. The load was indeed enormous this time, and the vanguard had to guard the rear chain. Accordingly, Tarek's detachment, which was clearly not in a friendly mood, was supposed to go ahead of the cargo. Unfriendly is putting it mildly, since threats of swift and brutal reprisals were immediately put into effect. This touched Pin to the quick. He even tried to snap back, but Helmet didn't care at all. Seeing this, the man began posting other verbal insults, trying to irritate the main character, calling him a woman who can only hide behind the backs of others, although it is unlikely that one can hide behind Pin's back. At that moment, the young man realized that there was no talk of any strained relationship. This was a blood feud, nothing less. In general, humans and demonic beasts have similarities, such as the need to measure strength. So Helmet decided to keep a close eye on the blue-haired man until this task was completed. You never know what he could do. Unfortunately, he turned out to be right. The man mocked Pin every day. He would trip him up or insult him. The young man did not have the moral strength to endure all this. He tried to snap back somehow, but it did not have much meaning for his offenders. On the contrary, they became increasingly aggressive, denying that they had done anything wrong. All this had a huge impact on Pina, but Helmet, unlike his comrade, was thicker-skinned and did not react to the offer of flowers. This behavior made the man very angry. He did not understand how one could remain indifferent in such a situation, because his fists were itching, and he wanted a fight. His friend also noticed that the main character behaved very provocatively and strangely, so it was difficult to predict what was on his mind. Only this way the main instigator thought that Helmet, being a fourth-rank mercenary, would not be able to do anything against him, because he was essentially a third-rank mercenary, even though he was demoted to 4, so he could deal with such a weakling with one hand. Besides, Helmet's behavior was the last straw in the jar of his patience, because the initial reason for his bad mood was that his brother demoted him, so now he wanted to strangle the main character. Therefore, a cunning plan of revenge on the young man began to mature in his head. Meanwhile, Helmet and Pin were sitting next to their comrades, and the blonde was loudly indignant, but things didn't go beyond empty words. Only a complete fool would not have realized that something was wrong with Caleb. After all, he was a third rank, and they put him next to the newbies. But the guy had no proof. And without evidence, with only assumptions, no one will listen to him. Powerlessness and anger were choking Pin. He could not do anything. So in order to somehow drown out his emotions, he decided to go for water. On the one hand, the main character understood his comrade's feelings, but he didn't want to interfere. He had enough problems of his own. This time, the river was further from the camp than usual, and Pin had to spend more time to get there. But the good news was that once he finished with the water, he would be able to sleep soundly without thinking about anything. He was so deep in his thoughts that he did not notice that unexpected guests had come to visit him. But even seeing the ripples on the blue surface of the river, he did not immediately understand what was happening and what he needed to do. Obviously, he needed to think faster, but that wasn't about Pin. He didn't have a plan on how to deal with Caleb and company. It was obvious that they didn't come to drink some water and have a nice chat. The blonde's bottom felt like he was going to be beaten. The guy's premonition did not deceive him, and here he is lying on the ground, with Caleb brazenly trampling on him with dirty boots, making ridiculous and dirty assumptions. Pain, resentment, anger, everything was mixed up in the guy's soul, which helped him not to close his eyes, snap back, and not allow himself to be broken. Caleb was only warmed up by such behavior. Moreover, he invited Helmet to their mini-party. Obviously, all this was done to get a perverted pleasure from humiliating other people. Helmet understood this, but he came anyway. Sadly, the human world was no different from the root forest. Humans, just like demonic beasts, proved their status through strength. Now the main character understood his mentor. He clearly saw which people could not be trusted, and in general it was better not to have any dealings with them. Meanwhile, the bullying of the men was about to reach a new level. They wanted to undress the main character and check whether he was a boy or a girl. But Helmet was not an ostrich, and he was not going to hide his head in the sand. Yes, the force had not yet returned. After training, the body had not yet returned to its former shape, but he was ready to defend his honor. People were weaker than Naho anyway. The plan matured instantly. First, he was going to defend himself, and then deal with the weakest link among the attackers. And if the plan doesn't work, he'll use Darien's secret technique. The main thing is to stay calm, wait for the right moment. In the meantime, the offenders have already pounced on the guy. But there was no clash, because Tanya intervened in the unequal battle and stopped Helmet, who was ready to fight back, and the attackers. Her voice was harder and sharper than steel, her words cold as ice as she asked why Tarek's mercenaries were harassing the Vanguard mercenaries. Caleb's excuse that they had gathered by the river for a nice chat seemed highly implausible. And the fact that they tried to undress Helmet is a common joke between men that a woman would not be able to understand. But Tanya didn't believe this crazy nonsense, and asked Caleb to watch what he said and to whom, if he didn't want to become mute. It was better to end the conversation at this point, so the girl ordered the main character to take Pin away. Besides, Tanya decided to step on Caleb's sore spot at the end, reminding him that he used to be third rank, but now he has fallen to the very bottom and become fourth, so it is better to observe subordination. And if he still wants to regain his rank, then it is better for him to tone down his ardor. Otherwise, she will cease to be a peace-loving, sweet girl. It was simply impossible not to understand her hint, so Caleb decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Pin was crying loudly, but the girl asked him to pull himself together and take the buckets of water to the camp. Overall, Tanya was unhappy with the current situation, since none of her comrades intervened in the conflict, and there was an unspoken rule not to do so when it came to fourth ranks. But today's situation went beyond all bounds. Night had come. It was as starry as many before, and only a lonely silhouette moved smoothly and beautifully across the clearing, describing incredible figures with its blade. Helmet was not satisfied with situations where someone had to protect him. He wanted to become stronger and be able to protect both himself and those around him. After some time, he finished training and was very pleased with today's result. They had been on the road for about a week now, and every night when everyone went to bed, he went into the forest and trained hard. So in 7 days, he managed to get his body into shape. At this stage, the problem was different. The force was still sleeping soundly and was in no hurry to wake up. Yes, he remembered perfectly well the words of the mentor that the warrior's body is a vessel for power, and until it is ready to accept it, then it is not worth even thinking about it. But he did not have time for long training. A new day had arrived, which brought new problems. Now the section of the path began where there were many demonic beasts, so everyone had to walk in pairs if they didn't want to become someone's lunch. This did not please Helmet. Oh, how it did not please him, because now he could no longer train at night. so all that was left was to hope that the force would return before the seed of darkness took root in him. The protagonist was pulled out of his thoughts by Pin, who had recently been frightened by his senior colleagues with very creepy descriptions of demonic beasts. It was funny to hear all this, because Helmut knew firsthand that demonic beasts come in different forms. Some are as scary as death, others are quite normal and adequate. This calmed Pin down, and led him to think that a small piece of memory had returned to the main character. There was a mistake. The main character began to deny everything, realizing that he had to be more careful with what he said. While everything was fairly quiet, the mercenaries chatted pleasantly among themselves, making plans for where and how they would spend the money they received after completing the mission. They had already agreed to treat each other to dark beer and tasty snacks, when suddenly one of the mercenaries lost his head in front of the other. This turn of events knocked the ground out from under his feet. The man did not understand what had happened and what he should do. Meanwhile, a huge, scary monster was sending his comrade's head into his mouth. The monster appeared spectacularly and attracted the attention of all the mercenaries who were accompanying the cargo. Perhaps someone would have wanted to ignore it, but seeing how he was crunching the bodies of their comrades, they couldn't do it. Apparently, the initial reaction of fear and numbness had passed, after which many had a burst of anger, so they attacked the monster. The young man wanted to avenge the death of his comrade, and did not hear how the others warned him that he could not attack the monster alone. This proved to be his fatal mistake, as the demonic beast killed him with one swing of its clawed paw. But these were already real problems, because none of the mercenaries noticed or felt the appearance of the monster. Now what to do? No one had the slightest idea. Finn blamed himself for the fact that all this happened because of him, because he relaxed and did not keep an eye on his people. While the people didn't know what to do with the demonic beast, it continued to grab the mercenaries one by one, eating them, calling its smaller comrades to the feast. Tanya understood perfectly well that this monster was not alone here, which meant she needed to prepare for battle. The first line of defense was decided to be occupied by captains whose level was higher than everyone else. Helmut also realized that what he feared had actually happened. Tanya forbade Helmut and Pinu from joining the fight and asked them to hide under the carriage and interfere with the others. Pinu didn't have to be told twice. He pushed the protagonist in the direction of the carriage. The main character didn't really want to hide, but the power hadn't returned to him yet, so he couldn't defeat the main monster yet. He could still feel through his skin that there were hundreds of other demonic beasts hiding in the forest, targeting them. This meant that most likely his new acquaintances would die. Meanwhile, Pin urged him on, as he was very scared, and did not understand the protagonist's hesitation. So, after a few minutes, the guys found themselves under the carriage and watched everything that was happening around. 3 captains stood against the main monster, which was weaker than Naho and Elga. Each of them was second rank, which meant they could use the force, which was necessary now. Unfortunately, now the main character could not help his comrades in any way. And then the demonic beast released its demonic energy, which pinned the mercenaries to their places. Nevertheless, the 3 captains rushed to the attack, otherwise everyone would die. The men immediately called upon their power. Their combined attack on the demonic beast was beautiful and effective. The rest cast admiring glances at their captains, who were doing great, despite the fact that they themselves had a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, the third-rank mercenaries were doing an excellent job of dealing with the small monsters. This gave hope that everyone would be able to get out of this mess with minimal losses. The captains decided to combine their attacks again and finish off the huge demonic beast. The moment of truth has arrived. Here they will either kill the monster, or they will have huge problems. While Finn attacked the monster from above, the other 2 captains targeted other vital points on its body. After receiving the wounds, the demonic beast roared shrilly, and blood flowed from its wounds. Sending the small monster to the next world, Tanya was glad that her brother and 2 other captains had practically defeated the leader of the monsters. Helmut absolutely agreed with the girl, although he did not understand how this was possible, but people coped with the task better than he expected. The strategy of having second-rank mercenaries hold back the strongest enemy, while third-rank mercenaries finish off the rest was, in Helmut's opinion, very productive. And once again, over the past days, the main character mentally thanked Darien for all his instructions, because now he clearly saw what strategy was, and realized why people should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, the largest demonic beast no longer looked as cheerful and confident as at the beginning of the battle. True, despite all the efforts of the captains, he was still alive and ready to resist them. The people, although they looked no better than the demonic beast, also calculated the possibility of ending the battle with their victory. Since they all still had enough force reserves, they had one attempt to finish what they started. But the monster had other plans. He decided to run away because everyone wants to live. His speed was astounding. Just a second ago he was in the clearing, and the next second he was gone without a trace. The captains had never experienced anything like this in practice, despite the fact that they had plenty of this practice. Finn and the others had no intention of pursuing the demonic beast, since their main task was to escort it and let someone else do the cleanup. This was definitely the right decision. Now it was time to pull Helmet and Pin out from under the carriage, where they had been hiding the entire time of the battle. But the blonde couldn't even crawl out from under the carriage calmly. His legs were numb, and he plaintively asked his comrades for help. Nobody wanted to waste their time on such trifles, because it was necessary to check whether all the monsters were dead, and then collect the seeds of darkness and skins. All this could be sold and earn a decent amount of money. Who would have thought that you could make money on something like this? Certainly not Helmet. But the blonde one was already talking about how the seeds of darkness drive people crazy and turn them into demonic beasts. But it is unrealistic to meet such individuals, because either they die in the womb, or after birth they are banished to the root forest. And in general, it is better to stay as far away from such people as possible, because they can become real monsters at any moment. Of course, Helmet didn't want to admit it, but Darien was right in this matter too. Sooner or later, people like him would die at the hands of other people, because there is nothing worse and stronger than fear. It is fear that pushes everyone to thoughtless cruelty. Besides, he didn't want to believe that one fine day he woke up early in the morning and saw in the mirror not his beautiful human face, but the terrible face of a demonic beast. This should not happen, for Darien taught him to use the Force not simply for protection, but to suppress the seed of darkness within him. But now his power was sleeping sweetly, and it was not clear when it would decide to open its eyes. But even when it raised its eyelids, it would have to be hidden from other people, so that no one would understand that its source was the seed of darkness. Meanwhile, Finn watched Helmet and Pin, realizing that they reminded him very much of himself in those distant years when he was a greenhorn newbie. At that moment, Pin reached out his hands to one of the monsters, but the protagonist stopped him. Something was wrong with this demonic beast. Helmet's intuition did not fail him, and a second later the monster came to life and squeezed the naive blonde's throat. But before anyone could count to 3, Helmet drew his sword. And then one smooth movement, like a stroke of a pen, cut through the monster's body, thereby freeing Pin from the enemy's tenacious clutches. The blonde froze in horror. This was the first time something like this had happened to him, so the realization of his imminent death knocked the ground out from under his feet. Nevertheless, he looked at the drops of blood that flowed from Helmet's sword and tried to put on a mask of confidence, hiding it behind friendliness and concern. The main character was not particularly impressed, and it was not the first time he had killed monsters, but some strange feeling settled in his soul. Yes, it was a premonition, the same one that had saved his life more than once and warned him of danger. Now it was screaming about who his blows had changed. Something special had appeared in them. Perhaps it was the Force, or maybe something else. Meanwhile, Finn slowly approached the guys. He praised Helmet, because if it weren't for his vigilance and reaction, Pin would have become the monster's dinner. Only Tanya did not share the general joy. She stared intently at the main character, thinking that she was beginning to hallucinate, and that it was time for her to go to the doctor herself. After all, he couldn't. The newbie definitely couldn't use the Force, or maybe he could. Whether the fleeting flash was real or it seemed to her, the girl didn't know, and this was confusing. Time flew by rather quickly. A quiet night embraced the travelers, and only one person hid from everyone under its cover and meditated. Although it was dangerous to remain alone in the forest, he needed a few minutes of solitude to confirm or refute his guesses and premonitions. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief, because the Force had returned, which meant he could suppress the seed of darkness within himself. This was great news. I'll have to thank Pin somehow, because if it weren't for his carelessness and stupidity, the awakening of the Force would have been delayed, and now I could relax a little. But spending more time alone is unlikely to work out, so returning it to its previous level will be possible in a few days. And as proof, the silence of the night forest was pierced by Pin's cry, who decided that Helmet was lost and needed to be found urgently. We had to return to the camp, where Finn was already conducting the briefing. The entire squad was divided into 3 groups of 2 people. They would have to take turns after a while, maintain the fire and order, and most importantly, not sleep on duty, since the forest was teeming with monsters. Finn didn't even understand how right he was, because the monster that had escaped from them in the morning was not far from the camp and was watching them, waiting for the right moment to attack. Helmet felt it with his skin, because the Force had sharpened all his innate instincts. His shift was ending, and Tanya asked to wake up their replacements, after which the guy could sleep because tomorrow would be a difficult day. But the main character was not going to sleep. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, he wanted to look around the area and restore his strength by killing the silent monsters. But he wasn't the only one with plans for the rest of the night. Caleb wasn't sleeping either, and seeing his sworn enemy heading into the woods, he decided to follow him, with clearly bad intentions. Did this matter to Helmet? Obviously not, because by tomorrow he could quickly restore his previous level of strength at this rate, and everything else was secondary for now. But he also couldn't ignore the enemy's approach, even though he understood that it wasn't a demonic beast approaching him, but a man. Caleb, as always, was in his element. Under his feigned goodwill, he hid his attempts to humiliate the young man. But the main character did not want to contact him, so he asked him to leave him alone and go about his important business. But the man did not understand the young man's hidden warning, so he began to claim that the hour of reckoning had come, and Tanya would no longer help him. He kept talking and didn't want to stop, but his fists were itching to teach a lesson to the impudent and arrogant newcomer who dared to ignore his evilness. Moreover, his plans included breaking the main character's arm and leg, or better yet, both at once. And if a guy dies during training, it won't be a great loss. There's no place for weaklings among mercenaries. But not a single word, not a single threat impressed Helmet. He understood perfectly well that this man could not do anything to him now. Moreover, the man behaved not like a human being, but like a demonic beast, which means he should be treated like a demonic beast. But if Caleb considers himself a human being, then he must behave like a human being, with dignity. True, dignity and honor were words for a man whose meaning he did not know, so he laughed mockingly. For him, only strength mattered. It was what determined the status of mercenaries. Besides, he had long since recovered, and was ready to show who was who here. Caleb was confident that he could crush the protagonist's skull with one blow. Only his wishes and dreams remained just wishes and dreams, as Helmet intercepted his hand, squeezed it, almost breaking it, not allowing himself to be hit. It was unexpected because the main character looked weak, so where did he get such great strength from? Helmet was disappointed because the man's intuition was much worse than that of the demonic beast with which he had previously compared him. And if a man justified all his actions by force, then he should see their difference in strength and know his place, which is on his knees before him. But even with such an obvious hint, Caleb could not believe what was happening, nor accept that Helmet was a head or two taller than him. No matter how many blows he tried to inflict on the main character, not a single one reached the target, and Helmet did not even take his sword out of its sheath to block them. Soon the protagonist got tired of all this, so he summoned Slew, which put the enemy into a state of shock. Everything happened too quickly after that. Caleb didn't even notice when Helmet cut his femoral arteries. The man could no longer fight. He fell to the ground and writhed in pain, cursing the day when life brought him together with this child. The main character was worried that he couldn't contain the force. He wasn't yet used to using it. At this point, he noticed that the man was trying to crawl away, which could have caused his exposure. Suddenly, the guy heard how the seed of darkness called to him, persuading him to kill this man, because he was dangerous, because he needed to keep a secret, and no one would shed tears over it. It sounded so right. I wanted to give in to this call and not think about anything else, just take and kill. Get rid of the danger. But Helmet found the strength within himself, and with the help of the Force, suppressed the seed of darkness within himself. Even if it was for a short moment, the main character felt like a demonic beast, and it scared him a little. It was too difficult to control himself, but he was able to come to his senses, remembering that he was Helmet and not a demonic beast. But while he was coming to his senses, his opponent was able to crawl away into the thicket of the forest, believing that this would help him. Meanwhile, Caleb crawled forward, crying from unbearable pain, losing a lot of blood, not understanding how Helmet could use the Force, because he looked weaker than that demonic beast. But the man was not destined to escape, because the demonic beast that was pursuing them had other plans. Helmet noted phlegmatically that Caleb had become the demonic beast's dinner. The monster had the same plans for the main character, but the guy was ready for everything. In the grand scheme of things, the demonic beast now owes him, since it took his prey for itself. Overall, the situation had changed a lot. Last time Helmet couldn't do anything, but now the power had returned and he could kill the monster. It was stupid to drag things out. It was time to move on to the main course, which apparently the demonic beast didn't want, so he backed away, acknowledging the strength of the protagonist. But this demonic beast was not as simple as it wanted to seem. It could read the strength and aura of its opponents. If so, then it was possible to come to an agreement, and Helmet suggested that the demonic beast take Caleb and disappear into the fog. Otherwise, he would turn into a corpse. The monster didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the man's corpse and ran away. The guy was able to get rid of at least one problem, but the beast will still return, and you need to be prepared for this. Now everything that happened had to be somehow explained to the other mercenaries, and done convincingly. For a long time, no one in the camp could believe that such a strong mercenary as Caleb could die so easily. The point was that the man was chasing him in the forest to beat him up, but a demonic beast appeared out of nowhere and killed the man. The captain of Tarek's squad asked the main character for forgiveness for the behavior of one of his squad members, because of him he almost died. Helmet stood and remained silent. He was ready to agree with everything, as long as he was not asked uncomfortable questions. But Tanya lost her temper. Verbal apologies were not enough for her. After all, the elders knew what Caleb was doing and always turned a blind eye, encouraging the disgusting behavior of the deceased. The girl shouldn't have allowed herself to make such an attack. After all, she was insulting the deceased younger brother of the squad's vice captain, Tarek, who was acutely grieving the loss. But the girl stood her ground, claiming that if everyone had paid attention to Caleb's bad behavior earlier, talked to him, and set him on the right path, then none of this would have happened. The conflict flared up like dry reeds, because in fact the girl insulted not only Caleb, but also Tariq's entire squad. It is unknown how this skirmish would have ended if Miles had not intervened. He was the only one who thought sensibly so far. They had more important problems than the feuds between the two squads. The dead could not be helped, so it was necessary to think about the living, so the employer was ready to pay Helmet compensation for the stress he had experienced. Only now did Tanya realize that she had gone a bit too far, and asked her colleague for forgiveness. Miles was not a stupid man. He understood that this was a temporary measure, so to speak, the calm before the storm, so it was necessary to quickly resolve the issue of security and movement. Now they had to be extremely careful, because there were 3 fewer of them, but there were no fewer monsters. When the vanguard squad was left alone, Helmet received a reprimand from Tanya, because he had no right to walk alone in the forest and put his life in danger. But he didn't just go there for no reason. He wanted to quickly solve the problem with the main monster and calmly continue training. But he couldn't tell the girl that. After a few minutes, Tanya cooled down. She did not relieve herself of responsibility, realizing that she should have kept a better eye on the newcomers. And at that moment, when she asked the guy not to go anywhere without his comrades, cold but at the same time warming feelings stirred in his memory and soul, so strongly reminiscent of Darien. The girl couldn't stay angry at such a handsome man as the main character for long, so she asked him to be careful in the future. A new day had dawned. The detachment set out on its way. They had to be on guard, monitor the situation. Losses were no longer acceptable. This section of the road was much more difficult than the previous ones. Moreover, at every turn they were awaited by ambushes of monsters. At this pace they could not hold out for more than a couple of days, because as soon as they got tired, huge problems began. These rascals attacked from the rear. But what was more important was that their leader was also pursuing them, watching, waiting, sending small fry to wear out the mercenaries. It was impossible not to call the creature unreasonable. He had calculated everything and was preparing for something extremely important. Another difficult day came to an end, and it was time to rest a little. Everyone already had many injuries, and there was practically no strength left. Tanya and Finn watched the guys, realizing that many of their people were no longer in the best shape, and the monsters' attacks were becoming longer and more violent. It was good that everyone was alive for now, but the question was how long this would last, whether they would be able to complete the mission without losses. They had Pin and Helmet in reserve. The first could dodge well, but the second was good with a sword. But that wasn't so important, because the most interesting thing was that the monsters only attacked the vanguard, and didn't touch Tarek's group. It was stranger than snow falling on a hot summer night. Yes, and Tarek's group won't help them willingly, even if they ask, so the vanguard needs to survive this mission on their own. At night, Miles called Paul to talk to him. He clearly saw that the monsters were attacking only the back of the caravan. This suggested that the leader of the monsters was planning something. At this rate, the vanguard will run out of power and will fall, so it would be logical to join forces for the sake of common safety. This might have been a good idea, but not for Tarek's squad, so Paul suggested acting efficiently rather than humanely. The mercenaries' proposal was that the vanguard squad would distract the enemies, while Tarek's squad would leave the forest, and the important cargo would remain safe. Miles, of course, understood that his interlocutor was not the most decent person, but he did not expect such meanness from him. But high ideals were not about Paul, because conscience and honor only sounded beautiful, but in reality, everything was much more prosaic. And if we take a strict approach to the situation they found themselves in, it was more important for everyone to survive, no matter by what means. Now they were under direct threat of death at the hands of demonic beasts, and they had practically no strength to resist. Besides, If they lost a good portion of the mercenaries in battle, which was quite likely, then the man's investment would hardly pay off, given all the compensation and losses. But if there were other ways to solve the problem, then he was willing to use them, and his option was very relevant. It's time for Miles to decide what he wants: to be good to everyone, or just to survive, even at the expense of others. A new day dawned and the squad set off on their journey. Unfortunately, due to constant attacks, Tanya and the other members of her group became very tired. It was obvious that people, even horses, were already at the limit of their capabilities, and how many monsters remained in this forest was unknown. Tarek's mercenaries had no intention of helping them. In the morning, they simply stood and watched as the vanguard members fought, which looked very strange. Finn himself understood that at this rate this task would not end well, but he could not do anything. At that moment, he noticed that Tarek's mercenaries had suddenly accelerated, leaving them behind. From the outside, it became clear that this was some kind of escape, and no one was going to stop, no matter how much Tanya and the other members of the vanguard shouted after them. The calculation was obvious. Since the monsters attacked only the vanguard squad, Tarek's squad decided to flee, leaving their colleagues to be torn apart by the monsters. If this were a Turkish series, a dramatic minor melody would play at this point, because Finn and his guys were cruelly betrayed. Meanwhile, Helmet assessed the situation. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to catch up with Tarek's squad. And besides, the demonic beasts had surrounded them. The battle was inevitable. The question was how many people would die in this battle and how many would survive. Meanwhile, Fina ordered his men to gather and accept the fight, because there was nowhere to run, there was no help to wait for, and they could only rely on their own strength. The countdown began, and within a few minutes a horde of monsters pounced on the vanguard fighters. The mercenaries fought with all their might. Most of them were seriously wounded, and it was extremely difficult for them to hold back the influx of monsters. Some of them were ready to accept a dignified death and practically resigned themselves to it, because it was extremely difficult to survive in such a situation. Meanwhile, the main character was tormented by a dilemma. On the one hand, he understood that if he interfered in the battle, then these people would survive. But they would ask a lot of questions. Who was he? Where did he come from? Why was he so strong? And was he even a human being? But at the same time, this no longer mattered. Because today, more than anything in the world, the young man wanted to save these people who had recently extended a helping hand to him. No questions asked. He remembered all the instructions of his teacher, but today he would trust people for the first and last time, and it would be right. And then something happened that no one expected to see. The main character called upon his power and asked the members of the vanguard to remember everything that they were about to see, because it was a terrible secret. And then, with precise movements, he began to destroy the small monsters one after another. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground, covering it with black clots of dark energy. Helmet pinned the last small monster to the ground with his sword, putting a bold end to this difficult battle. For the first time in a long time, the young man felt complete satisfaction both from having stretched his legs and from having saved his comrades. The last monster was dead, and the young man put away his sword. The vanguard mercenaries froze in mute amazement, because they thought that Helmet was just an ordinary newbie, and here was such a sharp turn of events. So far, the main character did not pay attention to the mercenaries, because he thought that the demonic beasts had scattered after the death of their comrades, but it was unknown whether they would return or not. The first to break the frightening silence was Pin, who asked who the main character really was. Helmu had no intention of revealing the secrets of his identity, saying that nothing special had happened just now. He had simply regained his strength. But Tanya mentally praised all the gods because she already thought that something was wrong with her head. But it turned out that Helmet actually possessed the Force. But until that moment, none of the mercenaries knew that someone at such an early age could possess the Force. So there were more questions than answers. And this despite the fact that they recently caught a young man half dead in the river. Phil was also shocked because he was a second-rank mercenary, but even he was not capable of such a level of mastery of the Force. Therefore, everyone had a logical question. Who and where could have taught the main character to use the Force? But here the guy paused for a long time, because although he had decided to trust these people, he decided to keep silent about the root forest, saying that he had lived in the forest for a long time, without specifying which one, where he met his teacher. He could not remember anything else. Amnesia was the right move, because it could be used to blame absolutely everything, and no one would have any more questions. With the vanguard now no longer in danger, Helmet was curious about what Finn was planning to do next. But this was the right question, which immediately turned on the man's thought process, and he came to the conclusion that the first thing they needed to do was get out of the trap. After which, find the squad that abandoned them, and if possible, take revenge on them. Helmut didn't know what he would do after the task, but until it was completed, he would be with the vanguard, because he hadn't yet received his money for completing the job. This answer suited Fina just fine, so he suggested that everyone go ahead and find Tarek's squad. Although they had already tried to travel the whole day, they still had not caught up with their colleagues. Although there was one big plus in the whole situation. They had a good rest, were in no hurry, and many of their wounds had already healed. It was just strange that they hadn't met anyone, although there were a lot of tracks. It seemed that Tarek's detachment had been on the road all night, which meant that they could have already left the forest. According to the route plan, they should stop in a nearby village, where they will find them. All members of the vanguard squad were already in anticipation. They couldn't wait to see the faces of their colleagues when they found out that they all survived. Pin agreed with this, but he did not understand for what kind of merits they would be given money, and whether they would be given it at all. And on this note, everyone looked at him in unison, because it was true that the old man had taken the entire load, and they basically had nothing to pay for. But Helmut was worried about something completely different. He heard an incomprehensible but very loud noise, and something sucked unpleasantly in the pit of his stomach. No one could understand what was happening to the young man, because by and large everything was as usual. None of them could sense the demonic energy that the protagonist clearly saw and felt. His sixth sense told him that in the distance there was a fierce battle going on between Tarek's squad and the main monster and his small charges. At the current speed, the vanguard was about an hour away from the scene of action, and besides, the leader was there. The young man understood that they had to hurry because those people wouldn't last long, although on the other hand, he didn't force anyone to follow him. The choice was up to the vanguard, and Finn decided to act nobly, because they were mercenaries, not avengers. So for them, the main task was to complete the mission well, and personal grievances should remain personal. First, it was necessary to sort out all the affairs, and then it would be possible to teach Tarek's squad a little lesson. So they resolutely moved forward to help their colleagues, to prove to everyone that being a mercenary sounds proud. Meanwhile, Tarek's squad was surrounded by monsters. They fought back with all their might, but luck was clearly not on their side. Even force wielders like Paul were exhausted, and it had only been a day since they had escaped from the vanguard, and there was no end to the monsters. He did not expect that the monsters would start pursuing them so closely, because their initial target was the vanguard fighters. The man didn't know what had changed radically, but he assumed that there were few vanguard fighters among the monsters, so they took them on. Moreover, at the head of the small monsters was their leader, with whom jokes were bad. It was obvious that it was necessary to escape from the battlefield by any means necessary, since the force reserves were no longer sufficient. Paul understood perfectly well that at this rate they would soon come to an end, because they could still cope with small monsters, but going up against the leader was like death for them. The vanguard was most likely destroyed, so if they fled the battlefield now, there would simply be no witnesses to their shame. And just a few minutes later, Max and Paul left their people to be torn apart by the monsters and ran away. At that moment, Miles, looking out the window, realized that he had made a fatal mistake when he followed Paul's lead the day before, and now he was in danger of dying. Too late he realized that he couldn't trust Tarek's mercenaries, but what's done is done. His heart told him that it could all end in something like this, because the boomerang always comes back. And their boomerang was the leader of the monsters, who really wanted to feast on a human being. The realization of doom hit him like a swelling on the head, and a clawed paw grabbed one of the crew members. The monster was already anticipating a delicious dinner when he suddenly realized that something was going wrong. And he was right, because he again had to deal with the main character, who had no intention of watching such a feast. Helmuth did not waste time on empty talk and attacked his opponent. But the first blow did not cause much harm to the monster. He successfully blocked it, and now jumped back. The demonic beast, until it dawned on him that the main character was not joking, insistently demanded that the man be released. But after a couple of minutes, the monster understood the meaning of the main character's words, so he threw the kidnapped man away from himself. Helmut had no trouble catching one of his employers, but that was only the beginning. He had to decide what to do with the monster. The guy remembered Finn's words, who an hour ago asked him to go forward first, since the man had a bad feeling, because Tarek's squad could hold out, but it was unlikely that they would care much about the lives of their employers. Their own shirt is closer to the body. It only meant that they would most likely abandon Miles and run away. A premonition, but I did not let the man down. Now the main character understood that if he had been late even by a couple of minutes, there would have been no living people left here. Most of them would have become food for the monsters. Now everything was much simpler than a couple of minutes before. The power had returned to the main character, and the monster was standing in his way. so his further actions were obvious. Helmet was going to fight with all his might, as he did in the root forest, but his opponent was unlucky. He rushed towards his opponent like a purple whirlwind, forcing him to go into deep defense. The small monsters decided to help their predecessor, but they were in for a huge disappointment when they were killed by the main character. They were too weak for the guy, so they had no chance to stop him. This was a sure defeat for the leader. No matter how menacingly he growled, no matter how many of his assistants he called, he could not stop the purple whirlwind. However, the protagonist understood that the one standing in front of him was the strongest demonic beast he had ever encountered outside the root forest, and yet he still had enough strength to kill the monster. He just needed to remain vigilant, concentrate, and deliver a clear, penetrating blow. To begin with, the young man decided to cut off the monster's claws so that it could not scratch or tear him. Before the monster came to its senses, it was necessary to quickly strike it again directly in the head, but the monster managed to block the protagonist's sword. Unbearable pain tore apart the entire being of the demonic beast. Its paws were bleeding, and a roar of despair pierced the thicket of the forest. Only unexpectedly, the main character noticed that the monster's demonic energy had strengthened. How this happened was unclear. It seems like he's absorbing all the demonic energy around him, so he's become much stronger than he was a couple of minutes ago. The only good thing was that the vanguard mercenaries were supposed to arrive soon, but whether they would help him deal with the monster was the question. On the other hand, they could get hurt if they tried to help the guy, so he had to finish what he started himself. Only now, having absorbed a huge amount of demonic energy, the main monster attacked the young man, and he did it quickly. But the guy was no pushover, so he easily avoided direct attacks. It was obvious that he couldn't cope if he used the force as usual, so it was time for extreme measures. To begin with, it was necessary to put maximum strength into the blows, and then come what may. And the demonic beast planned to put all the accumulated demonic energy into the next series of strikes. The demonic beast definitely became faster, and dodging it became much more difficult. The claws have also grown. The longer the fight goes on, the more problematic it becomes. At some point, the main character noticed that he was unable to dodge another attack from the monster, so it managed to tear his shirt with its overgrown claws. It was quite troublesome, and he would have to spend money to buy a new one, while the demonic beast had gained even more demonic energy. It was obvious that the monster had absorbed the energy of the other beasts, but even realizing this, the young man remained absolutely calm. At that moment, as the demonic beast leapt upwards with wings of power, Helmet realized that he had seen something like this before. This type of attack definitely reminded the protagonist of an old acquaintance, so he calmed down. In all its movements, in all its strategic decisions, this demonic beast reminded the young man of the serpent, but it was not several times weaker than Naho. This meant that the main character could defeat him, so he gathered his courage, put all his power into the sword, and attacked the enemy. While the main character was fighting the monster, the vanguard squad was rushing to his aid at full speed. Only when they ran into the clearing did they not expect to see a completely whole and unharmed Helmet, who was standing next to the corpse of a huge monster. Finn expected to see a lot, but not this, so he was more than shocked, not believing his eyes. It was obvious that the mercenaries of Tarek's squad were defeated and began to scatter, unable to cope with the onslaught of monsters, because apart from the employer and the young man, no one else was visible here. It was bitter to realize that there were still captains who betrayed their own people. They clearly had neither honor nor dignity. The overall picture was pretty gruesome. Lots of dead monsters, lots of dead mercenaries. But Miles was alive, so Finn ordered to look for more survivors and then set out. The old man took quite a long time to come to his senses. At one point, it even seemed to him that he had gone to heaven, since he clearly heard the voice of the vanguard captain. Only he survived and was on the ground. Moreover, he needs to answer for his actions, so the man began to plaintively ask Finn for forgiveness for his betrayal. True, the old man did not understand that he had survived, that these were not hallucinations, that these were not the product of his sick imagination, and that these were not angels in front of him, but living people. So there was a silent pause. Realization came to Miles gradually, causing him to wonder what had happened to the monsters, since there were too many of them. It was hard to believe that all the monsters were dead, but it was true. The only thing Finn couldn't tell was that Helmet had killed them all. But this was all lyricism, and it's time to move on to prose, namely not to prayers, but to a reward. The new contract did not bode well for Miles, as he had to give 80% of the proceeds to the vanguard mercenaries, and this was only because he had suffered, and if this had not happened, he would have paid 100% as compensation for betrayal. The man tried to negotiate more favorable conditions for himself, because he also needed to somehow miraculously try to compensate for his losses. But this was his personal problem, not the mercenaries, and if he didn't want to sign this contract, then he had to get to the destination on his own. But this filled Miles with awe. He understood that he would not survive in this forest without the help of mercenaries. It was only for this reason that he signed the contract without complaint, even though he understood that he would be left with nothing. But life was more important. The contract was signed, and now it was time to find out what this important commodity was and where they were transporting it, with their own lives. The man did not want to reveal his secrets, because if rumors began to spread, the entire association would be at risk, and the vanguard mercenaries could suffer. This angered Finn. He couldn't understand why the man didn't warn him in advance that this mission was so important and so secret. The man had nowhere to go, so he had to tell everything. It turned out that this time Miles was carrying out an order for a client who called himself the magician Antiol. This was already an unexpected turn of events, because the person in question was a real archimandrite. But another question arose. Why would such an important person ask the Merchant Association to transport cargo through the lands of the demonic beasts? Shouldn't the official authorities know about this product? It was a correct guess, because they were transporting goods from places where mages were not allowed to enter. Namely, it was about the Temple of Lumen, therefore. Perhaps it would have been better for the vanguard fighters not to ask questions. The train left. It is known that the power of the Holy Church is beyond imagination. They were the ones who defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. Over the years, the members of the Holy Church began to gain strength and power, but their intentions were not as pure as they originally were. Now they are using their name to take over the entire world. Most of the kingdoms are already under their complete control. But magic is beyond their power, so they always keep a close eye on magicians. And if they find out that the Bhutan Association is delivering temple goods for study to a magician with whom they have a long-standing conflict, then it is obvious what will happen next. Finn understood perfectly well that in such a situation the Holy Church would destroy the association. But it's not just the association that will get the brunt of it. Absolutely everyone involved in this task will get what they deserve. The church is so strong and has long been unjust. Miles admitted that he himself did not want to agree to this, but once Antiol saved the head of the association, so they could not refuse. The only one who didn't understand what was being discussed was Helmet, who didn't believe that some archmage could be so famous. This was indeed the case, since Antiol was the one who almost destroyed the divine barrier several years ago. But this already interested the young man, because he knew firsthand what the divine barrier was. Today, protection from demonic beasts is around huge cities. The point is that the barrier also calculates magicians, which is why the church is trying to catch them. Moreover, the divine barrier was too strong, and no one in history had ever been able to break through it, although for magicians who craved freedom, it was a matter of honor. One day Antiol almost destroyed the city barrier, but the church hushed it up. This story made the young man think, because the church could not get rid of the seed of darkness that was in him, so they exiled him after the birth of Root Forest. But the Archmage can influence the divine barrier, which means there is a chance that he can extract the 7 darknesses from it and destroy it without harming the main character. Overall, the Dark Mage from the Root Forest was useless, so now Helmet decided to test how useful the Light Archmage would be. In the evening, the Vanguard detachment came out of the forest and found themselves on safe lands. They decided to spend the night here too. Meanwhile, Finn really wanted to talk to Helmet, and they had a lot to discuss. When they had moved away from the rest of the boys, the captain handed the boy a seed, which warriors eat when their strength and endurance run out. The man didn't know whether Helmet would need this seed or not, but nevertheless, he gave it to him, and the guy, without thinking twice, swallowed it and felt how his body began to glow and fill with energy. It was nice and definitely helped restore the spent energy, but the guy did not understand why the captain gave him such a valuable item. It was simple. It was gratitude. After all, it was Helmet who fearlessly and single-handedly defended the Vanguard squad from the most evil monster. It is obvious that if it were not for the efforts of the protagonist, the mercenaries and Miles would have died in the forest. Besides, this seed, compared to the lives of the captain, Miles, and the other mercenaries, was a mere trifle. And when the young man leaves their squad, goes his own way, trying to restore his memory, no matter what happens to him, no matter what trouble he gets into, Helmet can boldly call them for help. The Vanguard does not abandon its own. At this moment, the main character first realized the meaning of the word comrade, and extended his hand to Finn to shake. The man willingly shook the young man's hand, acknowledging that from now on and forever they were brothers in spirit. A new day dawned, and the Vanguard detachment moved forward, leaving the transit point. The road was very busy, so when Miles saw the landmark tree through the carriage window, he was incredibly happy that they had reached their destination. Finn checked the map, and indeed they had arrived at the right place. But it wasn't even a village, just some clearing, so he didn't understand why the goods had to be delivered here. But that was not the end. They had to hand over the goods to the archmage. They just left them in the clearing. Finn had a lot of questions, but Miles was in no hurry to answer them, because it was better to see everything with your own eyes once than to listen to a boring explanation 100 times. And then magic began to happen, as the merchant activated a magic amulet next to the landmark tree, and a blue whirlwind of magical glow filled the entire clearing. Helmet and the other mercenaries saw in real time how real magic was happening. It took their breath away. After which, they began to move through time and space to the designated place where the archmage was supposed to be waiting for them. Finn had heard a lot about something similar, but he couldn't even imagine that it would happen to him. Only Helmet doubted that it was real magic, because it could have just been an illusion. But the man next to him noted that it had become suddenly colder, and the body was reacting to the changed reality, which meant that they had moved quite a large distance. But the most interesting thing is that when the transference ended, they saw a huge tower in front of them, in front of which a man stood and waited for them. This man was the archmage, who was already tired of waiting for guests in his abode. It was an elderly wizard who welcomed the representatives of the Bhutanese trade into his home, because they had brought them something very important. He checked the contents of the carts and found that everything was in place, although some items must have been difficult to find. But since they were in place, an excellent job had been done, and he was more than satisfied with everything. Only now he noticed that there were fewer mercenaries than he expected, and the energy of lost human life could be felt, so he concluded that some of the mercenaries had died. Unfortunately, they encountered a very large demonic beast on the way. So many died, and only a third of the team made it here. The archmage understood that the road was indeed difficult, and the mercenaries, like the merchant, had to endure a lot, and he felt that dark energy was coming from the cart. Could it be that they had brought a monster? Only it wasn't a living monster, but a dead one, ready for sale. So if the man wanted to buy it, Miles would gladly sell it. Oh, it was a tempting offer. So Antiel decided to buy this carcass and add its cost to the main amount, so he was ready to pay 150,000 marks. For the mercenaries, the announced amount seemed unrealistic. Of course, they had heard that archmages were incredibly rich, but they didn't think they were that rich. So it was time to go into the house. So the men ordered Miles to take the goods and leave the cart here, as there was no longer any need for it. At that moment, Helmet assessed the man in front of him, realizing that he was quite strong, and his strength was different from Arugo's, not only because he could completely hide it there, but there was something else. At that moment, the man turned his gaze to the main character, as if he sensed something interesting. Sometimes, magicians can see what others cannot see. Especially specialists of his level can look deeper and see what is hidden deep. At this point, Helmet decided to end the conversation that had just begun, since the others shouldn't know some things. The main character definitely seemed like a very daring guy to the wizard, and there was something he wanted to keep a secret, but it was not to be. The man knew 1,000 secrets of this world, and always treated them with respect. So now he put up a barrier, so the main character didn't have to worry about anyone finding out his secret. It would never happen. The man's body was wrapped in chains. This was the so-called oath of the magician. If the man breaks the promise he just made, he will lose a huge part of his strength. This oath is not available to ordinary people. Now he was ready to listen to Helmet, and most importantly, to get an answer to the question of what he needed. The main character understood that this man did not look like the magician from the forest, in which case he could ask him something, and perhaps ask for help. The archmage expected something like this, so he asked directly if the guy wanted to receive information about what was deep inside him, namely about the seed of darkness. Certainly, such ingenuity was surprising, and the main character wanted to know if there was a way to remove it from his body. There is only one answer to this question, namely, it is simply impossible to remove the 7 darknesses from the human body. The seed of darkness is directly related to human life. The core with demonic energy would not be born in a baby who is destined to die in the womb. It allows a person to remain alive, so that until death, a person and the seed of darkness are one. And if someone gets rid of him, it's not hard to guess what will happen to him. The person will die immediately. But the main character's hope of getting rid of the hated seed of darkness had not yet died out. He believed that a person like the archmage could find a way to free him from this punishment. But magicians are not gods, and besides, this is the first time a man has encountered the fact that a person is generally capable of controlling the seed of darkness. The thing is that the seed requires demonic energy from its carrier. But if a person rejects dark magic, he provokes darkness, forcing it to devour him from the inside. A person cannot resist such an influence for a long time, and over time he goes crazy, after which he absorbs demonic energy and turns into a demonic beast. But the protagonist's case was unique, since he could suppress the seed of darkness using light magic or the Force. Both take a long time to master, but the seeds that don't have magic attack the mind much faster. Perhaps the guy wasn't exposed to demonic energy enough to awaken the seed. And while the temple has not discovered him, the Archmage will be interested in meeting him again. And there the young man was curious whether this man knew that he came from the root forest. The good news was that the priests of Lumen would not be able to detect the seed of darkness inside the boy, for that they would have to study his body. Even with the abilities of an Archmage and his many years of experience, he was only able to notice the seed because it reacted to the demonic energy present nearby, something that would have been impossible under any other circumstances. This gave the boy the idea that he needed to avoid places where there was demonic energy and magicians in order to keep his secret a secret. Besides, it is unlikely that Helmut will have a pleasant and easy future. Over time, his strength will grow, and perhaps he will become a great man if he manages to avoid the influence of the temple's followers. However, considering that every single one of those who carried the seed of darkness under their hearts became criminals or monsters, it will ultimately break the main character as well. In this way, the guy will destroy this world, and with his own hands he will destroy many people. Such is the fate that is destined for all carriers of the seed of darkness. No one has yet managed to change it. But the main character was determined. He didn't like all these high-flown words because he was a man, which meant that none of the above would happen. Suddenly, the Archmage admitted that he had not seen anything that could interest him so much for a long time, so he would closely watch the main character. But if the guy can't cope with his internal struggle, then the man will have to stop him in order to save this world. But who knows? Perhaps it is Helmut who is destined to surpass the Archmage and even subjugate the darkness itself. At this point, the strange conversation between the protagonist and the Archmage behind the barrier ended, after which Finn called the guy aside and handed him the money he had earned through honest labor. The man admitted that he would have liked to give the guy a little more money, but the rest of the team also contributed to the task, so they also deserved a reward. That wasn't all. Finn handed Helmut a bag with his things, because it didn't belong to any of the squad members, which meant the guy was the owner. At this moment, the main character remembered that it was with him that he left the root forest, but thought that he had lost it during his adventure. True, if it weren't for all the mess with the monsters, Finn would have given the main character this bag much earlier, but simply because of the tension and stress, he forgot about it, and only now remembered. Besides, it was the Vanguard squad that should thank the guy because he was basically their savior, so Finn wished him a good journey. At that moment, Pin ran up to them. He was happy that the mission was finally over, and he would be able to take his new friend to their headquarters and show him many interesting things that were there. The only problem was that Helmut had no intention of going to the mercenary headquarters. He had other plans. To tell the truth, this news broke the blonde boy's heart, because he had found a friend, and now he had to lose him. But unlike Pin, Tanya understood that the main character had his own reasons for acting this way, and forcing him to change his mind was wrong. However, she advised Helmut to keep the mercenary certificate, for a temporary certificate. The third rank is the maximum, so they could only give him that. However, this was enough for the guy. At that moment, the girl clearly realized that their new acquaintance had important things to do, and they were much more important than the lost memories. She also asked the main character to be careful and take care of himself. For the second time in his life, Helmut met good people who helped him understand the meaning of the word comrade, so he was going to sort out his problems and meet them at least once more. Everyone wished him a happy day and a smooth road. Pin even cried, because in such a short period of time he became attached to the main character. To somehow console the blonde guy, the main character said that the food the guy cooked was very tasty. Only this did not calm Pin down, but made him cry even more, but now from happiness, even though he understood that no one had died. Finn reminded Helmut that if he needed help, the guy would have to find Vanguard, and he, as captain, would keep the promise he had recently made. This was enough for the young man, and he decided to end the farewell on this note, because the road called forward. At that moment he felt a little pain in his chest. The same thing happened when the mentor died and when he left Elga. But if he stays with the mercenaries, he will encounter demonic energy, and then the seed of darkness within him will absorb it. And there, when he goes, this should not have happened. He did not want to become a slave of the inner darkness. He wanted to prevent the future that the Archmage described to him. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether he would be able to do it or not, but it was worth a try. To test everything, it was necessary to become stronger, and for this it was necessary to find a mentor. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the escaped captains of Tarek's squad were thinking about the fact that they shouldn't have taken on this task, because they almost died, and one of them lost his younger brother. The past can't be returned, but since they survived, They can help Tarek's mercenaries recover. They needed to think positively, pull themselves together, and start from scratch. What happened to Caleb was terrible, of course, but the others were worthless, and in order to prevent something like this from happening again, it was necessary to find talented young people. But suddenly they looked out the window and saw the healthy-looking mercenaries of the Vanguard squad, without a hint of pallor. Paul and Max had only one question. How did these guys manage to get out of that damned forest? Suddenly, Pin felt someone's gaze on him and turned towards the tavern, but there was no one at the table. It's no wonder, since Paul and Max hid under the table, realizing that they had suffered a crushing failure during the last mission in every respect. It would be better if they lay low for a while. Maybe that monster had a weak spot that they didn't know about. That's why the Vanguard survived. But in that case, they now had to be killed. After all, sooner or later the other guilds will find out about the disgrace. It's only a matter of time, of course. Max didn't think that he would have to end his career in such a way. However, Paul had a brilliant idea, and since they were still second-tier mercenaries, he ordered Max to follow him. Overall, the situation was at a stalemate, and if they didn't want to die of hunger, they would have to commit criminal acts, namely steal. Meanwhile, in one of the taverns, the regulars were having a good time, telling each other interesting stories from past missions, washing it down with pints of light beer. The main character listened to all the funny stories with half an ear while chewing a bun. Now he understood that everything in this world was quite complicated. He could not stop at the headquarters as a mercenary because of the Seed of Darkness. The medallion from the forest did not give him answers, and he did not yet understand where to look for them. He intended to first visit the local villages, but it was impossible to be on the road all the time. It took him 3 whole days to get to this place. There were many more people in the whole world than he could have expected, and he could not count on meeting such nice people like Tanya in the future. It was good that at least he had earned a little money. It should be enough for the time being, although he was not very knowledgeable about this issue. Compared to what Darien gave the main character, he earned much more money. That moment among the bags of coins, he saw a note. He wondered who it was from. It turned out that the note was written by Darien, and it said that if this message fell into the boy's hands, it meant that the mentor had died. This meant that he was able to get out of the root forest. Perhaps right now the guy is going through difficulties in the human world, because his whole previous life is radically different from what he is facing now. But there is no need to be upset about this. Darien went beyond the edge with a calm soul, but this was not what he wanted to tell the boy now. If he was wandering around the world without any purpose, then he should definitely go to Baden. There's an academy called Greta, where people of the same age as the main character study. There he can learn more about people. Not only rich people study there, but also poor people. No one cares about origin. However, the guy will not be able to enter the academy on his own, so he needs to find a man named Eden Kudrow. When Helmut finds Eden, he will have to show him the sword so that the man understands who is in front of him. He must also remember that in the world of people, not everything can be solved by force. But since the guy coped with the training, then he will also cope with life in the world of people. The main character noticed that the mentor wrote the text with a shaking hand. This means that at that moment he had practically no strength left, but he still held on and helped him as best he could. Warmth and gratitude spread through his soul because the young man knew where he needed to go. Finally, something became clear thanks to this short letter. At that moment, a waiter came up to him and brought the food the guy had ordered, for which he had to pay 15 marks. Since the guy didn't know what each coin meant, he gave the waiter 15 instead of 1,000 marks, causing him to be overjoyed. Besides, the main character planned to spend the night here, so he asked to hang out, and it was also on him. When the waiter left, the young man began to reflect on the fact that not long ago he had received 90,000 marks for his work. But he had not thought that prices in the human world would be so low. He intended to stay the night here and set off at dawn. At that moment, a rather drunk and impudent mercenary approached him, whose whole appearance indicated that he had done this with bad intentions. He received moral support from 2 more equally impudent men who clearly intended to take Helmut's money. They tried to force the young man to buy them 20,000 marks worth of alcoholic drinks since he was so rich. The waiter was contorted with fear, but Helmut showed absolutely no emotion, not understanding what was wrong with these people, so he refused. The refusal enraged the drunk man, and he almost attacked the main character with his fists. Moreover, he showed his displeasure in such a way that he knocked over the main character's bowl of food onto the floor. But this was already a mistake on his part. But even now, Helmut wanted to resolve their conflict peacefully. But this was not part of the mercenary's plans, so he tried to hit the guy, but he quickly blocked the blow. The man couldn't understand where such a frail-looking guy got so much strength from. His comrades rushed to his aid, trying to fight off the boss, but nothing came of it. On the contrary, Helmet dodged the attack, immediately counterattacking. Thus, all the bad people were beaten and shook with hidden rage, pain, and resentment. But the main thing was that the instigator still didn't understand that it was not he who was in control of the situation, but the main character, which is why he got hit in the face with a table. Meanwhile, the young man took his things and asked the mercenary to leave and not to irritate him. The man lay on the floor, clutching his broken nose, realizing that he had nothing to imagine for this guy. So he decided to leave the tavern with his friends, but he promised that Helmet would regret his actions. They warned the main character at the end that he needed to be extremely careful now, especially at night, because now it was only a matter of time before they caught him and killed him. The door slammed behind them, and Helmet realized that people like Caleb were everywhere in this world, and it was incredibly annoying. However, the young man was absolutely calm, but the waiter was not. He said that the guy needed to leave quickly, because he had declared war on Black Hawk. It was an organization of robbers who operated in back alleys and dark alleys, and all members of the organization had a criminal past. They would kill anyone if it brought them money, and if the guy didn't leave this village now, he was in danger of death. The protagonist suddenly realized that these guys would cause him more trouble than he wanted, so the best option would be to fight them right now. But at the same time, he didn't want to create a mess in the place where he planned to spend the night. The waiter said that there was no time to stand and think. He was going to return the guy all the money for the night's stay, if only he would leave his establishment as quickly as possible. Helmet wasn't particularly worried about this, however. He was going to go into the forest, which was located behind the young man's tavern, and when these individuals came again, tell them that he was waiting for them in the forest. Meanwhile, a group of bandits gathered in one of the gateways. They were going to go and kill the guy because he had shown them such disrespect and even disdain for him. Their leader was seething with righteous anger, enraged that some of his men wanted to back down. Suddenly, another bandit came running to them, who found out where Helmet was now. It turned out that the guy went into the forest, which is behind the permanent yard, obviously. That way he was trying to escape. But they couldn't prove that it was a trap, so they believed that the guy had signed his own death warrant by choosing such an escape route. Yes, the forest was not their profile, but they were sure that there were traces left there, so there were plenty of opportunities to catch up with the guy and kill him. They were confident that they could kill the main character, considering him a child who had not yet experienced this world. Meanwhile, the young man sat on a branch in the forest, thinking about how, during his time with the mercenaries, he had learned that many people were like demonic beasts. But there are also people who are ready to protect each other at the cost of their own lives. But being a human is more difficult than he thought, and the human world is not a place where everything can be solved by force. But the main character still did not know how to solve problems without using it. But he was 1000% sure of one thing, that people who behave like demons should be treated like demons. But after dealing with the Black Hawks, he realized that these people were even more insignificant than he had imagined. They weren't even fit to hold a candle to Tanya. They were so weak and uninteresting in battle. Overall, the girl was the strongest of all the people he had met here so far, and the more he fought with people, the more he would get to know them. Tomorrow, as soon as it began to get light, he planned to set out on his journey, but now he would go to the hotel and rest a little. Only suddenly the seed of darkness inside him made itself known, piercing his body with an incomprehensible pulsation. A sharp pain disoriented the young man and made him stagger, almost fall. This was the first time this had happened to him, so he couldn't understand what was happening to him now and what to do next. He had to stay away from demonic energy, but that hadn't happened even when he was killing demonic beasts in the root forest. He never feels such pain, but the person he killed wasn't a demon, so why is he in so much pain now? An unexpected guess dawned on the protagonist. The families of darkness most likely fed on the killing of any living creature, be it a demonic beast or a human. If that was the case, then the guy was in really big trouble. If word got out about the Hawks' murder, their entire group would start hunting him. Now he realized how careless he had been. If he couldn't kill his opponents, then he would have to learn to avoid any battles by any means necessary, so that the seed of darkness would not grow within him. Besides, he now needed to get to Baden as quickly as possible and get at least some support. Meanwhile, one of the Black Hawk leaders received word that part of their group had been destroyed. If they continue searching, they will definitely be able to find the location of the person who caused such a mess. It was a good idea, because it was impossible to leave everything like that, so it was necessary to find the culprit and punish him. Meanwhile, 2 second-rank mercenaries entered Mr. Anton's office. These were the infamous Max and Paul, who now planned to make their living through theft and other criminal activities. Anton admitted that in their time it was difficult to find people willing to join their organization, so he was very grateful for the fresh blood. However, they were in a bit of a mess right now, and couldn't accept the first person they met without a little checking. But this already made Paul a little wary, so he wanted to know the details of the so-called check. Anton had no doubts about the skills of the second-tier mercenaries, but the Black Hawks were not an ordinary group of mercenaries. They were doing something that the authorities did not particularly approve of. Therefore, I would not want any of the squad members to have any problems because of a sense of justice or stupid morality. So he needed the guys to prove the sincerity of their intentions, and for this, he had one small matter. Paul realized that despite their abilities, Anton wanted to test whether they were suitable for the Black Hawks or not, after which the leader of the organization handed the newcomers a piece of paper with instructions. This business should not be difficult for second-rank mercenaries. It turned out that 5 members of the organization had gone missing last night. The rest of the group learned that they had gotten into an argument with a mercenary and had not returned, so they went searching and found the bodies of their comrades. After examining the bodies, it became clear that they were killed with the first blow, but the man never found any other evidence that would indicate what killed his people. Max was curious how one person could kill 5 ordinary mercenaries. All they knew about the stranger was that he had black hair, black eyes, and looked to be around 16 years old, and his skills should be at least rank 3. Max and Paul were required to find the teenager, kill him, after which Anton would gladly accept them into his ranks. In addition, the man pays a high price for such services, so the newcomers will be satisfied. True, Anton did not yet know the exact location of the main character. He only knew that Helmut had recently spent the night in a hotel near the forest, so it was logical to assume that he could not have gone far. However, the main character came to a beautiful building, but he did not realize that he would have to take a certain risk again. He needed to move as unnoticeably as possible and not attract much attention to himself. Therefore, he had no other choice but to come to the mercenary guild to carry out his plan. He took out his mercenary certificate and said that he wanted to take on a mission. The girl who stood at the reception was surprised when she realized that he really belonged to the vanguard, because he still looked very young. She was very surprised, because young third-rank mercenaries were a great rarity, but she was ready to give him a job. He really needed a job, but the pay didn't matter. The main thing was that the assignment was in the vicinity of Baden. The girl understood that many people wanted to get there, so the easiest way was to take an order for an escort. So, one lady from a noble family is looking for protection for the road and is ready to pay 800 marks for it, although there was one interesting condition. The condition, however, was not trivial. The woman must be accompanied by a mercenary who she would 100% like. Others may not even try to get this job. The condition was really interesting, and to fulfill it, the main character decided to go to the store and buy himself some new, presentable clothes to impress the customer. When he took the assignment, the girl at the reception gave him a couple of useful pieces of advice. The first was that when he worked with aristocrats, he should look presentable. The second was that his name should always be on everyone's lips. It's good that his lovely face can cover all these requirements, so the girl introduced him to this task. The only thing he had to do was buy decent clothes, so the guy went to the first store he came across, where the seller showed him the best clothing options that were available in Baden. The man claimed that this suit was as light as a feather, and the main character would not even feel that he was wearing anything and would flutter like a butterfly. But this suit cost 2,000 marks, and the guy would only receive 800 marks for completing this task. The difference between these two figures was quite noticeable. Nevertheless, he still forked out and bought new clothes, and in them he came back to the guild, where he caught the admiring glances of the employees. The girl claimed that Helmut looked even more handsome than during their first meeting. Moreover, she had already managed to send information about the young man to the client, and as expected, he was accepted without further ado. Moreover, it was not often that one could meet a mercenary who was to the taste of a lady from a noble family, but Helmut, whatever one might say, looked perfect. At that moment, a man who represented the Charingen family entered the guild. The man looked respectable and came to look at the man his ward had hired. At the first glance at the main character, the new acquaintance determined that the young man was quite young, tall, with good posture. Helmut certainly looked great, so there was no reason to deny him the job. So the man headed towards the exit and asked the young man to follow him. Everything would have been fine, but the main character was under surveillance, which he did not notice, since professionals were working. Meanwhile, the man confessed that his name was Gilton, and he was the butler of the Charingen family. Also, Helmut should have known that the Marquis had a high position in society, so he should watch what he did and said. This was clear, but the young man worked only with cargo, but not with people. But this did not matter much, since in the first version he had to protect bags of goods. Then in the second version, he had to protect a person. If things suddenly get too difficult, the guy just has to follow the knight's orders. And if he does a good job, He'll get bonuses. It was difficult not to understand the man, so the young man briefly replied that he understood everything. The butler clearly liked the way the main character behaved. He answered briefly and clearly in a military manner. This was an excellent quality for an escort, especially an aristocrat's escort. And now they were already in the Marquise's house, which amazed with its magnificence and luxury. Although no, it was not the house of the Marquise's family. It was just a hotel. But what a hotel! For the rich and famous of this world, here the main character was supposed to meet Lady Charingan. The protagonist realized that his employer has a high status in the human world. In the hotel lobby, the butler and Helmet were met by a tall young man who was most likely one of the Marquise's knights. But he was a little puzzled by the main character's appearance, especially his age. But for the butler, the age of the young man did not matter much. The main thing was the recommendations given in the guild, so the knight had to teach the boy everything. Kedrick had no intention of arguing with the butler, so he shook Helmet's hand. Everything was settled with the first acquaintance. Now it was necessary to find Lady Charingan and introduce her to the main character. It's good that the girl was currently having lunch in the canteen. Therefore, without thinking twice, they decided to go there too, so as not to complicate their lives. Meanwhile, a curious scene was playing out in the dining room. Lady Jenna was pestering a young man named Aria and chattering about everything under the sun. The guy didn't know what to do with himself, but nevertheless tried to swallow at least a piece of the delicious steak. The girl was so carried away by the young man that she did not pay any attention to the butler and Helmet who entered the dining room. She wasn't particularly interested in the main character, because all her attention was occupied by the young man next to her. But if the butler assured her that Helmet was good, so be it. However, Aria was already tired of listening to the girl's incessant chattering, so he abruptly got up from the table, since they had a long journey ahead of them, and they needed to prepare for it. He didn't care that the girl was worried and wanted him to sit next to her a little longer and eat well, but next to her he couldn't even swallow a bite. But when Aria walked past Helmet, the protagonist noted that he had a strange feeling next to this guy. At this moment, the main character realized that his intuition was not failing him, and there could be no mistake. But he would like there to be. Although he didn't know the reason, this young man was not the simplest. Something about him was alarming and screamed about danger. But he was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of Lady Charingan, who was annoyed by Aria's departure and was about to go to her room. To tell the truth, she didn't intend to spend time in her room. She wanted to catch up with Mr. Aria, that's all. But Helmet was interested in whether this man would also participate in this mission. Gilton pleased the protagonist by saying that Aria was only a guest of Lady Jenna, but he was quite a famous person at the Greta Academy in Baden. The girl somehow met him by chance, and since she liked his appearance, she brought him here. Besides, she was only 14 years old, and so it was time to go to Baden and take part in the entrance exams to the Greta Academy. But this interesting coincidence pleased the young man, because admission was also part of his plans. There were only 2 hours left before departure, and all preparations had to be completed, so the butler asked Helmuta to go to the stables for a horse. Once the boy is finished with the horse, he will have to wait for Lady Charingan at the carriage in which she will ride. The man could not help the main character since he himself had a lot of things to do, so he asked to contact Kedrick with all questions. Helmet, as usual, agreed briefly, and was used to doing everything on his own without supervision. In the stable, he chose a beautiful white horse for himself, although it behaved strangely under him. Although it's strange, to put it mildly, she was running around the stable as if she had been stung in the butt and was trying to throw the main character off her broad back. This horse was not like the animals of the Vanguard detachment, which Helmet liked very much. It did not obey. It was stubborn. Helmet was pulled out of his far from rosy thoughts by the voice of the young lady, who again tried to persuade Mr. Aria to go with her in the carriage and talk. She didn't pay any attention to Helmet. Perhaps this was a pleasant bonus, since he wouldn't really want to put up with all this. But the new acquaintance was completely unlucky, which was evident from his seemingly indifferent face. Nevertheless, the guy talked to the girl, but ignored the main character. But when he passed by again, Helmet realized from the soft glow of his aura that he was a magician. But for now it was neither good nor bad because they did not communicate or quarrel, but silently set out on their way. After analyzing his feelings, Helmet came to the conclusion that his strange reaction to his new acquaintance was caused by his occupation. True, he didn't yet understand what class of magicians the guy belonged to, and why he used magic on himself. Something like this was new to the main character, so he decided to keep a close eye on his new acquaintance. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Jenna was testing the waters. It turned out that Aria was the head of the Faculty of Magic. The girl was happy because she believed that now she should not have problems with admission, because she was ready to do everything to get the desired result. Only the young man decided to pretend that he didn't get the hint, saying that the girl just needed to study hard. Jenna was, however, impenetrable in her portrayal of the sweet, cloyingly sweet girl who was worried about getting into college. But this didn't work either. Arya suggested repeating all the necessary material again after arriving. But his words did not inspire the girl, because she needed a person who would support her. And this was the wrong decision, because at the academy, all students were engaged in self-study, and it is necessary to accustom yourself to this from the entrance exams. Jenna's education seemed too far away, because in order to study at the academy, she first had to enroll. And if she didn't get anything, what would she say to her strict parents? Unfortunately, her tears had no effect on Arya. He continued to sit with a stony expression on his face. The only thing he could offer the girl was to find her a teacher who would prepare her for the exams. She had to do everything else herself. It was at least something, so the girl was glad of the offer of help, because she hoped that Arya would become her teacher. But she was in for a major disappointment and refusal, since the magician was not going to waste his time and energy on her. He himself had to prepare for the new academic semester, which was already taking up a lot of his time. Yes, and he was tired of her increased attention, so he suggested taking a break because the road promised to be long. The girl whined, and Helmet drew level with the carriage in the hope of hearing something useful. From this place everything could be heard perfectly, only nothing useful, and for some reason Finn came to mind. Meanwhile, the Black Hawks had figured out the main character, and were about to set out to catch up with him and kill him. The unpleasant thing, however, was that the guy's squad also included knights, and with them there would be a lot of trouble. The boss understood perfectly well that if someone from the noble family died, he would have problems, so it was necessary to deal only with Helmet. Suddenly, Paul started to back down. He didn't understand why it was necessary to go so far to accept him and Max into the team. It was just like that. The Nighthawks never leave their enemies alive. In this way, they recruited people into their ranks with a similar worldview. No one was happy to see anyone else here. Since Paul was not much of a moralist, the boss's words found an echo in his black heart. Meanwhile, the main character's squad stopped for the night. Jenna was predictably unhappy with the conditions in which she had to spend the night, but there were no other options. While the girl was settling into her apartment, Helmet was training again. He had definitely become stronger in recent times, and could control the force much better. But there was a feeling that there was some kind of limitation. By and large, he did not have time for regular training in this world, which was upsetting. There was still hope that if he got into the academy, he would be able to overcome his limit and learn to control the force even better. But this was secondary. The main thing was to get rid of the seed of darkness inside, because it was starting to interfere. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a bird that was watching him. It was a white owl. Only it wasn't ordinary, but magical. With its help, Arya watched the main character, but realized that he had been noticed, and decided to roll up his fishing rods. But even these few minutes of observation were enough for the guy to understand that Helmet was not as simple as he seemed. An interesting case in his life, Arya met many talented mercenaries, but this one is something else. At such a young age, he reached the 3rd rank, and even has the force. But the guy didn't have time to finish his thought, because Jenna started banging on his door, and she didn't care that it was late, and her actions were beyond the bounds of decency. But the girl was saved from disgrace by the maids, who dragged the girl by her white little arms to her room. It was obvious that the girl was trying in every way to attract the attention of Arya, who was no longer happy that he had gone with her to Baden. A new day had arrived. The detachment had been on the road for quite a long time, so they decided to make a short stop near the spring. The water in the spring was crystal clear and mesmerizing in its blue color. It is not surprising that many travelers stopped here. It was impossible to resist washing and drinking water. The spring gave travelers not only refreshment, but also new strength. It was an ideal place to rest, so the border guards quickly prepared food and served it to their young mistress. But the soldiers were extremely unhappy, because the girl was served a salad with fresh meat, while they had to make do with dried meat. The only one who ate silently was Helmet. He didn't really understand the complaints of those around him. On the other hand, the guy had time to miss Finn's delicious cooking, because the captain spoiled his people with all sorts of delicacies. Taking a sip of water, he suddenly realized that it had a strange taste. At some point, the thought occurred to him that it tasted awfully like poison. But the rest of the squad didn't notice anything, so it all seemed to him, and the knights suddenly felt like taking a nap. Not only were they feeling sleepy, the butler was also falling off his feet, but his pride did not allow him to sit down. But Lady Jenna was sleeping in the carriage, although at first glance she seemed completely dead. He quickly realized that the girl was fine, but as soon as he looked at the other servants, he immediately felt worse. They fell to the ground, as if they were falling asleep on the move. Gilton did not understand what was happening. He sought support from the knights, but Kedrick was also already lying on the ground and was struggling to stay awake. The situation was extremely strange. The butler did not know what to do, and there was no help to be expected from anywhere. The only one who was not affected by the sleeping potion was Helmet, who did nothing for now and waited to see what would happen next. His sixth sense didn't let him down this time either. It was the water, so he poured out the contents of his cup. At that moment, the attackers appeared in the clearing, namely Paul, Max, and another guy unfamiliar to Helmet. The men thought they had thought out their plan perfectly, but there was a mistake, and the main character did not sleep like everyone else. At this point, Paul and Max were stunned, not understanding what a mercenary from the Vanguard was doing here. Paul couldn't believe that Helmet was the one who killed the Blackhawk members. It seemed very unlikely. Not only did Paul recognize the main character, the guy also clearly remembered Tarek's mercenaries, who abandoned their comrades to die and fled from the battlefield. But he was not particularly surprised that these traitors had gotten involved with the dregs of society. Oh, how the men didn't like the guy's words. They were ready to shake the soul out of him. Paul was too much like Caleb, insulting and threatening his opponent, considering him beneath him. But the protagonist really had problems, as there were too many Blackhawks. They surrounded Helmet, and he had to make a decision on what to do next. But even realizing the disadvantage of his position, the main character was ready to fight back against bad people. But help came from somewhere the guy didn't expect, just as the Blackhawks didn't expect it either. While Arya politely asked the mercenaries to hide their swords and leave here in good health, he was ready to change his mind at any moment. Paul didn't understand his warning. He was only concerned about the money he spent on sleeping pills. But even though Arya wasn't sleeping, it didn't change anything. There were still a lot more bad people, and they weren't going to leave. The magician did not intend to do all the work himself, so he asked Helmet to focus on the enemy and not stare at him. There was unrest among the Nighthawks, as having a mage was not part of the original plan. However, Paul was confident that he and Max would be able to defeat the guys, after which the Hawks would have to clean up the crime scene. He didn't want to talk anymore, but he wanted to kill the main character, so he attacked him. But Helmet somehow managed to block the first attack, even with the use of the Force. But Max naively believed that he could defeat Arya, so he asked him for forgiveness in advance for this. But the mercenary's arrogant statements did not impress the magician, because he knew perfectly well that nothing would come of it. Moreover, death, at least his own, was not part of his plans. Meanwhile, Paul continued to attack the main character. He noticed that the guy no longer said anything, which meant he was no longer as brave and strong. Helmet, however, was not particularly active because he was not allowed to do so because of the Seed of Darkness. Nevertheless, he understood perfectly well that he was lucky to have a magician on his side, because without him, he would have had a very hard time. Paul, however, understood the guy's reactions and behavior in his own way, believing that it would be easy for him to kill him. Therefore, the man put maximum strength into the next attack, and believed that there was no one else to respond to him. Only this time he was wrong, because when the dust began to settle, it became obvious that the main character was alive and well. Moreover, this was only the beginning, and the guy was waiting, and now he could no longer hold back, and was ready to show off his skills. Moreover, the man made a mistake when he followed Helmet and ended up falling into his trap. But Paul just couldn't get it. He thought that it was he who had driven the guy into a corner. But he had no idea that Helmet also possessed the Force, and controlled it much better, which made him a cut above his opponent. Self-confidence and pride. That's what blinded the man. He didn't understand that by losing control, he would lose before even starting the fight. He again attacked the protagonist, who stood there calm as a boa constrictor. And then he dodged, easily and casually as if dancing, without using the Force to do so. And a second later, he found himself behind the enemy, and was already attacking him using the Force. It was difficult to withstand such an overwhelming onslaught, because so much power of mastery was invested in it. Paul was weak. He couldn't help but block or dodge the blow, so the protagonist slammed him into the ground. The enemy was defeated, but not yet dead, breathing heavily and coughing up blood, but alive. He lay there, shaking with anger and fear, and the question of where the guy got so much strength was racing through his head. Helmet had no intention of answering, and this time he was ready to let the man go if he took the rest of the mercenaries and did not pursue him. This hurt the man's pride. He was ready to die rather than run from the battlefield, but Helmet found these words funny. After all, the young man remembered very well how not long ago Paul had run away, leaving his comrades to die. Helmet had nothing more to say to the man, and he walked away, while Paul became hysterical. Meanwhile, near the camp, Arya had exhausted all the mercenaries. Most were already unconscious, and Max could barely stand on his feet. The guy's strength amazed the imagination and frightened the mercenary. He had seen different magicians, but this one was different. One of the magician's abilities was to use his powers to lift stones into the air, which he then sent at his opponents. The men were powerless against this ability, so they could not dodge the stones that served as a kind of cannonballs. In the grand scheme of things, Arya didn't care what these people were up to, but he wasn't going to let them get away with such impudence. After all, they spoiled his mood and became his path, so they deserved everything that happened to them and will happen in the future. Seeing that the mercenaries were losing to the young man, Max decided to use all his strength to defeat him. But all his attempts looked very funny and amusing to the young man. He didn't even move from his place while counterattacking. But there Max could do nothing against the huge magical fireball. He couldn't run away, he couldn't dodge, he couldn't block. It was rapidly absorbing the man. Only 3 mercenaries remained on their feet, and the magician offered them to follow him to Baden. But even there, their fate was sealed. But the mercenaries again did not understand the good intentions of the young man. They tried to escape, but it was useless, because the guy possessed a special kind of magic that could instantly stop them. Indeed, after a few seconds, magical shackles wrapped around the bodies of the mercenaries, preventing them from moving. Some of them tried to dodge, but the guy was skilled even in throwing a lasso, a magic lasso. Obviously, they were unable to escape, so they fell motionless to the ground. However, he was starting to get tired of this situation, as he had to spend a lot of time and energy on fast-running cowardly men. Although some of them managed to escape, the main thing was that he managed to catch the supposed leader of this group. Only when he turned his gaze to the place where Max should have been, he was not there, and in the noise he tried to hide in the fog. Indeed, although Max was seriously wounded, seeing that the magician had turned his attention to other mercenaries, the man by hook or by crook hid in the forest. He didn't understand what had just happened, why the Blackhawks were hunting one of the vanguard mercenaries, and how he had gotten himself into such a mess. Moreover, none of the spies warned him that there was such a powerful magician in this small detachment. But his adventures didn't end there, as Helmet passed by, and it was lucky that the guy didn't notice him yet. The surprising thing was that there wasn't a single scratch on the guy. This suggested that Paul had lost and was possibly dead. At that moment he was careless, so the main character turned around and looked at the stone behind which his enemy was hiding. However, he did not focus on this and moved on, and Max realized that this guy was so strong that it was better not to mess with him. Despair overwhelmed the man. He had no idea how to live on and what to do because, by and large, he had lost everything. At this moment, the protagonist came to the cart and saw that the rest of the mercenaries were tied up, but Arya was alive and well. The magician was glad that his new acquaintance was alive and wanted him to continue tying up their captives, albeit with a rope this time. Only Helmet didn't understand why this should be done, since they were all already connected, albeit magically. It was simple. The young man did not want to waste his magic to hold the bonds, because the road to Baden was still long, and he wanted to hand all these people over to prison. Suddenly, Helmet remembered that he had heard this word before from his mentor. This is a place where people who did wrong were sent. But the problem was that Paul and Max ran away again. It was a shame, of course, but nothing could be done. But Arya was interested in why the sleeping pill didn't work on the main character, like it did on all the other servants. The only thing Helmet could answer was that he didn't drink the poisoned water, and by and large he didn't even lie. 1 sip doesn't count. But the magician didn't believe it, so he threw one of his magical discharges at the main character, but he dodged it. Helmet didn't argue, but he also had a question about why Arya was still on his feet, how he had bypassed the effects of the sleeping pill. After all, the guy saw his new acquaintance drinking spring water. The magician's answer was also very laconic. He could cleanse his body of toxins that entered it. Gell assumed that this was because the guy's body was covered with a layer of magic like armor. Now this was interesting, because no one could see this peculiar shield, but the main character somehow could. But he didn't see this shield. He felt it with his skin. Arya did not raise the question of why his new acquaintance had been pretending all this time that he saw, heard, and knew nothing. It was all simple. The main character wasn't interested in this topic, and if his comrade wanted to hide something, let him hide it. It didn't concern him. This was quite strange, so the magician got angry and walked away towards the carriage. Towards evening, all the servants came to their senses. They were quite rested, but at the same time they understood that during the time they had not slept, many irreparable things could have happened. The butler understood that he and his mistress would always be in debt to Helmet and Arya, so it was important for him to know how he could thank them. But neither the magician nor the mercenary needed any rewards. They did what they had to do, nothing more. Although, by and large, the butler paid more attention to the magician than to Helmet, so the guy turned the blame on him. The main character didn't like this clever move, however. His face didn't change, and he replied that yes, he hadn't fallen asleep, and yes, he had taken part in the battle, and yes, the medicine had practically no effect on him. This answer satisfied Gilton, because he had already heard that there were people who were not affected by drugs, because they were not susceptible to them. But there were very few such people, and he had not met them before. Then the following happened. Out of nowhere, Jenna appeared in the clearing and began to grab the magician by the hands, hug him, and look at him with loving eyes. Obviously, she was in love with the young man and considered him her destiny, because he did not abandon her in trouble, but as a brave knight of her heart, saved her from danger. She was so excited and wanted to pay for the good Magu, but her pressure frightened and embarrassed the guy. Only Arya decided to end everything without listening to the girl to the end, saying that he has a fiancée in his homeland, and after graduating from the academy, he is going to formalize his relationship with her. At that moment, all the hopes, dreams, and desires of the young girl collapsed, turning into dust under her feet. But the knight and the butler understood that this was a disaster, either because they had known Jenna for a long time, or because they couldn't even dream of a calm journey now. For the girl, the world collapsed. She began to have hysterics, which no one could stop in any way, but she had to move on. Nevertheless, they put the crying girl in the carriage and set off. The butler and the others did not sleep for almost a day, but they covered the rest of the way with almost no problems. And now the gates of the beautiful city of Baden opened before them. The main character was in such a big city for the first time, and it both delighted and frightened him. Now it was time to say goodbye. The butler was glad that his fate brought him together with Helmut, so he promised to recommend him for other tasks in the guild, as he was pleased with the work done. He also paid him 10,000 marks, which was significantly more than the previously agreed amount, so to speak, with additional bonuses. The protagonist gratefully accepted the payment and noticed out of the corner of his eye that Arya had already entered the gate. He was not going to give in to his new acquaintance, so he quickened his pace and overtook him, doing this in complete silence. However, he was grateful to the magician for his help during their mission, because he understood that without him, he would have had a hard time. Arya did not respond to the protagonist's words of gratitude, because he was too embarrassed to answer anything. This was all well and good, but Helmut needed to find a way to get into the academy. But when the main character decided to take a walk along the city streets, they were much wider, and there were many more people than in the places he had visited before. If you didn't know where to go, you could easily get lost in these labyrinths of streets and never be found. A few minutes later, he finally reached the academy and even went inside, amazed by its size and architecture. He remembered perfectly well that he needed to find a man named Eden Kudrow, but the guy had no idea where to look for him. Suddenly, he noticed the secretary's girl and decided to approach her and ask the question that was bothering him. Perhaps she could tell him something. She was so immersed in her work that she did not immediately notice his approach, so she was very scared when he banged on the table. Not particularly concerned about the rules of decency, the main character asked without hesitation where he could find Mr. Kudrow. The plus was that the girl's reaction told the main character that this man worked here, so he could count on a meeting. But in order to arrange a meeting, the girl had to write down the young man's personal information. He gave his name without any problem, although in his heart he knew that it would mean nothing to the man, since they were not personally acquainted. However, nothing hurts to try, and he obediently followed the secretary to the appointed place at the appointed time. The girl drew a pentagram on the door with a slight movement of her hand, and asked the young man to go inside. It was surprising, although quite expected, that here on every corner there was, is, and will be magic. The guy was interested in what kind of outstanding student he was, Darien, and how he would perceive Helmut's appearance in his life. It was good that he was at least ready to meet with him, and otherwise it was possible to come to an agreement. At least the guy was really counting on that. But for now, taking a deep breath, the main character crossed the threshold of Sir Kudrow's office. Only he didn't know any Helmut, and was puzzled by the young man's impudence. But he wanted to know who had the courage to so brazenly deceive the secretary and ask for an audience, and the guy had better tell the truth. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and understood that this man was not as strong as Darien, but among the swordsmen he met in the human world, he occupied a worthy place due to his strength. If this man were a mercenary, he would definitely be assigned first rank, and maybe even higher. The silence lasted too long, and Mr. Kudrow repeated his question. He needed to know why the young man was looking for him. It was too difficult to explain everything in words, so Helmut took out Darien's sword and showed it to the man. The man couldn't believe his eyes, and the boy said that he was told that the man would understand everything after seeing this sword. Once the initial shock had passed, Mr. Kudrow began to examine the sword carefully. At first glance it was an ordinary sword, but upon closer inspection its balance and strength indicated that it belonged to his mentor. Having realized everything fully, the man did not know what to do or what to do, but he hoped that Darien was still alive. But unfortunately the man left this world not long ago and went to his forefathers. Having thus given Mr. Kudrow hope that his mentor was alive, Helmut immediately shattered it into pieces. The man almost cried because Darien had disappeared about 20 years ago, and Mr. Kudrow swore on the family's behalf that he would repay him for saving him at the time. But if the old man's sword was in the hands of a young man, it meant that he was his last disciple. It seemed like everything was clear. Now it was interesting why the young man was looking for him. It was simple. Helmut wanted to study at this academy, and the man had to help him get in. Now everything was clear. Obviously, Darien had sent the young man here specifically and told him in detail about this place. Moreover, the old man thought that Mr. Kudrow would become a kind of protector for the main character in this place. Perhaps this could be partially true, but the man needed to know at least some information about the main character, so first he asked how old the guy was. The only problem was that the young man did not know exactly how old he was. He could only give an approximate age. He thought that he was either 14 or 15, which surprised the man greatly because how could a person not know how old he was? It seemed absurd and impossible. Seeing that things would not go any further, Mr. Kudrow decided to start by checking the young man's skills and his power level. By and large, this was a standard check before admission. After all, it is unlikely that a 14-year-old boy would be accepted into elementary school. This meant that he would study on an equal basis with his peers, but there could be problems if his skill level was insufficient. But if he is 15 years old, then he can take the exams as an exchange student, and this would be a great option for the current situation. Although at that moment the man thought about whether Darien's student should take the sword mastery exams, since it was obvious that this level would be more than high. So he thought that if he could explain that the boy was a disciple of such a great man, he could be accepted into the academy without entrance exams, and that would be enough to confirm his abilities. At that moment, the protagonist realized that Darien had helped him not only in the root forest, but also here, and then he froze, clearly understanding that the mentor had taught him in the root forest, and not in the world of people. The only problem was that people in this very world did not know what happened to Darien. They thought that he simply disappeared in an unknown direction, and did not go into exile. This suggested that even the mentor's acquaintances did not know where he had been all this time, but the guy was sure that the mentor had ended up in the root forest, not of his own free will, but under duress. This means that the person who sent Darien to the root forest was not an ordinary person, since he was able to hide the truth from all the people in the state. And if the person who sent the mentor to the forest finds out that his student is in the human world, then he will no longer have time to study, and they will take away his opportunity to get rid of the seed of darkness and send him back to the root forest. So he turned down the opportunity to skip the entrance exam and the offer to voice his studies with Darien. He couldn't explain to Mr. Kudrow the reasons for his actions, but if anyone found out that he was Darien's student, his life would be in danger, and these were not empty words, but the pure truth. Mr. Kudrow believed that no one had the right to attack the disciple of such a great man, not realizing that the human world itself had abandoned Darien. But the main character was in no hurry to reveal all his cards, and asked the man to be patient, because someday the day would come when he would be able to tell everything. But it was clearly not today. After thinking for a bit, the man came to the conclusion that the reasons for the guy's silence could indeed have serious reasons, so he no longer rushed him with answers. However, the guy could turn to him for any advice or help, since Darien had trusted him at one time. That was what they decided on. But they needed to start preparing for the exam. The man was going to collect and complete all the necessary documents, and the guy was going to improve his skills. After some time, the man brought Helmut to the swordsman's training hall. Only everything was a little different. Mr. Kudrow himself trained here, and he did not allow just anyone into this room. Besides, he was sure that Darien wouldn't have taken the boy as his apprentice if he was a mediocre guy, but he had to see for himself, so the training fight was mandatory. To begin with, the main character had to chop up a huge log, but he had to do this with a wooden sword, and not the one he came with. The boy had to chop down a birch tree, which was considered the strongest tree of all, and if he could chop down the log, then for his age, it would be a great achievement. The young man understood the task set before him, and the sword directed part of its force into the wooden sword, which confirmed part of Mr. Kudrow's guesses. He assumed that the boy could control the force. And then the main character, without thinking twice, took and cut a birch log into 2 parts. The man did not expect such a turn of events, so he looked more than shocked. It was obvious that the young man was capable and had a high level of skill and strength, but he still had room to grow. Now Mr. Kudrow had no doubt that with such skills the boy would pass the exam at the academy without any problems. The main character was pleased with the thought that now he could attend the academy with peace of mind, as his mentor wanted. Yes, sword skills would be enough. But the man suggested that the main character take a written exam, as he wanted to make sure that the guy knew at least something else besides sword skills. At that moment, a monkey started beating a drum in Helmut's head, because he was having problems with writing. The problem was not only in the letter itself, but also in the fact that the guy had very, very little knowledge. He received extremely low scores for all the tests, which were below 10. There are only a couple of weeks left before the exam, but with this scenario, the guy won't get into the academy, no matter how much he wants to. With such an assessment, the main character will not be able to enter. Even with a private tutor, he will not have enough time to improve his knowledge. However, Helmut still had great hope that the man would be able to teach him. But this was impossible. Since Eden worked at this academy, he shouldn't have personal relationships with the students. And if he teaches the protagonist, there will be problems for both of them. It is true that there was one unspoken rule at the academy. Students were busy preparing applicants. But since there was little time left before the exams, the best of the best were already taken. This created problems, since there was no point in sending Helmut to the worst students. At that moment, an interesting idea came into the young man's head. He remembered the magician with whom he went to Baden, and asked the professor if a guy named Arya was studying here. It would be strange if the professor had not heard of this outstanding student, who had become the best and received the highest score on the magic exam last year, but he did not understand why Helmut was asking about him. Now this was interesting, because if Arya was the best student, then this meant that he was the best magician in this academy among the students. In any case, the main character didn't know anyone except this guy, and he had no other ideas on how to improve his knowledge. So he decided to ask his new friend to work with him, since he had no other choice anyway. It didn't immediately dawn on the professor what the main character had said, but when he realized everything, he was surprised again, because he didn't understand how Helmut could know their best student. So the main character found Arya and asked him to study with him, but the guy didn't look happy, rather the opposite, annoyed by such an offer. But more than anything in the world, the magician did not like to despise stupid people, especially empty-headed swordsmen. Besides, he thought that the main character came to the city solely to carry out tasks, but he never expected that Helmut would decide to enter the academy. The magician didn't understand why the mercenary needed something like that, but if he wanted to become a student so badly, he should have taken care of it himself, and he wasn't interested in tutoring. The only thing was that the main character listened to most of Arya's tirade and started his own music. He needed to enter the academy, and the magician was the best student. However, this did not dissuade the guy, and he insisted that he would not train Helmut under any circumstances. So he sent the young man away again, because he wasn't going to change his plans, no matter what the guy told him. But Helmut didn't ask for a favor. He was going to pay Arev for his tutoring services, because any work must be paid for. On the one hand, the offer interested the magician, but on the other hand, it offended him. Besides, he was not sure that the mercenaries would have enough money to pay him for his services, and how much Helmut could pay him. Some pennies, nothing more. Only the main character was determined, and was ready to pay as much as Arya told him. Arya demanded 100,000 marks, not a penny less, and the entire amount at once, not in parts. Helmut agreed to these conditions without hesitation, but he was not going to say how and where he would look for money. Moreover, he was ready to bring the entire named sum tomorrow, after which he would immediately begin training. It looked extremely implausible, so the magician didn't believe him one bit. But for Helmut, this was not a big problem, because he received 90,000 marks for his first task, and 10,000 for the second, so the required amount was reached. He was ready to give all this money to his new acquaintance. The main thing was to start studying right tomorrow, because there was very little time left before the exam. Arya didn't know what to do with such pressure, because he had named an exorbitant sum in order not to deal with the main character, and now he would have to do it, even if he really didn't want to. Still, in his soul he was hoping that the main character would not have the necessary amount of money, but he was ready to wait for him here tomorrow morning. At this point the conversation ended, and Arya flew into the room like lightning, paying no attention to his fellow students. And Helmut was pleased with himself, since he was able to arrange tutoring on his own, which meant he could afford to rest today. Only one of the magicians looked after him thoughtfully, not understanding what to expect from the stranger in the future, since his best student was reacting to him like that. The next morning, as if nothing had happened, Helmut came again to the appointed place at the appointed time, where Arya was already waiting for him. By and large, the magician hoped until the very end that the mercenary would not come, but since he did come, then let him give the money. Arya was even more surprised when the main character handed him a bag of money, which contained exactly 100,000 marks. If so, the magician understood that he had to keep his word. But up until that moment, he had never taught anyone, and if the guy failed the exams, then it would only be his fault, and no one would return the money anyway. But the money issue didn't bother the main character at all. It was important for him to enter the academy. Everything else didn't matter. At that moment, Arya realized that he should have simply refused, and he had asked for such a sum of money purely out of pride and a sense of self-importance. So the boys came to the library and began to conduct their first lesson in complete silence. Helmet was diligently writing something, and Arya was watching him carefully, wondering whether this guy had a chance or not. Only now did the wizard realize that his new acquaintance was too problematic, although he had not noticed this before. But to be honest, this mercenary learned faster and better than most of the students in the magic faculty. But something about Helmet Arya was bothering him, so he decided to find out if the main character really lived alone in the forest. This question didn't exactly surprise the protagonist, because he thought that the magician had noticed this fact during their trip. Overall, Arya was a good man, but you had to be careful with him, because he put two and two together too quickly, so you didn't want to answer the question directly. Meanwhile, the magician continued and said that Helmet has a good memory. He grasps everything on the fly, and he can concentrate on one task better than anyone else. This was good, but everything else was bad, because Helmet knew neither the basics of science nor etiquette. And the results of the verification test were from the category of hug and cry. The magician did not know how to shove everything necessary into the head of the main character. There was only one way out: finish preparing for the main subjects and devote the rest of the time to etiquette and improving communication skills. Besides, one way or another, Helmet paid 100,000 marks for tutoring the best student at the academy, and he will bend over backwards to teach the boy everything he needs. Although money no longer played such an important role, it was a matter of honor, and the magician did not want to tarnish his honor. Therefore, no matter what dementors pursue the main character, he will definitely enter the academy. In the evening, it was time to solve ethical problems. Helmet had to correctly answer the question: what should he do if a classmate stole money from him? The first thing that came to the main character's mind was to cut off the thief's hand, but he did not voice this answer, since he had to come up with an ethical response. Since cutting off his hand was not an option, Helmet suggested stealing his thing from the thief quietly. That's all it took. But even with this answer, he got into trouble, and Arya didn't know how else to explain to Helmet that this couldn't be done. Helmet didn't understand what was wrong with his proposal because he couldn't fight, but stealing his own thing was an option. Arya tried to explain that neither a fight nor a repeated theft would change the situation. They needed to talk and resolve the problem peacefully, to make their classmate understand that he had done wrong and that this was not right. In this way, he will be able to forgive the person, but not the act he committed. This is the kind of justice that is taught at the academy. The science of human relationships was much more complex than the protagonist thought. He did not expect that being human was so difficult. He constantly needed to learn morality and common sense, but he was used to solving all issues by force. In order to become even a little bit like the ideal Darien, he will have to study a lot, communicate, and solve complex problems without using his fists. 2 weeks was not enough for this. He needed more time, more hours in the day, more effort. 2 weeks passed in a frantic pace of training. Arya was waiting for his protege near the library, causing a stir among the girls. Everyone was interested in who their idol was studying with all day long in the library, and what kind of relationship they had. Meanwhile, Helmet, not noticing anyone around, approached his tutor. The exam had just ended, and Arya didn't understand why it was being held in the library this year. Naive Helmet never realized that it was a rhetorical question, and no one expected an answer from him. But he still said that it was quiet in the library, which is why the exam was held there. Arya didn't want to admit that he was worried and waiting for Helmet, so he came up with an excuse about books. But then he still asked how the main character was doing. The protagonist remained silent, but Arya assumed that there were no problems, so their agreement was fulfilled. At this point, the magician wanted to end their relationship, but nevertheless wished his new acquaintance good luck on the practical exam. And again, Helmet thanked the magician for his help, confusing him and making him turn around. The guy couldn't admit that Helmet's words had touched him again, so he hid behind a mask again, saying he took the money and worked it off. However, only thanks to Arya, he was able to pass the theoretical part of the exam. Now it was time to take the practical part. Only his opponents were also no pushovers. But he didn't hesitate and went to the fencing room, where many people had already gathered. In the room, he decided to stand to the side and wait his turn, since the instructor would call everyone one by one and lead them into the testing room. Time passed, and he thought that he didn't know what to do after the exam. He could have gone to practice, because he spent all his time studying, and forgot that his body also needed to be hardened. Suddenly, Sabat Rukul, who was the second son of the Rukul family, came up to him to introduce himself. The main character was in no hurry to give his name. He did not understand why the guy wanted to get to know him. He clearly needed something. But the question was what? Helmet was silent for a long time, not because of the rules of the academy, but because he did not understand why the guy was talking to him. Sabbath, so to speak, wanted to become the main character's friend, but he didn't look friendly. If so, the main character gave his name, but did not give his last name, since he knew nothing about his real family. Rukol thought it would be a great idea to find out information about the main character's family in advance, since he would have to do it later anyway. But Helmut didn't know what to answer to something like that, because he wasn't the one who was going to tell him about Elga and Darien. He couldn't use his mother's supposed surname either, since he was abandoned in the root forest, along with the family medallion. Therefore, it became the best option for him to refuse the tempting offer of imaginary friendship, where he would have to rush into telling about his relatives. You should have seen Sabbath's face at that moment when he realized that in front of him was not an aristocrat, but a real commoner. Realizing his mistake, the guy began to laugh evilly, since he considered it beneath his dignity to do business with commoners. But at the same time, the guy did not understand why Helmut was so confident in himself. It is not surprising that after a couple of minutes the blonde and his friends began to mock the main character, ridiculing him, considering him a local fool. Yes, and Sabbath couldn't believe that Helmut had money for a tutor. At that moment, one of the professors appeared behind the blonde and transparently hinted to him that it would be better to go prepare for the practical exam rather than discuss the standard of living of other students. Sabbath must remember that this educational institution has strict rules, and anyone who wants to can study if they have the ability and talent. On top of that, the practical exam was supposed to start in 5 minutes, so everyone had to be ready for that. The blonde walked past the protagonist, and then reminded him that commoners should know their place and not show off when aristocrats are around. At any other time, Helmut would have just punched the guy, but now he let him go, because he was learning to be a man and solve problems without using his fists. After some time, all the students took their seats in the classroom, and the professor began giving instructions. The practical exam will be held in 2 stages, and students will be divided into groups. The main character hardly listened to the professor. He felt dozens of angry, envious glances from the applicants. He realized once again that the human world and this academy were no different from the root forest. Humans are the same as the demonic beasts in the root forest. There are both leaders and victims among them. But here physical strength is of little importance, because what is more important is lineage, family, surname, position in society. This was made clear to him well today. But this did not shake Helmut's desire to enter the academy, so he will pass the practical exam, no matter what it costs him. So it was the protagonist's turn to pass the first stage of the exam. He had to cut a log with a wooden sword. The use of the force was allowed. They were given 5 minutes to complete this task. If the guy completed it within the allotted time, he moved on. If not, he went home with his things. The main character had already done something similar, but this time he felt there was some kind of catch. However, he didn't drag it out. He directed the force into the sword and cut the log into 2 even parts. The examiner had never seen anything like this before, because even teachers couldn't split a log into 2 parts with one blow, but the boy could. At this point, the first part of the exam was over for the guy, and he could calmly wait for the second part to begin. In the room where the other students had gathered, Sabbath began to tease the protagonist as soon as he stepped over the threshold of the room. So far, Helmut has managed to keep himself under control. The question is how long he can do this. Following Helmut, the examiner entered the room and said that the second part of the exam was sparring. Each sparring session will last 8 minutes in the presence of a professor who will determine who advances and who does not. Sabbath, as usual, began to say nasty things again, believing that since he is an aristocrat, he is a priori stronger than others, and Helmut is weak, since he is a commoner. It is obvious that the blonde man deliberately provoked the main character and wanted him to hit him. The main character understood that the blonde man was really annoying him, so much so that he wanted to hit him. To stop him from talking nonsense, he wanted to knock out every single one of his teeth, so to restrain himself, the guy clenched his fists until they hurt. But everything was decided by chance, when the examiner named the names of the main character and the aristocrat Andro, pairing them up for a sparring match. Sabbath was sure that it would not be difficult for him to deal with one worthless commoner. Even 8 minutes would be too much for this. This was the opportunity the protagonist had been looking for a legitimized fight. In the room where the instructor led the boys, professors were already sitting at the table, who were supposed to evaluate the skills of future students. Among the professors, the main character did not expect to see Eden Kudrow, but at the same time it was a little calming, although the guy was confident in his abilities. Moreover, the man had already told his colleagues about Helmut, so he asked them to watch him closely and not miss a single move. Besides, this was the first time that Mr. Kudrow had singled someone out, which meant that the guy in front of them really must be a diamond in the rough. The professor did not comment on this, because in a few seconds they would see and understand everything themselves. The sparring will be divided into 2 parts of 4 minutes each. The loser is the one who drops the sword or cannot stand on his feet. Besides, the point is not to win the competition, but to demonstrate skills. Everyone understood everything, and it was possible to begin sparring, and the guys took their starting positions. Andro was confident that it would not be difficult for him to win, because he was an aristocrat, and his opponent was an ordinary commoner. While the boy was thinking about how he had trained all his life with the best fencing instructors, Helmet hit him and slammed him into the wall. The two professors looked at this in amazement. Only Eden remained calm, as he had expected to see something like this. If this were a real fight, Andro would already be dead. The main character's entire appearance screamed about it. Realizing that things were getting hot, the instructor intervened in the sparring, declaring the victory of the protagonist and the loss of the aristocrat. It was hard to comprehend that it took Helmet less than a minute to disable his opponent. His strength was both astounding and frightening. Helmet was ready to repeat his success and finish everything quickly. But the professors were worried that they would not be able to evaluate the skills of his opponent. It was obvious that the aristocrat could not keep up with the main character, so it was unclear how to evaluate him. Mr. Kudrow didn't want to interfere, but there was nothing he could do. He asked the main character not to try to defeat his opponent. The boy had to try to perceive what was happening as training, the most ordinary training. One of those he himself visited at the very beginning of his long journey in swordsmanship. He couldn't help but remember the wonderful days in the root forest, when he fought with Darien, how he gave him advice, how he encouraged him. Now he understood that they wanted him. Andro should have forgotten about his status at least for the duration of the sparring, and not looked down on the main character. This could help him a lot. By and large, the guy has never been worse than his peers, so he must pull himself together and show a good result. The guy understood what the professor wanted from him. He exhaled and asked the main character for forgiveness for underestimating him, looking only at his status. Yes, he admitted that Helmet could stand up for himself, but he was not going to give in and give the guy an easy win. After that, he attacked the calm, boa constrictor-like protagonist. This attack alone wasn't enough to knock the wind out of Helmet's sails, as he quickly blocked it without much effort. In order for the enemy to improve the quality of their battle, Helmet gave him the first piece of advice. The guy should move faster so that his attack would be harder to block, after which he personally dealt the guy a series of quick, almost imperceptible blows to different parts of the body. The opponent was not collected. His thoughts were wandering around future attacks, so he had poor control over his body, which was moving forward too early. Power attacks weren't that hard to stop either, so Andro had to watch his exposed areas. When defending himself, the guy also has to keep a distance between himself and the enemy, otherwise he might just lose his balance and fall, just like now. Mr. Kudrow watched the sparring with silent surprise. In the words and movements of the main character, he recognized Darien in his best years. He involuntarily recalled an incident from his life, when he was still a very immature knight, and got into trouble in one of the dungeons. The wound was bleeding. He had practically no strength, and the monster was ready to kill him. At that moment, he clearly understood that he would most likely not return home alive and never see the sunlight again. And then Darien appeared on the battlefield in all his glory and drove away the monster. But he did not understand how one could defeat these monsters if one of the knights lost faith in himself. And now there was no doubt. Helmet was the second incarnation of the wise, strong, and fair Darien in this world. The exam was over. The professors began to discuss the results. The difference in the skills of the applicants was too obvious this time. Helmet made a lasting impression on his teachers. They wanted to see how he could further develop his potential and where the limits of his perfection were. A whole week passed since that day, and the main character went out into the city. He needed to find one place. After a short search and getting lost in the labyrinth of streets, the main character found the right building with an eloquent sign. It was the mercenary guild of the city of Baden, and a funny guy greeted the main character as soon as he crossed their threshold. It was obvious that the guy had come here for a reason, but for a task, as he glanced at the wall where various tasks were hanging. This was the second time Helmet had taken on a mission on his own, so he was a little embarrassed when he took out his mercenary certificate. The document confirmed that the guy had worked with the Vanguard Guild and had been here not long ago, had left his things and would like to pick them up. The secretary had recently started working here, so he was also worried that he had somehow not greeted the visitor properly, after which he had looked through his documents. In order to give the protagonist a suitable task, the secretary must know the young man's preferences and wishes. At that moment, Helmet remembered how angry Mr. Kudrow had been with him the previous evening, when he found out that he had spent 100,000 marks on area services. The man was pleased that the guy at least didn't get into debt to do this, but worked part-time as a mercenary. What was worse was that the main character spent all his savings on the tutor's services, and now he didn't have a single mark left. The man sighed, realizing that the boy would have to be taught financial literacy in addition to the main subjects at the academy. After all, from that day on, Mr. Kudrow was Helmet's guardian, which meant that the responsibility for him fell on his shoulders. The guy had to understand that money was of great importance in the world of people, and it was better when there was enough of it. Moreover, if a person is poor, he will be accompanied only by suffering. Helmet realized that he needed to earn money again. Then everything would be fine, Eden agreed. Besides, there were still a few weeks left before the end of the exams, and the guy had to keep himself busy with something. Then the guy decided to work the rest of the time, the man agreed, but asked not to take very dangerous tasks, and to be careful. So now the guy has announced that he only needs a job in the city, not outside of it. Besides, there was supposed to be good pay for it. And for the near future, the secretary quickly found something suitable. This task met all the criteria of the main character, but at the same time it was a little unusual, so other mercenaries did not want to take it on. But Helmet decided that it suited him perfectly, since it had to be done at the academy. The point is that a ghost has appeared at the academy. It appears and scares students exclusively at night, and each time in a new part of the educational institution. Students and professors were unable to solve this problem on their own, so a request was made to the guild. Although this task was different from those the guy had completed before, in this case he could both earn money and explore the academy's territory. Suddenly a stranger called out to him, who somehow knew his name. It was a student mage who was happy to see Lord Aria's teachings, and the rumors that were circulating around the academy turned out to be true. It turned out that Aria was a role model in the magic faculty, and the boy was communicating for the first time with someone who was close to his idol. Helmet reasonably thought that this guy could be a mage of Aria's level, but he wasn't so sure about it, because their skills and powers were different. And a second later, the magician summoned a cute orange creature, which appeared with a cheerful and happy cry. Helmet thought it was a scary and dangerous monster, and it was flying straight at him. The guy thought the creature was attacking him, so he tried to hit it first. Only this was not successful, as the fist passed through the creature, which now looked very angry and offended. The magician began to laugh loudly at this performance, since Helmet was the only one who thought of fighting with Ray. Ray continued to circle around the main character, offended, completely disorienting him, because he had never encountered anything like this before. It was a joke, nothing more. This is how the Sun Spirit Ray was having fun, and it was completely harmless. But if Ray wants to harm someone, it will be impossible to stop him, even for a strong magician. Only select wizards could make friends and control spirits, and Cian was one of those talents, and the only one in the academy. It was all interesting, but Helmet was thinking that he could probably catch Ray if he tried really hard. But the main character didn't have time for all this, since he needed to start completing the task. After all, he was at work now. Cian put 2 and 2 together, and realized that Helmet was going to find the ghost that had been haunting the students for some time. The guy really knew a little about the ghost, because he was interested in such mystical stories, despite the fact that he communicated with spirits every day. That's why he really wanted to keep the main character company and help him with the investigation. So they came to the fencing department building, where there was not a soul, but the ghost was seen here for the last time. It was assumed that black magic was involved, but this theory was dismissed as the teachers found no traces of it. Helmet was not afraid of the gloomy atmosphere of the building, and he was ready to split up and quickly inspect everything. But Cian was a coward, and did not want to leave the main character even a step. While the boys were walking down one corridor, a man in a black cloak was watching them from another. The boys slowly walked from room to room, but in none of them was there a ghost or any trace of it visible. It was logical to conclude that the strange creature had moved to another building, but this was inaccurate. However, the main character was going to check not only the rooms in this building, but also the cabinets, to make sure that there was no ghost here. He needed to find at least one clue to understand whether there was a ghost, whether there was no ghost, and what it was all about. At that moment he noticed the strange behavior of Cian, who was looking at something on the floor, and your guy claimed that he found nothing. After that, they went into another room, and the new acquaintance asked how much time Helmet had to complete this task. There were 2 weeks for this, but perhaps everything could be finished faster, because at that moment the magician began to shake with fear. After all, he saw a ghost-like figure walking ahead, emitting a purple light. The figure slowly began to approach the protagonist and his companion, so Helmet grabbed his sword to fight back. And when there were only a few seconds left before the collision, the figure stopped and looked intently at the guys who froze at the entrance to one of the rooms. After which the figure took off its hood and showed its face to the world. It was Aria, who did not understand what Helmet and Cian were doing in this room. He was surprised that Helmet was carrying out one of the mercenary guild's missions at the academy. It turned out that the main character had to find a ghost that walks around the academy and scares its students, and Cian decided to help his new friend in the search. Moreover, for completing this task, the main character will have to receive 3,000 marks, but Arya did not understand why he needed money in this work, because he entered the academy, and now he could simply do nothing. But this was impossible, and besides, Cian had a question. If he and Helmet were catching a ghost here, then what was their mutual friend doing in the room? The manga's answer amazed the small company. He was doing the same thing, trying to catch a ghost, although he did it for free. But if for the main character this was a job for which he could get money, then Arya asked the Academy's management to take care of this issue on a voluntary basis. But by and large it looked strange, because usually a magician doesn't do such things, which means he was going to get some benefit from this process. I wonder what it was. At this point, the protagonist realized that since the Academy itself had asked the best student to take on this issue, the matter was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. But Cian came up with the brilliant idea of joining forces, because the three of them would find and catch the ghost faster, and they would also save time. And while he was almost jumping for joy and happiness, Helmet and Arya looked at him as if he were something bad under their feet. They didn't like this idea, in a word. However, after thinking about it a bit, Arya decided that it would be good for all of them, because the more people there were, the greater the chance of finding what they were looking for. Helmet was also not against this decision in the company as a whole, although he was, as always, taciturn. So the three of them gathered in one of the offices, and Arya created an illusion of the entire building, pointing to the office where the ghost was last seen. In addition, the ghost also appeared in the training room, and in the professor's office, and in the gym, and on the examination ground. All these points had one thing in common. They were all located in the building of the fencing faculty, although there could have been something else. Arya agreed with this conclusion. For some reason, the ghost does not appear in the building of the Faculty of Magic, perhaps because there are really good representatives of the profession living there. An interesting fact was that there were rumors that this ghost was able to use magic in some way, although this had never been noticed before, and most ghosts were taciturn. But there, Arya understood perfectly well that a high-level magician would not engage in such nonsense as summoning ghosts and scaring ordinary students with them. It was beneath his dignity. However, the question arose as to why this ghost had such a strong affinity for the fencing faculty building, and why he liked it here so much. It was a good question, Xiansan thought and decided that the ghost was simply afraid of magicians and their magical attacks, so he chose simpler opponents. But Helmet understood perfectly well that the ghost was invulnerable to any kind of physical attacks. The day before, the main character had a most curious conversation with his guardian, who had heard about the ghost's adventures in the academy. The man heard that one daredevil had encountered the creature and tried to strike it with a sword, but nothing came of it, since physical attacks were useless against incorporeal entities. Thus it turned out that the ghost really did exist, but no one yet understood how to catch and neutralize it. But to tell the truth, this is not so sad for the main character, because up to this point in his life there were no similar situations in which he could share his opinion with someone and start discussing this or that issue. Elga only growled at him, and Darien constantly scolded him and got it. Moreover, even when he came to the human world, he never spoke with the Vanguard mercenaries, and they did not discuss plans together. And now something special, sacred, was happening. He was sharing his opinion with others, guys like himself, who had bits of information that, when put together, could reveal the truth. Perhaps this was and is communication. Perhaps this is the birth of friendship. But if the ghost was not susceptible to any physical attacks, could it be captured using the force flow, which Helmet was more than good at? It was an interesting idea that Helmet would never have thought of on his own. But he still scared Cian with his purple sword. Night fell, and the green-haired guy came to the conclusion that it was worth thinking about everything tomorrow, because they were already pretty tired, and it was time to rest. He was the first to go to bed, and asked Arya and Helmet not to stay up too long, so that they could rush into battle with renewed strength tomorrow. The remaining guys continued the discussion. Now Arya wanted to hear the main character's ideas and suggestions. Helmet was as inimitable as ever. He was curious if the two of them could create their own personal spirit. Unfortunately, this was not possible, and then the question arose of what to do next. But Arya wasn't worried about this at all, because they had a person on their team who knew how to create spirits. After this, Helmet and Arya set out after their classmate, who decided to catch the so-called ghost, which turned out to be a spirit on his own. The protagonist did not quite understand how the magician noticed such changes in Xian, because he was unable to read his behavior and intentions. But after thinking for a bit, the guy realized that Arya knew from the very beginning that this was not a ghost, but a spirit, and deliberately provoked their friend to act. The magician did not deny it, but for him it was the only chance. but he did not explain why it was the only chance. Suddenly, they stopped abruptly, as they only knew the approximate location of the acquaintance and the spirit. And in order to follow further, Arya activated a magical search spell that illuminated the tracks. Now they could follow further since the tracks were clearly visible, and there was no need to guess where to look for Cian. This time, the so-called ghost decided to visit the dining hall of the fencing faculty. Until this moment, the guys did not know the exact location of the spirit, but now they had a chance to catch it faster than their friend could. So, in a few minutes, they were inside the dining room, and Arya made sure that no one could enter or leave from here. But before they proceeded to further active actions, Arya decided to enlighten the young man about some of the features of the fencing faculty. It turns out that there was a certain hierarchy there, although everyone studies in the same faculty. But regardless of skills, the training hall is accessible only to certain classes. Most likely the spirit used this place because people rarely come here, and this is exactly what it needs. In addition to this training hall, there is also a private one, intended for senior year scholarship students, so they decided to go there straight away. This was all correct. Only that Arya didn't know that Professor Eden had his own personal training hall. It was much closer than the scholarship students' training hall, right under their noses. But it was logical to assume that people were least likely to visit this training hall. And even then, if they did, it was only one professor. If before this Arya was completely confident in what he was doing, then when the conversation turned to the professor's personal training hall, he was a little embarrassed, realizing that if he entered here without permission, he would not be patted on the head. But Helmet decided that since they were on a mission, then everything was possible. And as soon as they stepped over the threshold, the magician immediately felt the presence of the spirit. And at that moment, Helmet suddenly realized that it was quite possible that Arya had not had any request from the academy. For some unknown reason, the magician did not want to lie to the main character, so he told the truth. He was unhappy with the fact that only Sean could work with spirits in the academy. It gradually began to dawn on Helmet that his comrade wanted to catch the spirit and study it. And it's exactly the same. Arya will conduct his brilliant experiments and Helmet will get his well-deserved money. After that, he began to cast a spell. It was a delightful sight, mesmerizing and bright. He cast a veil of silence over himself, and now he could not be detected by spirits or other people. But catching the spirit just like that won't work, so Helmet must become bait, thus helping the magician. Perhaps the main character would like to refuse, but he felt something incomprehensible begin to approach them. Right from under the opposite wall, dark, ugly, black energy was seeping through the cracks. And then, after a few seconds, this black energy took shape and transformed into something resembling a horned slug. While Helmet did not react to the spirit that appeared, Arya was filled with excitement and decided to greet him with a magic wall spell. Obviously, such a greeting did not please the so-called ghost of the academy, and he tried to escape. But the mage wasn't going to let him go so easily, and created a mana barrier to keep the spirit in place. The protagonist didn't quite understand what was happening, so his comrade in crime had to tell him that it was a magical barrier that would not allow the spirit to leave the training hall. The only problem was that while Arya was holding the barrier, he couldn't move, so Helmet had to deal with the spirit. The main character understood that he would not be able to kill his opponent with a sword, so the only way to somehow stop him was to use the force. But this didn't really help. It only irritated the spirit of the slug. Although on the other hand, after some time, he noticed that the attack with the force had had a certain effect, so he was going to continue acting in the same spirit. And a second later, Helmet realized that he might have been wrong, and if he was wrong, he would be in a lot of pain now. But the young man was not going to retreat, surrender, or panic. Now it was either he who would lose the spirit, or the spirit would lose it. And at the moment when he decided to hit his opponent harder, the room was illuminated by a bright golden light. Cian prevented the main character from harming the spirit because he had his own plans for the spirit. Cian did not allow the protagonist to move, saying that he did not think that it would be possible to summon such a spirit so quickly. Moreover, it was a dark spirit, and its power was greater than anyone could have thought, and vigilance could not be lost under any circumstances. First, it had to be blocked by a curtain of light. This would be able to hold it back for a short time. Only Helmet noted that the curtain of light helped, but for some reason the spirit was in a great panic. The question naturally arose of how to catch this spirit if all their attempts failed one after another. Slowly, Cian began to realize that Arya was trying to capture this sweet, wonderful, beautiful spirit for his cruel experiments. The best student didn't want to get into a big argument, but by and large, Sean himself was to blame when she refused to help him with his research, and besides, he was the only mage in the academy who could control spirits. Yes, perhaps to some extent, Arya's desire for scientific research was in place, but the purple spirit was also with a living being who was scared and lonely. However, this spirit could not be missed, so Arya had to maintain the barrier he had created himself. Helmet had to hold back the purple spirit, thus buying Xian some time but not attack him. The spirit summoner didn't want to kill the dark spirit. He just wanted to calm it down and send it home. The main character was ready to try working in a team, but he was not sure how long he could restrain himself. So, the beautiful dance of the main character and the dark spirit began. The guy understood that his opponent was very fast, but this did not mean that he could not keep up with him. It was obvious that no matter how hard the monster tried, he could not break the spirit of the protagonist, nor suppress his determination. Xian was almost done with his spell, but he needed a couple more minutes to get it right. Only they most likely didn't have those couple of minutes anymore, because the situation started to get out of control. The spirit had accumulated enough strength to attack Helmet, who in that case would not hold back and would respond in kind. At one point, the spirit's attack was indeed dangerous, but the protagonist was able to dodge it. Moreover, it became obvious that the spirit is perfectly aware that the main character cannot attack him and takes advantage of this without a twinge of conscience. The guy didn't want to break his promise, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do anything to his opponent. He wasn't the type of person who would turn the right cheek when he was hit on the left, and at that moment, when he decided to deal a tangible blow to his opponent, the swordsman was called out by Xian and asked to stop. But this was already a problem because the young man hesitated, missed the blow, and flew into the wall. Xiana was more concerned about the spirit than Helmet. It was a shame, of course. But what can you do? The spirit was weakened, which meant the magician had to deal with it. Helmet didn't notice that his opponent had weakened, but nevertheless decided not to interfere in the affairs of Xian, who assured him that he could handle it himself. The spell was activated, the seals were placed, and the guy slowly approached the dark spirit. At that moment, the spirit realized that something was wrong and tried to escape, but it was no use, since Arya continued to hold the mana barrier. But under such pressure, the best student had practically no strength left, and his comrade had to hurry. Xian himself understood that the dark spirit was trying to destroy the barrier, but his magic required preparation and endurance. Moreover, the spirit was very angry, so the guy was not sure that he had enough strength and skill to deal with it. A minute ago, he was so confident in his powers, and now he's backing down, while the dark spirit has already set his sights on the magicians. The first one was destined to grab Arya, because if there was no guy, there would be no barrier. Helmet entered the battle, not intending to hold back any longer. He needed to stop the spirit and protect his comrades. No matter how much Xian had asked him to restrain himself and not harm the spirit, the guy had no choice left. He was threatening Arya's life. So he put the maximum of his strength into the next blow he aimed at his opponent. Echoes of Helmet's spirit magic and power reached the magician, and he involuntarily moved, so the barrier began to slowly collapse. It was almost impossible to hold him back, so the guy decided to try to protect himself with a magic shield. But this shield only divided the spirit into two parts, which transformed into a two-headed monster. Everyone was so shocked that they did not immediately notice that the spirit was trying to escape in this way. Helmet was the first to wake up and blocked the dark creature's path. He had no intention of holding back his power any longer, so he put as much of it as he could into his sword, preparing to attack his enemy. And already, when the tip of his sword was a millimeter from the dark spirit's eye, something strange began to happen. Somehow, the dark spirit mystically decreased in size, and Xian activated his spell to its fullest. In this way, he was going to send the dark spirit home so that it would no longer frighten the students and harm them. Helmet and Arya watched in awe as the dark spirit began to disappear into the golden glow of Xian's magical seals. When the smoke cleared, a small, incomprehensible silhouette appeared in the young man's hands. How did a big, scary, evil dark spirit turn into a small, cute, chibi dark spirit? After the boys caught the dark spirit, they took a smaller copy to the mercenary guild to show who was terrorizing the academy. Everyone was curious about how this little miracle appeared in the educational institution. Xian had several guesses about this. Most likely it happened under the influence of magic, although he may be wrong, but there was also a possibility of the influence of dark energy. But everything turned out well. Having finished all the business in the guild, the guys left its walls and went out into the bustling city. Xian was outraged that they weren't paid right away because they even showed them the real dark spirit. It was unfair. The guild needed exactly 3 days to check whether the guys had caught the right spirit. Only then would they be able to pay. Besides, this money belonged to Helmet, and Xian had nothing to do with it. Xian tried to prove to everyone that he was worried about the main character because they were friends. The guy believed that if they met, they would now support each other, because this was fate and the beginning of a true friendship. Helmet didn't quite understand what friendship was and how to eat it, but he thought it wasn't that bad, so he shook the outstretched hand. But Arya did not share the general friendly euphoria, so he decided to run away so as not to take part in all this. But he didn't manage to get far, as Cian was able to stop him and asked him to treat him and Helmet to food as a sign of eternal friendship. But they didn't manage to eat together, and Helmet ate in the company of Eden, who provided the guy with a document with the number of the dorm room where the guy would live during his studies. Before starting his studies, the guy would do well to go and see what's going on there, because he'll have to live there for quite a long time. A new day had arrived, and the boy decided to go and look at his room. Until that moment, the academy had been quiet. But today, everything had changed, and for the first time he had such mixed feelings. Everyone who was supposed to move into the dormitories first had to go to the commandant. Meanwhile, there was already one person in the room. He realized for the first time that he had been very tired in the last few days, because he had no friends before, so this whole situation had exhausted him. Helmet received the key to the room and went upstairs in search of the right room, not knowing that he would have a neighbor. He found the right door quite quickly and was about to open it and enter the room. And the man in the room was thinking about the fact that a series of strange events had begun in his life as soon as he met the main character. Arya really hoped that after the start of the school year, she would never meet Helmet again, because they studied in different faculties. Meanwhile, Max and Paul reached Baden. They went crazy and attacked every mercenary they saw. The guys came here looking for Helmet, because they wanted to kill him more than life, but suddenly someone appeared, driving them into a state of fear. This man didn't like that the guys came to his territory but couldn't kill one guy. However, their opponent was able to learn a lot of new and interesting things, but they were so stupid and weak that they would never be able to change their lives for the better, so they have no right to call themselves Blackhawks. In vain did Paul and Max think that they could resist this enemy, so Paul paid with his life for it. Now it was Max's turn to answer for his cowardice, and the price was death. No one could desecrate the name of the Blackhawks. Zeeks, the man, got angry. He should have first asked the guys about the boy, and then killed them. Meanwhile, Helmet finally entered his new home. He realized from the surroundings that someone was already living there. This room was certainly inferior to his room in Eden's house, but compared to the sleeping place in the forest, it was a mansion. Overall, the protagonist's life has been too full lately. He has connections with a mercenary squad, and he has entered the academy. Elga and Darien would be proud of him. The belief that he was doing everything right settled in his heart. Now he needed to become stronger. Suddenly, he noticed movement around the corner, so he quickly reacted and decided to attack the intruder first. But the problem was that he didn't take his sword with him. But Arya peeked out from around the corner, looking like a guy again, even though she was wearing pink pajamas. Helmet now understood that Arya would be living in the same room with him, but his words did not reach the girl who was pretending to be a guy. All in all, it all looked like the setup of the century, and could have destroyed the girl's disguise. Only now did Arya begin to understand why there were 2 beds in her room. She hadn't given it much thought before, but she should have. She quickly put on her coat and went to the bathroom, but warned the protagonist that he had better not touch anything in this room, otherwise she would blow him up. The only thing the main character could do was stand like a pillar in one place and not move. Helmet didn't understand what he had done to deserve such a torrent of hatred. Meanwhile, the dean of the academy, Liam V's, was enjoying the aroma of delicious tea. But Germany was instantly torn apart, like a dog through a hot water bottle, by Arya, who burst into his office without knocking. The day had started off so well, and now the poor dean will have to deal with the offended students. Arya couldn't believe that Liam would do such a setup and move a roommate in with her. Why he did this. Moreover, she worked like a workhorse, just for the privileges due to the best student, and wanted to live alone, and now all this. The man was well aware that the girl had found out about the neighbor, so he had to tell a story he had made up in advance about how there were no free rooms due to renovations, and she needed to understand the academy administration's position. She entered, but who will enter hers, because the dean was obliged to keep his promise, because she fulfilled all the conditions on her part. No matter how much she begged and complained, the man was not going to move her neighbor away from her. Now she just had to be more careful. Besides, her powers were at the level of an archmage, and there should be no problems with disguise. And in general, the girl had to pull herself together and hold out for at least 1 semester. But he went to meet her and placed her with a student who was close to her in spirit. It's funny, Helmet wasn't close to her, and besides, she only taught him because he paid her a tidy sum and not out of the kindness of his heart. Liam just smiled at this, because his job as her teacher and guardian was to help her make friends. And if that happened, then a personal room would appear. The man got tired of persuading the girl, but he exhaled when she calmed down and left his office. Although he couldn't be 100% sure. Only time will tell what will happen. Meanwhile, Helmet was still standing by the wall and waiting for Arya to appear. He didn't want to anger his neighbor. When she returned, The guy understood perfectly well that she had failed to do things her way. It was as clear as 2 plus 2 makes 4. By and large, Helmut didn't really want to live with Arya, but he had no other choice, so he didn't really think about it. She was irritated by absolutely everything in this situation. She was the best in the magic faculty. That's why she lived alone. But now everything flew like plywood over Paris, in an unknown direction. She was even ready to transport the main character to and from the academy via portal every day. Only Helmut knew perfectly well that Eden would not like this idea. Besides, she has a disgusting character, and living with her in the same room would be a real nightmare, which you wouldn't even dream of. This is expected, but he will somehow survive. Besides, they are the best option for each other to be neighbors. Helmut also couldn't admit that he didn't really want to live with the guys from the fencing department, and he was already familiar with Arya, and had talked longer with her than with anyone else in the human world. There was nothing that could be done, but belatedly Arya realized that she shouldn't have helped the main character with the entrance exams. The next day, Helmut picked up his few belongings and brought them to the hostel. He was worried about how Arya would treat him, how they would share the room, where he would put his things, and many other things. The girl hung an impenetrable curtain and divided the room into 2 parts. Helmut had the larger part of the room. She had the smaller one, but the guy should under no circumstances go behind the curtain. There are spells on it that warn about penetration into her part of the room. The list of rules didn't end there. The guy had to keep the place clean, not stink, not make noise, not bring anyone into the room, especially from the magic faculty. But if Helmut needs something, or doesn't understand something, he can turn to her for help. Even if she doesn't answer the first time, then the second or third time, they will succeed. For Helmut, all these rules were not difficult to follow, and now he could go about his business. He also hoped that they wouldn't kill each other and would get along. Towards evening, the aristocrats began to discuss the main character, saying that since he had at least one aristocrat on his side in the form of the director, the guy had forgotten his place. But Sabbat was sure that Helmut would soon understand that there was a line that a commoner could not cross. It was a good thing there was no fencing lesson tomorrow, so he and his friends were going to humiliate the main character. Meanwhile, the first day of school had arrived, and Helmut was trying on the school uniform, which turned out to be surprisingly comfortable. Yes, the guy once again realized that his roommate was right when she said that at the beginning of the semester, there was not much to do in class. So after classes ended, he planned to go to the training room. Unexpectedly, Cian met him in the hall of the hostel and was delighted, although the joy quickly turned to surprise when the guy realized that the main character had left room 301. Helmut didn't understand what was wrong with that, but he lives with Arya, and who doesn't? It turned out that everyone around knew that Arya was the best student in the academy, so she had the right to live in a separate room. Cian understood that it would not be easy for Helmut to live with Arya under the same roof because of her hot temper, but the guy still considered the girl a guy and did not know about her secret. In addition, the comrade warned the main character not to get involved with the mad dog of the faculty of teaching during the first lesson, during the second, and in general, everyone. Only Helmut took his friend's words literally, not realizing that a mad dog is the nickname of an ordinary person. It turns out that in the fencing department there is a man named Asuka. He is the best among the second years, and last year he beat unconscious everyone who decided to fight him. After that fight, one guy gets expelled because Asuka tore off his ear. After that incident, no one wants to mess with him. Now this was interesting, although everyone understood that such behavior was against the rules, but Asuka was a talented student, so he was only temporarily suspended for such behavior, so Helmut had to be extremely careful. However, the main character had to try hard in the first lesson, and if Arya suddenly went crazy, he could call Cian to calm him down. So all the students gathered in the courtyard on the training ground. One of the teachers came out to them and asked them to line up for further instructions. Everyone stood as the teacher asked, who was about to start the first lesson of the semester with basic training. He hoped that none of the fencing students had gone soft in their mother's arms during the holidays, so they were now supposed to run 20 laps around the court. After this, all the students rushed to complete the task, knowing that it was better not to anger the teacher. While most students thought that 20 laps was a lot on the first day of school, Helmut was running and thinking that, in his humble opinion, it was not enough. Some students didn't like running next to the main character because he was a commoner. The more they looked at him, the more elegant he seemed to them, and it was incredibly annoying. So the young man decided to trip the main character, so that he would fall and embarrass himself in front of the other students. But the most interesting thing is that he didn't succeed, since Helmut was much more agile and faster, and such tricks could not knock him off his intended path. Nevertheless, the young aristocrat did not give up trying to trip up the main character, but no matter how many attempts he made, he failed. At some point, the guy decided to step on Helmet's foot, but it was no use. He was able to avoid this attempt to harm himself. But the would-be offender fell to the ground and slid face first because he couldn't keep his balance. The other students looked at this performance with silent reproach, not understanding what their classmate was doing. But the main character understood perfectly well what was happening, but did not react to it verbally. After a while, the first part of the basic training was finished, and the teacher announced a short break, after which he asked someone to go with him to fetch some equipment. And at the moment when he left the training field, a classmate approached the main character, who tried to set him up. The guy was indignant, not understanding how Helmet dared to hit him on the leg and make him fall to the ground. The main character believed that he did the right thing, because the guy tried to do the same to him. But the offender didn't like this answer at all. He believed that since Helmet was a commoner, he should know his place, and he would never be safe either in the academy or outside of it. At this point, Sabat intervened in the conversation. He believed that Eren should remain calm because they were going to take revenge on the protagonist during sparring. At that moment, Helmet's mind was broken. He didn't understand how such weaklings could rise in status. He couldn't believe that they were so proud of their position in society, which they themselves hadn't even earned. That's why he wanted to show where these talentless people belong right here and now. And everything would have been fine, and he would have even carried out his plan. But at that moment, a mysterious blue-haired young man appeared on the training ground. This was definitely the person about whom the morning was spoken, and from whom the gel was asked to stay away. Asuka took Aruno's statement personally, like, was he really the one being called a worthless commoner? But the young man had no idea who was standing in front of him now, and what he wanted from him. The boys were strangers to each other, yet Asuka kept hearing the newcomer whining and calling someone a commoner. So he became curious whether this aristocrat had any personal claims against him. At this point, Sabat decided to speak up, believing that commoners had absolutely no place in the fencing faculty, and that aristocrats had to put up with their presence and breathe the same air. The boy became curious as to whether this formidable aristocrat really wanted to show him what would happen to him when he, the great and terrible, stopped enduring and holding back. This behavior infuriated the aristocrat, so he decided to attack the guy who had just appeared on the training field. And only when he heard about Asuka's bad reputation, he decided not to bully the guy anymore. But nevertheless, as he left, he threatened him. But the main character looked at the guy appraisingly, wondering whether he should stay away from him or not. After hearing his friend's stories, the main character imagined himself as a mad dog of the fencing faculty a little differently. However, it was time for the second part of the basic training. The teacher said that everyone should come out in the order in which he would call out names and take wooden swords, and everything would have been fine. But suddenly the teacher turned his attention to Asuka, who was trying to blend in with the crowd, but he didn't succeed. The man did not understand why the student was late, and he began to come up with an excuse, saying that he had consulted with Instructor Patricia and had not noticed that it was time to go to class. Only Instructor Patricia took the day off today, and if the guy is going to lie, then at least he should do it well, and not haphazardly. So the guy had to do 10 penalty laps and run 30 laps around the gym, and he had to complete the tasks right now. At this point, Helmet realized that this guy seemed to have a bad reputation. The remaining students will begin individual training, given wooden swords, and will be supervised by the instructor in turn. So each student received a wooden sword, including Helmet, and the training began. The main character worked his sword swings until he was sweating. He remembered the words of Professor Eden, who said that first class is not scary, but the guy felt that something was unexpectedly missing here. He was curious. Would anything change in the next few years? At that moment, Asuka, who had just finished running his 30 laps around the stadium, approached him. The guy was curious whether the main character would thank him for preventing him from getting into an unnecessary fight. But he didn't ask anyone for help, and such behavior greatly offended his new acquaintance in the most noble impulse of his common soul. But nevertheless, Asuka suggested to the main character to live in peace and not to conflict with each other, since both of them were in a similar position, being at that step of the social ladder when someone would constantly bully them. Only Helmet was in no hurry to press the outstretched hand, noticing flashes of power on it. His good intuition intrigued the mad dog. But in reality, Asuka would have preferred it if Helmet hadn't picked on him just because they were both commoners, and he didn't really want to help anyone. At this point, he decided to leave the training ground, and the main character looked after him, realizing that this guy was strange. The training ended, and the protagonist stood there thoughtfully, wondering if he looked like the kind of person anyone would want to fight. Arya, who was sitting behind the curtain in their shared room, listened to his thoughts in complete bewilderment. She believed that this was not true, and the main character had a hard time from the first days at the academy. It was safe to say that his classmates were not particularly bright, but once the main character showed himself, most of them would stop their attacks. There was some truth in that, as well as in the fact that Eden had asked Helmet to never start a fight first. But situations were different. If the guy forced the offenders to make the first move, he could get away with it. Therefore, the main character needs to endure until the first sparring by any means necessary, and then he can do whatever his heart desires. Suddenly, Arya thought that the version of Helmet that was before entering would already be throwing fists at opponents, so she was now glad that the guy began to change for the better. Helmet even turned away a little since the girl's words sounded too embarrassing, and he himself understood that certain changes had occurred to him. He was curious about one question. How can the best student in his faculty easily get into fights? But Arya didn't have an answer to this question, and the main character's train of thought was incomprehensible to her, so Helmet himself became confused in his judgments and ideas about one interesting person. Meanwhile, in one of the corridors of the academy, Sabat and his friends met Asuka. The aristocrats should have simply passed by silently and not touched this guy with a word or deed, but the devil pulled their tongues to say that he should now be happy, since another commoner appeared in the faculty. Sabat wondered how long Asuka could resist the aristocrats and pretend with his academic grades, since the guy could turn him from a mad dog into an obedient dog in the blink of an eye. But it sounded pretty funny, because the newbies had no idea who he was provoking, and now they were about to find out. One of the guys took offense, not expecting that some commoner would dare to hit him on the back of the head. Asuka was so excited that his hand started to act on its own, and he would have preferred for the boy to make him obedient here and now, and not make him wait for long. At Greta Academy, there was no discrimination based on social status in both faculties. But unfortunately, using only one rule, it is impossible to break the traditions that have been rooted for centuries in the educational institution. Bullying continued to flourish. The aristocrats continued to not consider commoners as people and mocked them as best they could. But when it was Asuka's turn to receive his portion of bullying, the nobles encountered certain difficulties. The young man was not afraid of his fellow students. On the contrary, they should be afraid of him. And from one angry look from Sabat, the guy was not going to hide his head in the sand. The aristocrat believed that the guy behaved this way only to justify his nicknames, nothing more. Moreover, after Asuka's removal, he kept a low profile for a long time, hiding at the bottom, so now he was behaving too brazenly. And Sabat finally found his sore spot. It is obvious that another suspension will lead to the guy being expelled. Realizing this, the aristocrat began to openly provoke Mad Dog, saying, "Hit me if you can." Although no, this won't happen, because the guy is not a fool, and does not want to experience the weight of the consequences for his misdeed. Asuka had to control himself because his opponent understood, felt his fear of being expelled from the academy. But his self-control did not last long, and now he was raising his fist to strike. But the blow didn't happen, because a second later both guys were hit and were lying on the floor like sacks of potatoes. At this moment, Instructor Patricia was beautiful and ruthless. It was she who hit the boys because she did not expect that they would dare to desecrate their academy with hooliganism. But Asuka was offended because he was all alone in the corridor. A group of people attacked him, and he was also a hooligan. He should have kept quiet. Then he wouldn't have gotten hit on the back with a stick once again. But he couldn't. And the instructor repeated that you can't solve all problems with your fists. She wasn't Sabata, but her voice could cut through steel now. The girl pointed out that the guy should evaluate people by their skills, and not by their status, if he became a student at the academy. The aristocrat didn't like it, but he didn't argue, and the instructor took Asuka with her and sent everyone else to the next lesson. When the instructor and the student were alone, she hit him again with all her strength, so that he would understand what he had tried to do a minute ago. She was so tired of trying to convince this guy that he needed to control himself, but he didn't listen to her, and was constantly creating problems. The first time he was miraculously not expelled, and only because he was the best student, but she won't be able to protect him forever. Asuka must understand that patience and hard work will overcome everything, and within a year, he will be able to achieve recognition and not be in the risk zone. In addition, she advised the guy to take a closer look at Helmet, because their life situations were somewhat similar, and the guys could be useful to each other. But Asuka wasn't going to be friends with anyone, and the main character was one of those who could handle everything on his own. In such a bad mood, Parsicia, Asuka, and the others gathered in the new classroom to conduct another lesson. First, she needed to figure out if all the students had come or if someone had forgotten. It turned out that everyone had come except Helmet, so the instructor decided to send one of the students to look for him, because the guy simply might not find the right audience. But no one had to go anywhere, since the main character came himself, and he was late because he did not know that the meeting place had changed. It was obvious that this was the work of classmates, but there was no evidence. Helmut saw the essence of the situation, but did not feel fear in front of these pathetic aristocrats. But he did not tell the truth, admitting his inattention and guilt. The instructor and Asuka didn't believe him, but the aristocrats rejoiced, believing that they had won the war. If so, then punishment will be inevitable. The boy will have to run 10 laps around the field after the lesson. Meanwhile, Asuka became very disappointed in Helmut, believing that he was no different from other commoners. Meanwhile, Patricia began the briefing. Today, as part of basic training, they will train endurance. Each student will be given a wooden sword and an almond ball to place on the tip of the sword. The task is to prevent the object from falling to the floor. Only those students who can hold the balloon for 30 minutes will be allowed to leave the room. After which she called the main character to help her distribute the items. Asuka watched the guy and realized that he was scared in front of the status. He will never lower his head before these nobles who are nothing special. But Helmut had no intention of groveling. If he were to play on the enemy's field, then only by his own rules. After which he threw an almond ball at the opponent who had set him up in the best traditions of American football, and the guy could only blink his eyes, realizing that he could neither dodge nor catch the ball, and just a minute later, he was lying on his knees clutching his stomach. And the main character pretended to be polite and asked the aristocrat for forgiveness, saying that he was too far away, and he slightly miscalculated the force of the throw. The time for general classes was over, and the aristocrats studied in a separate room. Iruno paused and looked at himself in the mirror. There was a huge bruise on his stomach, which made him incredibly angry. He couldn't comprehend how some arrogant commoner dared to raise a hand against him. It seemed to the guy that it wasn't a ball that hit him in the stomach, but a stone, so he couldn't forgive it, even though Sabat hinted at it. And in general, they had enough of just Mad Dog, who was stirring up trouble, and now he was joined by this strange guy, who was completely impossible to understand. It's true that Asuka was wild from the very beginning, but why did the newbie decide that he could do anything, when every year more and more people forget about their place? Meanwhile, Sabat had come up with a brilliant plan, and for this the guy asked his henchmen to treat commoners with respect. As the aristocrat continued his training, his friends did not understand why they had to do something like this. Once again, it became clear that these guys weren't all that smart, since he didn't say a word about friendship with the common people, and they just listened. He was going to get rid of the annoying interference, so the boys should be polite to the opponents for now. There is not much time left to wait for the plan to be completed. Just a little more and everything will fall into place. Meanwhile, Cian heard the news that his friend had been punished immediately after entering, so he came to support him. Helmut didn't consider this to be anything special or bad, so he was absolutely calm. But the problem came from an unexpected place. The guy walked into room 301 without knocking, and Arya was ready to kill him on the spot. It was a little offensive to hear such a greeting, because by and large, Cian came to visit Helmut and support him, so Arya needs to be a little kinder and more welcoming. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the guy didn't even knock. He just went and walked in without permission. In the future, you first have to ask permission to enter. But Cian didn't stop either and kept talking and talking until he got on Arya's nerves and she kicked both guys out of the room. It was a strange situation. Both guys stood dumbfounded behind the door, and Helmut was also holding a pillow in his hands, which the girl had thrown at him. While Cian was feeling guilty and asking for forgiveness from his friend who was kicked out of the room because of him, the protagonist smiled strangely and happily. Helmut's behavior was due to the fact that he was proud of himself. Yes, his actions during training did not change anything, but at the same time he restrained his strength and treated his opponent very humanely, so he was proud of himself and his actions. The main character did not intend to act like Asuka, since there was no point in it, and it greatly embarrassed Eden. But the guy wasn't going to sit back and become a whipping boy, so he wanted to follow Arya's advice and show who's boss during sparring. It's interesting, but study is study. But soon the weekend will come and Cian invited Helmut to go with him to the city. Only the main character was planning a trip to Eden. He needed to talk to him. But Cian didn't give up. He didn't want to spend the weekend alone, and he asked if he could go home with Helmut. Helmut wondered if Eden might actually be happy that he had made his first friend. And when he agreed, Cian shone with joy like golden domes in the sun. Night fell and the head of the Blackhawks branch received a letter with an interesting request. The young aristocrats approached them with more small assignments. It was annoying, but since they had received the money, they would have to work it off. Not long ago, someone was posing as them and extorting money from people, so the local nobles thought that the Blackhawks were small-time punks. But as soon as the leader got acquainted with the details of the task, he noticed a familiar name there, so he asked Chromo what he knew about the main character. But the man had never heard of him, so the leader's interest seemed a little strange to him. The man did not explain anything, but nevertheless asked to collect all possible information about him because he had a bad feeling. It was the weekend, and all the students were planning to go for a walk in the city center of Baden. Helmut had no intention of staying at the academy or walking around the city center. He stood and waited near Cian's carriage to go home. The guy was surprised when he saw that the main character took with him only a sword and nothing else. The guy believed that he was doing the right thing, because he had retained the habit from the root forest, where he always moved lightly, which increased the chances of survival. Now he did the same. However, the guy was not going to back down, even though he understood that he might be doing this unconsciously. Arya stayed at the academy for the weekend. It was strange, because Arya almost never leaves the academy and never goes home. Perhaps her home is far away, but even so, it would be possible to go once every 6 months. Seeing his friend's interest in Arya, he was even ready to find out this moment from the girl, if it was so necessary, but the magician refused. Meanwhile, Asuka walked the streets of the city and enjoyed the taste of shashlik and the good weather. He understood that he had hurt the pride of the aristocrats, but he could not tolerate their attacks. But it was sickening that they could not even beat him on their own, but thought that at least the gods of Olympus could. At some point he even thought that he was doing something wrong. But if that were the case, he would not now feel moral satisfaction from his actions. Thoughts about Helmut, who had endured a lot, but sometimes showed his sharp teeth, did not leave his head. And watching Jerome clutch his stomach and not being able to get up from the floor was quite funny. Suddenly he turned around sharply, realizing, feeling with his skin, that someone was watching him. But there was no one suspicious there. But wherever they went, the sticky, viscous feeling of being followed did not go away. But at some point he managed to catch his enemies by the tail, and he had one question. Who were these people working for? The men took him into an alley and said nothing, but the guy himself understood perfectly well where this was coming from. And everything could have been fine if he hadn't taken his sword in for repairs, and now he was in real trouble. The guy didn't think that self-respecting adults would interfere in children's squabbles, but apparently they are not respected adults. Asuka dragged out time as best he could, realizing that there were more enemies, and they were all armed, unlike him. So now it was best to try to escape, so he pretended to see and called Instructor Allen, after which he used the force and ran forward, accelerating his body. Since he had no weapons, he could only rely on his hand-to-hand combat skills, and so far, he had managed to catch his opponents off guard. After a few blows and jumps, Asuka even managed to get out of the alley, but the bad people still wanted to catch him at any cost, because they had an order, so they ran after him. But no matter how hard the guy tried, he failed to escape. Blackhawk's mercenaries began to surround him from all sides. There was no way out. Whether the guy wanted it or not, he would have to break through by force if he wanted to live. Meanwhile, Cian and Helmut arrived at Professor Kudrow's mansion, who was glad to see his ward's friend visiting him. Helmut's expression at this moment was shocked, as he had no idea that Eden and Cian were so skilled in small talk. Eden was happy because the main character brought such a well-mannered boy into the house. Now he was calm about the guy. Besides, he believed that since the guys had come here, they should definitely take a walk around Baden, and not just around the center. So Helmut's training went down the drain, and he and Cian went for a walk around Baden at night. And everything was fine until the conversation turned to Arya. It turned out that the girl woke up Cian every day at dawn, forcing him to summon many spirits for her research. So already in the first week of training, Cian was exhausted and wanted a vacation, but it must be admitted that he became better at his job. And at that moment they came across Asuka, who was standing on his feet, his clothes torn, his wounds, but at least he was alive. For the first time in a long time, Mad Dog was glad to see Helmut, and he clearly needed his help. A second later, the main character realized what was going on. Asuka was being pursued by Blackhawks. The guy admitted that he didn't notice the surveillance at first, so when he left his sword to be repaired, these people attacked him. Cian didn't understand the complexity and danger of the situation, but Helmut knew how unlucky they were with the enemy. But he was still going to protect the guys. And Helmut had a few questions for the Blackhawks that he wanted to hear answers to, which surprised his classmates. The protagonist knew that this group was ready to kill people if someone paid them a good price. A simple academy student cannot become their target. There is definitely someone behind this. Not long ago, the main character himself buried a couple of their people in one of the forests. So it's safe to assume that they have information about him. But the guy thought that these people wouldn't be able to get to him while he was a student at the academy. But apparently there was a mistake. It's not that his confidence has been shattered, but there is something he needs to figure out now. Now the mercenaries had a logical question about what to do in this situation: continue the mission or retreat. The problem was that they couldn't just deal with the target anymore. They had to think about the consequences. They couldn't afford any more witnesses, even if it was a couple of students. so they had to kill all three. But it was not that easy. The main character did not wait for someone to kill him. He struck first, cutting off the hand of one of the bad guys. While the first mercenary was suffering, the main character had already approached the second mercenary, who did not even notice his approach. After which, with one precise movement, Helmut kicked the sword out of his nitpicker's hands. Now there were only 2 mercenaries left with weapons. One of them was seriously wounded, and the score was almost even. After which the main character disarmed the rest of the mercenaries, without killing them, only slightly maiming them. Meanwhile, Cian and Asuka watched what was happening with mute surprise. And a few minutes later, Helmut, without much effort, beat the professional mercenaries half to death. Asuka realized that Helmut had taken care of the problem that he could not handle on his own, since there were more of these people, and they were professionals in their field. Meanwhile, the main character was glad that the Seed of Darkness did not react to this situation. Probably everything will be fine if he does not kill people. Cian even got a little excited and offended, since the main character dealt with all these guys so quickly that he was unable to show off his new, improved magical abilities. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries tried to reach his sword, but his attempt was unsuccessful. Asuka wanted to know who hired them, although he had certain thoughts about it. But it was unlikely that these guys would just tell him all the information, because they were trained to keep their mouths shut. But no matter how stubborn these guys were, if you cut off a couple of their fingers, it will loosen their tongues in no time. The magician didn't expect that the main character would want to torture these people, because even if they attacked the students couldn't afford more than just defending themselves. The boy was going to tell the guards what happened, since the investigation was their job, not the regular students. But Asuka wasn't sure he could trust the guards, because they might just hush it up when they found out that an aristocrat was behind all this. However, Cian was so naive and so kind that he was going to inform the guards about what happened, and asked his classmates not to lay a finger on the mercenaries. Although Helmut agreed, he was not going to leave everything as it was. He was interested in how much these people knew about him. But these mercenaries were lucky, because they knew nothing about the main character, and that was all he was interested in. After this, the students returned to the academy, where they were met by the secretary, who had already heard about what had happened to them in the city. It was already late, so they could go and rest, and tomorrow they needed to report everything to the rector's office. Since Asuka's wounds looked serious, he should go to the doctor, but the guy refused. The young man just wanted to go to his room and rest a bit, and besides, Cian had given him first aid, so there was no reason to worry. Only the magician was sure that the stab wounds would open up again if the guy started moving too much, so it would be better to get some treatment. But no one listened to him. Besides, it could be done for free if you really wanted to. Only he didn't warn how exactly this could be done, so the whole honest company came to the evil area. The girl, however, was so angry that she was ready to blow the guys away with wind magic if they didn't tell her what happened within a few minutes. At that moment, Asuka opened her mouth in vain, making a comment about how the academy's favorite looked like a girl, not knowing that she was actually a girl. At this point, Cian interrupted the conversation and said that Asuka was very badly injured, so it wouldn't hurt to heal a little. At this moment, the girl became even more angry, as she realized that her classmate was asking her to cure God knows who in the middle of the night. Well, Helmut also asked her to heal her new acquaintance, playing on his pity. After this, the girl gave in and asked the guys to come into the room, but warned that this was not a free pleasure, and in return they would have to give her at least something, and Helmut should give her tribute, since it was only because of him that she agreed to help Asuka. She wondered what the boy would do for her once she cured his classmate. It was difficult for him to answer this question, but he was ready to do everything he could for her. Now that was interesting. But the girl warned him that it was his own decision. She didn't force him to speak, and he would have to answer for his words. At that moment, the main character realized that he most likely needed to think about his answer, and not blurt out the first thing that came into his head, but what was said could not be taken back. It took the girl only a few minutes to heal Asuka's most serious wounds. After the treatment, the guy's body looked like new, so his face was extremely surprised. Overall, the situation confused him a little, and the guy couldn't thank Helmut, Area, or even Cian because of this. He didn't have the courage. Nevertheless, he blurted out a rather ambiguous phrase, threw a torn shirt over his shoulders and was about to leave, since the treatment was finished. The main character and his neighbor remained in the room in complete bewilderment after his departure. The girl was angry and surprised that most likely this guy did not know how to talk to people at all, so she felt sorry for the energy spent on his treatment. Although later she thought that feeding a mad dog and scaring everyone around it wouldn't be so bad, but the question was whether he would listen to her. But Helmut didn't need Asuka's help. He was coping well with his own problems, killing all of Cian's spirits. Therefore, the magician had to explain to the main character that connections cannot be taken for granted, Yes, Helmet was good, but he also had a limit, so for the future, connections need to be made right at the academy. This seemed to be the case with Arya, who didn't care about this issue. So Cian didn't understand how he managed to become friends with such naive children. Meanwhile, morning came, and the main character and his friends came to the rector's office, where he told them that 4 unknown people attacked them yesterday evening in the city when they were returning to the academy. But they failed to do anything bad to the guys, and soon they were arrested. But the problem was that the rector received information that these guys somehow managed to escape from custody. Now this was depressing news for the guys because they realized that they were in deep trouble. Asuka was the first to break loose, but it didn't have any effect on the rector. No matter how angry the guy was, it wouldn't change the situation. It turned out that one of the guards was in league with the bandits. But a great question arose as to how the academy and the guards were going to deal with this issue, since the lives of the students were in danger, and it was not possible to hush this matter up. The rector understood that they would sort things out. Now they were calling the students of the fencing faculty and asking them about what had happened. Asuka was furious. He understood that he should have listened to Helmet, not Cian, and extorted everything from those mercenaries right there on the spot, and not wait for the servants of order. Besides, it was difficult to understand how 4 people could escape so easily. Were the prison walls really made of paper? Besides, the blue-haired guy was the last one in this world who knew how to wait and sit with folded hands, so this situation was mentally exhausting for him. Helmet believed that Asuka himself should decide what to do in this situation, but the protagonist hoped that he would not be drawn into anything suspicious. The main character himself understood that he would be the next target, but his new acquaintance had to solve his personal problems himself, because when Helmet himself faces problems, he solves them on his own. At this point, the conversation ended, and the main character decided to go to the gym, since even during the recent events he had not devoted enough time to his physical training. But despite all his words, the blue-haired guy followed Helmet. The main character didn't understand why the guy was following him, but he said that he needed to go that way too. Suddenly, Asuka asked the protagonist if he wasn't annoyed by all those people who were proud of their status, but whose skills were to be improved. At that particular moment, it was his classmate who was infuriating him, because he didn't understand why Helmet had thrown a ball at that guy during one of his classes. Besides, the idea of showing the aristocrats the difference in levels through a duel was also not an option, since Asuka is the best in the class, but they need his head. Only the main character believed that this happened because his new acquaintance was simply a disgusting person. Helmet simply knew that fighting was not a way out of the situation, and he was told to fight with his classmates, no matter how hard it was. Asuka was surprised that Helmet, unlike how he looked, turned out to be a good boy who listens to his parents and tries to make friends with aristocrats. But he shouldn't have said that, because the topic of family was too painful for Helmet, so he turned around and glared at him so hard that his knees shook, warning that he would not let anyone hurt him, and would destroy anyone who stood in his way. It was very difficult to misunderstand the main character's intention, so Asuka tried to turn everything into a joke. Meanwhile, the main character had already entered Eden's personal training room, where he was going to hone his skills. Only the main character was allowed to train in this place, which surprised the new acquaintance very much, since this place was magnificent, and he could be invited for company. But Helmet had no intention of doing this, and drove his classmate away, since time had an initial value. Meanwhile, Sabat's henchmen returned from interrogation one after another, and they didn't tell anyone anything, but the instructors still got the hell out of them. The academy had no way to contact the Blackhawks, and besides, the boys were aristocrats, which meant they had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Sabat was silent. It was obvious that they had made a mistake and did not know how to try to get out of the situation. The guy was angry that the Blackhawk mercenaries couldn't deal with some kid. How could that even happen? The guy understood perfectly well that the academy would not stop. It needed to find out at any cost who was behind such a crime. He had nowhere to hide, so the aristocrat decided to turn Asuka and Helmet's lives into a living hell. A new school day began. Patricia informed the students that sparring would begin soon. This was good, because Helmet's patience was running out. Yes, he could not avoid punishment, but he wanted to resolve the situation peacefully. He hoped that his plan would work, despite Asuka's skepticism, and if it didn't, he didn't know what he would do next. But before the sparring began, there was another important event, namely writing a test, so it was necessary to familiarize yourself with the material in the textbooks. Helmet returned to the room and shocked Arya to the core when he said that he had forgotten to buy the necessary textbooks and that he had a test tomorrow. Sadly, even Eden didn't warn the main character about the upcoming test before entering the university. Although no, the Guardian did ask to buy books, but because of the fight in the city, the guy safely forgot about them. Now there was only one way out of the situation for the young man: to get permission to go into the city to buy textbooks. But the problem wasn't getting permission. It was that the guy had no money, which didn't surprise Arya, remembering how easily he'd paid her 100,000 marks. Now the main character needed advice from the girl on where he could earn money quickly, since his money for the last task was with Eden, and he would not have time to take it. The girl realized that the guy needed to lend her some money, but he didn't understand what it meant, so she had to explain. This seemed like a great option, so Helmut promised to pay back the debt on the weekend. In that case, Arya decided to go to town with the guy and buy him all the necessary books, but she needed a little time to prepare. She didn't want the guy to buy anything with her money, and besides, she was free now, so she didn't mind chatting a little. Arya was worried that if Helmut went into the city alone, he might be attacked, so she decided to go with him, but she didn't expect that Cian and Asuka would go with them too. Cian joined them to have fun, Asuka to skip school, and Arya wasn't even happy that she went because the boys really irritated her. After a while they reached a bookstore. Cian loved the smell of new books, and was in no hurry to help his friend choose books. The girl did that. Helmut remembered all the titles of the books and dictated them to his neighbor so that it would be easier for her to find them. A couple of minutes later, he had in his hands a huge stack of books that the girl had found for him. All these books were about basic things that the main character already knew well, so it was strange for him to buy them. At that moment, Asuka approached him and handed him a book that was not a textbook. The thing is, Instructor Patricia liked to make life difficult for students, so she always uses either complex vocabulary or problems that they haven't covered yet, and this collection has everything you need. Arya and Helmut were slightly surprised by the guy's analysis and deep approach to the issue of test preparation. At the checkout, Arya had to pay 2,000 marks for all this beauty and knowledge. The money for the books was paid, and at that moment the girl at the checkout recognized Arya, as she was a frequent visitor here. Having finished shopping, the guys walked back to the academy. In fact, the guys realized that it is not easy to be popular, because such people have too many fans. It turned out that Arya was one of the few who entered the upper class with the highest results, so it is not surprising that many people knew about her. But Helmut looked at the two guys and the girl, realizing that most likely these were the human connections that Elga and Darien had told him about. Soon they came to the academy. To tell the truth, the girl was very tired and wanted to rest a little. At this point, the protagonist wondered if there was any point in using books for learning, since Arya already knew a lot without them. It turns out that knowledge changes depending on a person's views. Books help to look at the world objectively, because in addition to what everyone can see and understand, there is something deeper and invisible. Therefore, Helmut, despite all his talents, must study hard and not waste time fooling around. And it's better for him not to lose any of the books he bought, because if something like that happens, she will not forgive him. Only the promise the boy made at night was broken in the morning, and when he opened his box where he kept his books, there was nothing there. But the textbooks were not lost only by the main character. The aristocrat stole them from Asuka as well. After this, Helmut did not know where to find the strength to finish off the offenders, since this concerned not only him, but also Arya, who helped him. But somehow, he magically found the strength in himself, and did not come to the aristocrats, but endured until the start of the sparring. Each will have to pass, when both sides give their consent to it. The instructor believed that fighting with friends was good, but if someone chose a new opponent, it would be much better. So Asuka was the first to approach Sabat and wanted to talk to the aristocrat like a man. The aristocrat was interested in what the excellent commoner student needed from him. Mad Dog decided to give Sabat a chance to cross swords to resolve their misunderstanding once and for all. Only the blonde once again showed his cowardly nature when he told Asuka that he and the others had already split into pairs. Only the instructor asked them to find new opponents for sparring. Although the aristocrat didn't care, he had already chosen a partner for himself, and Asuka needed to be paired with a person who was close to her in spirit. At this point, the main character intervened in their conversation. He didn't care that even if the aristocrats all attacked him together, the outcome was already predetermined. The aristocrats thought that this was some kind of joke, and one of Sabat's henchmen would be enough to defeat the main character. Not long ago, Sabat predicted something similar. In order to provoke the guys into a duel, they specially stole their books. But common sense had not completely abandoned them. The boys understood that they could not defeat Asuka, not knowing that he was the better of two evils. True. To win, they were going to use a hang, which violated all possible rules for conducting duels within the walls of the academy. If it is self-defense, then they will get nothing but penalties, and they will be able to cripple the guys, and they will have to leave the academy. Aaron was willing to take this risk because, in his humble opinion, the game was worth the candle. Jerome could have stayed away if he was afraid, but Aaron was ready to carry out any order from Sabbat, as long as Helmet was given to him to be torn to pieces. The blonde was all for it, because he himself had wanted to beat up the main character for a long time. So the first duel was to take place between Sabbat and Asuka. The guys took their starting positions. The aristocrat could clearly see that his opponent was losing control. This was what he needed. He waited for his classmate to attack him first, and then he would do everything to cripple him. Only Asuka froze in place, and waited for something, somewhat reminiscent of a wolf on the hunt. This drove everyone crazy and tickled their nerves. Sabbat didn't take into account the fact that when Asuka takes up a sword, he transforms, his emotions are under control, his senses are heightened, he waits for the right moment to attack, and does not leave the enemy a single chance. Even then, Jerome tried to convey to the aristocrat the idea that his plan was doomed to failure, but he did not hear him. Well, what will be, will be. The fight began. Sabbat thought in vain that he could calculate Asuka's attacks. Nothing came of it. After a minute, one missed heartbeat. Sabbat was lying on the ground and could not get up. So strong was that single blow from the enemy. Mad Dog. He is Mad Dog even in Africa. The guy was glad that Sabbat's stupidity made this duel beautiful and fast. At that moment, the aristocrat felt that his classmate had broken his collarbone. Anger rose from the depths of his soul. How dare he do such a thing? A suicide bomber. But overcoming the pain, the guy got up. His resentment, anger, and rage gave him strength to carry out his insidious plan. He was going to use Whis and destroy the enemy once and for all. But while your evilness was dreaming, Asuka hit him again, knocking out his teeth. Moreover, Sabbat was unable to block any of his classmates' dozen attacks. He moved like lightning. Obviously, this massacre of infants could hardly even be called a battle, so the aristocrat admitted his defeat. But Asuka hadn't played enough yet. How he missed the old contempt in his opponent's gaze. Why did he decide to give up? Things wouldn't work out that way. They would continue. Meanwhile, Helmet and Aaron were about to begin their duel. Asuka was relentless. He almost purposefully beat the aristocrat, not giving him the opportunity not to dodge, not to block the blow. The guy had almost no strength left even to simply get up from the ground. The only problem was that even if he continued to lie in this position, Asuka was not going to spare him, because they were not finished yet. So the aristocrat had to get up and continue the fight. The boy couldn't believe that he, a swordsman from the Rugal family, could lose to someone like the blue-haired boy, who was also an ordinary commoner. But when he raised his head to us, he noticed that all his classmates looked at him as if he were trash under their feet, and were in no hurry to help in the current situation. He didn't understand why their gazes began to express such all-consuming contempt, because they were birds of a feather. However, this sobered him up a bit, and Sabbat was able to rise, taking the sword. He was filled with only one emotion, hatred, and it was directed at Asuka. So the guy called on his power, and directed it into the sword, as he was ready to destroy his opponent. But he failed to hit his opponent. Asuka dodged a direct blow, after which he immediately counterattacked, using his power, knocking out the last desire to resist from the enemy. And all because Sabbat broke the rules, so it would be fair if the blue-haired young man did the same. So he was going to deliver a finishing blow using the force, possibly crippling the aristocrat. And everything would have ended very badly if the instructor had not intervened in the fight, stopping Asuka's last attack. The teacher announced that this duel was over. Sabbat was to go to the infirmary and take care of his injuries, and the blue-haired young man was to follow the man to his office. Only the best student of the fencing class did not understand why it was his fault, because it was the aristocrat who broke the rules, and if the guy had not been able to dodge, then he would have already been carried out of the hall on a stretcher. But the fact was that it was Asuka who showed disrespect to his opponent. The instructor was annoyed that his best student continued to make excuses for himself, while Instructor Patricia coddled him like a little child. So he asked one of his classmates to take Sabbat to the infirmary, after which he turned to Asuka again, saying that he understood that the boy was going through a hard time, but that didn't mean it was okay to act like that. At that moment, one of the guys approached the instructor and asked him to watch the fight between Helmet and Aaron and perhaps stop them. Arona and Jerome were talking the day before the sparring, the latter trying to convince his classmate that they were doing the wrong thing and that they wouldn't get away with it. Aaron didn't understand when Jerome managed to become so close to Sabbat, since he still continues to protect him. The problem was that if you look closely, their so-called leader had long since been finished. His reputation had long since come to an end. Jerome didn't understand what his friend was getting at. The point was that Sabata hadn't been punished yet, because there wasn't enough evidence. But everyone knew that he had used other people to harm Asuka, He had blackened the name of an aristocrat and had resorted to the help of Black Hawk. Therefore, the majority of students, being rootless, watched the situation with discontent, although they could do nothing. Sabah hasn't been respected by anyone for a long time, and the rest of the aristocrats would be better off if Asuka beat up their leader, and he would be kicked out of the school. And if the leader disappeared, then the rest would no longer be interrogated. And to be completely honest, the guy really wanted to defeat Helmet, and it would be great if Sabat and Helmet left school together. Now Aaron mentally asked Sabat not to blame him for what happened. That is the order of aristocrats. That is how they survive. Suddenly, before the start of the fight, Helmet decided to ask his opponent whether it was he who broke into his locker and took the books. Aaron did not confirm this information, but did not deny it either, saying, "Guess for yourself." At this point, the conversation was over, and it was time to begin the main part of the sparring. Aaron looked at the main character and understood that there were many holes in his defense. Was he really that confident in himself? Or was he just bluffing? Although on the other hand, it didn't matter at all. The guy had already attacked the main character, deciding to start with the legs. Only this did not work, as Helmet immediately counterattacked, cutting his opponent's wooden sword in half, after which he delivered a crushing blow to the enemy's throat. Aaron fell to the floor, realizing that he could hardly breathe and was about to suffocate. There was a catastrophic shortage of air. At that moment, Helmet approached him and decided to ask him one very interesting question. Did the guy really think that his status as a nobleman would protect him outside the academy? By and large, the main character could break his opponent's neck with one blow. Does he really think that in heaven, title and status are also taken into account? At that moment, Aaron clearly realized that an unusual person was standing in front of him. But then, who was Helmet really? Although on the other hand, the main character understood perfectly well that his classmate could not speak, since his vocal cords were torn, after which he stepped on his right hand, tearing a long, silent scream from the enemy's throat. At that moment, the seed of darkness inside the protagonist began to come to life and pulsate, forcing him to continue to mock the enemy. At that moment, the instructor and other students ran up to them, asking Helmet to stop and throw away the sword, since the duel was over. Only the young man looked at him in such a way that he wanted to fall through the ground from his murderous gaze. The young man came to his senses and spent several long, tense minutes before he realized what he was doing. Only when the effect of the seed of darkness weakened was Helmet able to release Aaron. At that moment, the instructor breathed a sigh of relief. He asked Jerome to provide Aaron with first aid and take him to the medical center for further examination and treatment. Helmet had to follow him into his office. When Helmet and Asuka found themselves alone with the instructor in the office, he gave them a chance to justify themselves and tell what prompted them to such unworthy behavior. Both guys were silent, looking down, believing that they had acted correctly in this situation and that it was not their fault what had happened. But the man believed that they were not in a position where they could justify their actions, so it was really better to remain silent and say nothing. Besides, he expected something like this from Asuka, but he didn't expect such behavior from Helmet. Only the main character believed that he had not violated the rules of the duel in any way. But in the man's opinion, Helmet had seriously harmed his comrade. He had a ruptured trochee and the bones of his right hand were crushed, so if he had not been given first aid, he could have had a breathing problem, and the torn vocal cords could still somehow recover. But perhaps he would never be able to hold a sword in his right hand again. But Asuka believed that Helmet had done the right thing, because those scoundrels had even tried to kill him by hiring Black Hawk. So what if they could never take a sword in their hands again? Only the instructor wasn't talking to Asuka, so he punched him in the head to shut him up. And even if we assume that the guys didn't break the rules of the duel, don't they think that they still went too far? The question was rhetorical, because Helmet did not understand at all what he was being accused of now. After all, Aaron is weak, but despite his weakness, he humiliated not only him, but also his friends. So the main character just made him understand that there are things he shouldn't get involved with, and under what circumstances. In addition, the guys broke into their lockers and stole all the textbooks, but the instructor was relentless. He did not expect that if someone in the future would not be to the liking of the main character and his friends, they would take revenge and punish them through a duel. And if this really happens, then the guys don't deserve to study at the academy, because such behavior contradicts the spirit of chivalry and the ethics of the fencing faculty. But Helmet got really mad. The guy didn't understand how insults, extortion, humiliation, and theft from commoners by aristocrats related to the ethics of the fencing faculty. Only the instructor did not defend either side, but the problem was also that he did nothing in the current situation. But Helmet was confident that he could solve the problem that the administration could not. The next second, the instructor pulled out his sword and struck between the boys, demonstrating his strength. After all, This was the only way Helmet and Asuka could understand the meaning of the words he had spoken. They couldn't get it any other way. The man asked Helmet not to change the subject, and to understand that he used his power to oppress the weak. Besides, if he now cripples the guy for his disobedience, will he be able to accept such justice? We must realize that in this world there are nobles, but there are also commoners, and there are strong, and there are weak people. One cannot despise a commoner, because someone is of noble blood, and no one has the right to trample on the weak if he is strong. Therefore, the question arose as to how the actions of the guys today differ from the actions of those who have been trying to oppress them all this time. Only now did Helmet begin to understand the meaning of the instructor's words. But he had the following question. What should he have done in this situation? The man didn't know what to answer, but he admitted that the academy and he personally were to blame for the fact that they hadn't been able to do anything yet, and for this, he asked the guys for forgiveness. At the academy, the administration wanted nobles and commoners, strong and weak, everyone to be equal, and if the boys always remember this, then one day they will be able to find the answer to the question asked. However, the man admitted that he had good students in front of him, but he needed to punish them, and he forbade them from participating in duels. They could only spar with each other. But that wasn't all. The boys had to write 50 letters of change, and until they did that, they wouldn't leave that room. The guys wrote letters of apology until the night, until their hands were red and swollen. The protagonist did not regret using his skills to resolve the situation, but he made a mistake and lost his composure for a moment, which suggested that he still lacked strength. At this point, Asuka noticed that his comrade looked depressed and assumed it was because of his swollen hand. But the problem was much deeper. But Helmet only said that he was upset because instead of training, he had to write letters with changes. In addition, the protagonist noticed that Asuka was much better at wielding a sword than he thought, considering that he had been training for so little time. Meanwhile, Instructor Alain was watching the guys through the window. He had already understood that Helmet was a talented and skilled student, but the murderous aura that emanated from him during sparring was similar to demonic energy. But after a few moments, he pushed this thought away from himself, realizing that this guy was ready to listen, and most importantly, ready to hear him. The instructor hoped that the boy would be able to continue studying at the academy and not go astray. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the leader of the Blackhawks listened to the report of his subordinates, who were trying to harm Asuka and collecting information about Helmet. The leader of the Blackhawk mercenaries was extremely unhappy with his men, because while trying to get them out of prison, he lost one of his spies. The men understood that they had made a huge mistake, so they asked their master for forgiveness. They asked to listen to them, saying that the main character during the fight moved completely in a first-year student. He was equal to a second-rank mercenary, but the man didn't want to listen to them, and stopped the flow of speech with a gesture of his hand. Moreover, he gathered his people not to look for the guilty. In truth, he should even reward them for surviving that duel. After all, among those kids there had to be one guy with black hair, dark eyes, and the face of an aristocrat. And so it was. It was a guy with such an appearance who disarmed the mercenaries and caused them certain injuries. Crom said that the guy's name was Helmet. He was a former member of the Foot Mercenaries, who had killed 5 of their men in the past, and since then the Blackhawks had been trying to track him down. There's not a lot of intelligence coming out of Baden, but they had a spy who was in the perfect spot, and thanks to him they got this information. The leader knew that it was better not to anger the beast in his own home, but if he still held a grudge and they were careless, one day the beast might bare its claws. The branch leader had no right to make a decision regarding this situation, so his people will have to report to higher management, after which they will receive leave. After which they left the office. The man understood that you never know when a wounded dog will come for you if you don't leave him alone, so he ordered Crom to kill the messengers after carrying out the order. Meanwhile, at the academy, after completing his punishment, the protagonist went to his room and tried to walk to his bed as quietly as possible without waking up Arya. Only the girl was not sleeping anyway. But she did not admit that she was worried about the main character, saying that no matter how quietly he walked, she heard his steps. The girl heard that during a sparring match, the main character beat his opponent so badly that they became fools. The protagonist did not deny this, and added that he had to write letters of apology, otherwise he would not even be able to train. The girl noted that the guy got what he wanted, but it didn't make him happier. Helmet didn't answer, but he did ask Arya's forgiveness for losing the textbooks she had bought him, so he didn't intend to ask her for help again in the future. But this statement made her incredibly angry. She even pulled back the curtain to see his face. She didn't understand whether the guy was brave or too naive, and it was stupid to be upset about the book. The girl didn't know that his textbook would be stolen when she said those words. Nothing can be done about it, so it doesn't count. What happened wasn't the protagonist's fault, and the situation could have been resolved in a trivial way. Just return the money for the books, that's all. Once again, Helmut realized that he was lucky with his friend and thanked Arya for his help and nobility. Once again, Helmut greatly embarrassed the girl. She hid behind the curtain and buried her face in the pillow. A new day dawned, and Helmut decided to go and train again in his guardian's personal training room, but no such luck. The door wouldn't open. Well, he had the right key and it didn't break, so I wonder what happened here. At that moment, an old man approached him and said that today the instructor's training room was being cleaned, so the guy had to go to the general training room. He didn't quite like the idea, but there was no other choice. He had to go there and see what would come of it. When he entered the common training hall, dozens of pairs of eyes from the fencing faculty students stared at him. A week had passed since that ill-fated duel, and classmates began to talk to the main character, give him compliments, and talk about how they never liked Sabat. This was definitely not the equal relationship that the instructor was talking about. There was something alarming and hypocritical about it. In fact, all these people behaved in this way only because they saw Helmut as a real threat. One of those days, the protagonist's classmate told him that Instructor Eden was looking for him. No matter how much the main character wanted to stay in the training room and work out, he had to go to his guardian. The man sat at his desk and worked with documents. Eden was looking for the guy because they needed to have a serious talk, because he received a message that during sparring, there was an accident with the direct participation of Helmut. The Age of Plaid did not deny this, since it was all pure truth. The guy understood that if he were to answer like he did last time to Instructor Allen, he would be scolded again, so he needed to show that he had drawn conclusions, so the guy asked his guardian for forgiveness. By and large, he thought it would be right to show who was stronger. But after the words of Instructor Allen, he realized that he was wrong and needed to be more careful. The man remained silent, realizing that he had not called the guy into his office to lecture him. But apparently it seemed to him that it was worth saying all this. It seemed to Eden that it was enough that the protagonist thought about his actions, and soon those who bullied him and Asuka would be punished. This information came as a real surprise to the main character, since Instructor Allen had not told the guys anything. The aristocrats will most likely be expelled, since Instructor Allen received a confession from one of the participants in the bullying. The guardian noticed that his ward looked very surprised, as if he did not expect that he would not scold him. However, the man wanted to say that fighting injustice is everyone's direct responsibility, but it must be done in moderation, assessing all the risks. If the guy really realized the consequences of his actions, he will remember these words, feelings, and make the right conclusion. Suddenly, memories came flooding back to the serious professor, and he admitted that he had also done stupid things as a teenager, but the main thing was to do them in such a way as not to get kicked out of the academy. The man asked the young man to invite his friends to stay with them at their mansion for the weekend. The young man thought that the conversation with his guardian had gone quite calmly and well, and when the boy was about to leave, the man stopped him, saying that he had to prepare new textbooks for him, since the bad boys had burned the stolen books. Only Helmut didn't understand why there were two sets on the table. It was simple. Eden had prepared one for his protege, and the second for his friend, who found himself in the same situation. It was all good and wonderful, only the main character did not want to give the books to Asuka, but looking at the guardian's face, he realized that the objection would not be accepted. Meanwhile, Cian and Asuka were waiting for the young man at a small table in the dining room. More than once, Helmut noticed that wherever he went, he always met a magician who considered this a compliment to his modest person. But the blue-haired guy noticed that the main character had two sets of textbooks in his hands. He doubted that Helmut would give him one of them, but he was mistaken, since the main character gave one of the sets to his fellow sufferer. Meanwhile, Cian asked Helmut if he had time on the weekend, since the magician had a small matter for the guy. So the weekend came, and a noisy group of young people went to the Griffin pub, which was located on 3rd Street and was the best in the city. The magician brought them to this establishment to have a few drinks, relax, and celebrate the victory of justice. The only thing Cian was sad about was that Arya didn't go with them, although to be honest, he doubted that Helmut would agree to go either. The guy was a little sad, as he remembered Arya's words that she was not going to go on vacation with them, since the noisy company of guys always gave her a headache. Meanwhile, Xian decided to start a conversation by mentioning that the protagonist was considered the most popular guy in the fencing department, despite the fact that he didn't interact with other students. Asuka thought that their classmates were simply afraid of Helmut, so he was making eyes at him. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay any attention to him. At this point, the main character decided to ask one of the questions that was most troubling to him. If other people hate him so easily, then why do guys talk to him? This question disarmed the young people because the main character looked very cute when voicing it. After drinking, Cian began to confess, saying that from the first glance at Helmet, he felt that with him his life would become many times more interesting and brighter. But Asuka likes the fact that the main character was not a chatterbox. You can immediately tell what he is capable of, although his arrogance can sometimes be very difficult to bear. Meanwhile, the magician had already drunk so much that he fell face down on the table and did not react to what was happening around him. Asuka even thought it was quite cute that the guy got carried away after drinking a few mugs. Meanwhile, it was already dark outside and it was necessary to return to the academy, but the magician was so drunk that he could not walk on his own. Then a logical question arose. Why drink so much? But the main character looked to the side and saw a familiar silhouette in a cloak surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls. Up until this point, Arya, as usual, spent her time in the library searching for the necessary information. But the girl couldn't find the book she needed, even though she remembered that it should have been somewhere here, although perhaps she had forgotten it at home, which would have been extremely unpleasant. Since she reread this book over and over again, it would be logical to buy it in a bad new bookstore and not depend on the library's availability. She remembered very well that a few hours ago, Helmet had invited her to go to the pub with them and chat a little. At that time, she refused, deciding that she would rather spend her time reading, but now she realized that she should have agreed. But as soon as she got dressed up and went out into the city, she immediately regretted making this decision. It happened as she expected. As soon as the fair sex noticed her, they surrounded her and began to chatter, offering to go to the store and buy a book. Arya didn't understand why the girls wanted to buy her anything. It would have been better if they had moved out of the way and let her pass. But no one was going to do that. It was a shame that all her words did not reach the fair sex, but she could not even use magic in such a situation. At that moment, Arya suddenly noticed that Helmet was staring at her from the opposite end of the street. So, without thinking twice, she purposefully made her way through the crowd in the direction of her roommate. After which she turned to the crowd of girls and said that she was asking for forgiveness, but she had business with the main character that had been planned for this evening a long time ago. But Asuka decided to spoil such a beautiful cover, saying that when they invited Arya to go for a walk, he refused them. But the girls, seeing the magician standing next to the guys from the fencing department, were puzzled, and then began to shout loudly, saying why would Arya spend time with such narrow-minded individuals? Moreover, these swordsmen, especially Asuka, had a nasty reputation that every girl in and outside the academy knew about. He was very angry at such statements addressed to him and his friends, so he asked the girls, while still politely, to leave in good health, while he could still control himself. The beauties didn't need to be told 3 times. They were happy not to get involved with such a scary guy who didn't care one bit about their tender feelings. But Helmet was interested in how Arya ended up near the pub. Everything was simple, but she didn't answer anything. The only thing she didn't like was that her friends smelled of booze, so she asked them to stay away from her. Besides, in the situation with the fans, she didn't really need help. She was just angry that Helmet was watching her and wasn't going to do anything. The main character thought that he didn't need to save his roommate, since with her level of magical abilities there was no need for it. But the girls were interested in what happened to their green-haired friend, who was sitting with his back against the wall and not moving. But in one of the guy's pockets, Asuka found a bottle with some kind of green potion. It was an antidote. Students from the magic faculty usually carry them with them. It just needed to be poured into Xian's mouth in order for him to wake up. It was worth doing this, as after a few minutes the green-haired young man came to his senses and looked at his friends in bewilderment. He was glad to see Arya in front of him, who had refused to go to the pub with them, but was now standing here, which meant she was worried about them. While Asuka and Cian were sorting things out between themselves, Helmet quietly asked his roommate if she would join him on a visit to the Guardian's mansion. The main character understood that the girl didn't really like the company of noisy guys, so he suggested that only she go with him, since Eden wanted to meet his friends. On the one hand, the girl was glad that the main character invited only her, but on the other hand, it seemed a little strange to her that he didn't invite others to go with them. Helmet understood that if he invited other guys, the girl would not go anywhere with him, and he owed her a lot, and did not want to ruin the relationship. Such a caring attitude won over Arya, so she agreed to accompany the main character on his journey home. At some point, the main character even thought that although he still doesn't understand relationships between people very well, the ice between him and Arya had broken. And he thought so until the morning, until the girl got angry once again. It turned out that a team fight was planned, in which Arya and Helmet had to defeat Cian and Asuka by any means necessary. She had no intention of losing, and there were no weak points in her plan. If their team loses despite following him, then Helmet is 100% to blame. The girl hoped that the guy would try and they would win. Before these events, Helmut returned to the room and saw that Arya was in the room and holding a book in her hands. The girl had to go back to take the necessary item. Now she could go to the library. And besides, she was interested in how Helmut was preparing for the midterm exams. This time the main character was not worried about the practical parts of the test, but not about the theory. It turned out that last time the guy had difficulty passing the written test at the entrance exams, since he didn't know the humanities very well. The girl was not surprised when she learned that the main character's worst subjects were the history of the continent and understanding of magic. It was sad to admit, but there was nothing I could do about it. For an exchange student, choosing textbooks in the humanities is essentially a simple formality. However, the protagonist had to try to become better, but he did not understand why he needed to study humanities if he could become the best in the practical exam. It wasn't that simple. Until the third year of study, the fencing department conducts an absolute assessment, which is not based on duels. Professors look at the progress in fencing and award a rank. From 1st to 4th, receives 1st class, 5th, 11th receives 2nd class, and so on. But even if a student is good enough to get 150 points, he will be given exactly 100. So if a student does not get the highest rank, there will be 3 more people with the same score as him. And the humanities would divide students. Helmut now understood that everything was much more complicated than he would like. Arya wondered if Helmut could still be so arrogant after Asuka defeated him. At this point, the girl put forward her conditions under which she would help Helmut in the current situation. But as soon as she and Helmut entered the library, the young man immediately regretted that he had agreed to her conditions. There were too many students there, but Arya was not at all embarrassed. She called the main character to her table. But they were there for a short time, after which they went to private reading rooms. Students who are on Dean's list can get permission to use them. At this point, the main character realized that his roommate was getting too many different perks. She didn't pay much attention to this and decided to let the guy into her personal space, but only this time, so she asked him to prepare well for the exams. Only today she and Helmut were not destined to study in this private reading room, since Asuka and Cian had taken it over. However, the green-haired boy smiled happily at the girl, as he was glad to see her. Besides, he had a reason for occupying this room. Ashua was the best in the fencing department, and Cian was the second best in the magic department, so they had every right to be in the room. Moreover, the green-haired boy plucked up his courage and asked Arya and Helmut to leave the room, since he and his friend needed to concentrate on preparing for the exam. At that moment, Helmut felt like there was something fishy going on here, since Cian always stuck to them, but now he was driving them away. However, the girl had a brilliant idea. She suggested leaving Asuka and Helmut in this room so that they could continue to prepare for the exams together, and she and Cian would find another room for themselves where they could study together. But when the guy started to refuse, Arya assumed that he was hiding something, because he had always dreamed of studying with her. It turns out that Asuka was worried about Helmut taking first place in the midterm exam, so Cian is now helping him with his studies. It turned out that the guy's results on the previous exam were almost the same. The blue-haired guy had only 1 point more, so now he was worried about his leadership. Helmut's results on that exam were partly due to Arya, who helped him a little at that time. Now the guy understood that Arya was on the main character side, so in theory he could score more points than Asuka. Okay, that was all clear. But Arya didn't understand why Asuka chose Cian as his assistant, forgetting that her classmate was good at magical humanities. But since their secret was revealed, Cian offered Arya a bet on the victory of one of the swordsmen. The bet had a stipulation that the losers would go 100 rounds on the court without using magic. At this point, Asuka became tense, as he didn't understand whether they would be able to defeat the sweet couple or not. But when Helmut and Arya were left alone, the girl once again reminded her roommate that they had no right to lose. Now this concerns not only the main character's grades, but also her pride, so the conditions for preparing for the exam will be Spartan. Time passed rather quickly, and before the students could blink, the weather worsened and it started raining. But the rain wasn't a problem for the main character and Arya. Their main problem was that the guy was not doing well in the humanities. The girl believed that if they put in maximum effort, the main character would make at least some progress. Apparently she overestimated his abilities. The girl could give the main character some of the answers to the projective questions that simply needed to be remembered. But what did he do with those questions where he needed to give a detailed answer? For example, in one question he had to explain who light and dark magicians are, and indicate the harm that dark magicians cause. The guy wrote down his thoughts in just 2 sentences, so he didn't understand what Arya didn't like. The point is that he had to base his answer on information he read in the textbook, not on personal experience, which is hard to believe. When Cian looked at the protagonist's answers, he immediately realized that his friend had never written an essay before, And Asuka didn't understand why Helmet chose such a strange subject as understanding magic. The thing is that exchange students didn't have such a large choice of humanities subjects, so they had to study what they were told. The guys even suggested to their friend to skip school this semester, which enraged Arya, who was ready to kill them for what she heard. No matter how difficult it was, she would not allow her student to lose to Asuka, who had no respect for humanities at all. In addition, the main character must forget about training, since Arya will not let him out of this room until he learns how to write an essay and learns the necessary material. The following days passed at a frantic pace. Sometimes Helmet had no time to eat, so his friends brought him food. After which the boys put their textbooks aside and ate together, while cheerfully talking about various abstract topics. But after that, Cian and Asuka went to rest, and Helmet could only dream of rest. With a teacher like Arya, that's for sure. At some point, the main character realized that because of him, the girl had problems that she did not deserve. Since Helmet was so worried about her and didn't want her to run 100 laps around the stadium, the guy should study hard. At that moment, the thought occurred to the guy that Arya most likely had reasons for why she wanted to be first. Of course there were reasons, but Arya, like all people on the planet, had secrets that she didn't want to talk about. The protagonist, like no one else, understood what it meant to keep a secret deep in your heart and make sure no one finds out. Helmet knew that Arya was strong and would one day become an archmage, and then he would learn of the seed of darkness within him, so they would have to break off their relationship before that happened. He felt sad, but there was nothing he could do about it, so it was better to concentrate on his studies. But when she began to explain the incomprehensible moment to the main character, she sat too close. And at the moment when their eyes met, that awkward, tremulous feeling arose, the nature of which they did not yet understand. True, the charm of the moment did not last long, as Arya scared him off with a flash of anger at the main character, who looked at her as if spellbound. The girl realized that Helmet could not concentrate on her words, so she was ready for a short break. Youth and the first immature feelings, the nature of which is frightening, that is what worried Helmet now. But not only one was confused in his feelings, but also Arya, who was red as a lobster and hiding behind a book. To get his thoughts in order, the protagonist came to the training hall, where everyone already knew that Asuka and Helmet were fighting for first place in the faculty, and Arya was also involved in this dispute. The main character acknowledged the existence of a dispute, but although the theoretical test was too difficult for him, the guy was not going to give up. Andro also really wanted Helmet to defeat Asuka, since his classmate had become insolent and allowed himself too much. Only the guy spoke so freely until he noticed that Mad Dog of their faculty was standing next to him. Asuka didn't plan to stand silently, and scared the guy to death, saying that he shouldn't blame him for his worthlessness. Although he didn't really care about Andro, it was more important for him to know whether Helmet was aware of the upcoming lesson. The main character didn't quite understand what was going on. It turns out that these would be sparring sessions with first years to raise their fighting spirit. Nothing interesting. Asuka was confident in his abilities and believed that he would not lose to the first years, no matter how outstanding they were. Only among them there was a girl whose powers were several orders of magnitude higher than those of the others. But she is not only strong but also very beautiful. Only Asuna hoped that he would not have to fight her, since he would not be able to finish her off like he does with the guys. Meanwhile, a fragile-looking girl sat in her room and looked at her sword. A new day had dawned, and it was time for sparring with the first years. Helmet and the others waited for the inevitable. All these guys were in high spirits, and the second-year students stood and waited for the newcomers to arrive, remembering that a year ago they themselves were like that. Suddenly, Andro turned to the main character and pointed to the girl he had spoken about yesterday. She was indeed very beautiful, but if you looked at her more closely, you could find common features with Helmet, which was strange. The guys couldn't take their eyes off her, realizing that she was beautiful, and her aura spoke, whispered to everyone that she was from nobility. But it was impossible not to notice her resemblance to the main character, so his classmates looked at him in unison. Meanwhile, among the first years, there were several representatives of the nobility who looked down on the commoners, the second years. The guys still didn't understand who they could run into if they continued to say nasty things, calling Asuka and Helmet bad names. Behind their chatter, ridicule, and offensive assumptions, the boys did not notice that Asuka's eye began to twitch from barely restrained rage. The gates to hell will definitely open today. The main character did not envy Asuka's new victims, who did not understand that the problems would not be solved this way. This time, it was the instructor Patricia who had the honor of overseeing the sparring. She was going to challenge the students to a duel in pairs. Thus, first-year students should learn from second-year students, and second-year students should try to teach the younger ones. So, the first representative of the first year was Charlotte. At this point, The protagonist thought that appearance is determined at birth, so he had a couple of questions for her. But the girl was supposed to be paired with Asuka, who looked shocked. What his classmates feared most happened, because at this rate, there would be no girls left in their department at all. Asuka desperately tried to convince the instructor that he was not fit for this sparring, even though they were both top students. But the first years did not understand his intentions and emotional impulses, thinking that he was afraid of losing to a girl, not understanding what kind of person he was in general. There was nothing to do. The instructor did not back down, and Asuka had to climb up onto the platform to the girl. Charlotte hoped that her opponent would not hold back his powers, which might be possible due to her being a girl. But playing along wasn't part of his plan from the start, so she better not cry when he hits her. Helmet was supposed to fight with some Jeffrey. Looking at the first year, Helmet realized that his opponent was at a decent level, so he should not be underestimated. His aura could be compared to that of a second-year student, but only time would dot the I's and cross the T's. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Asuka were about to begin their fight, and they took their starting positions. Before the start, the guy became curious why the girl entered the fencing department. She gave the standard reason that she wanted more than anything to become stronger. Besides, she had heard rumors about Asuka, so she wanted to remember this fight as her first strong opponent. The guy didn't have to be asked twice, so he decided to attack her first. So far, the girl managed to hold back the enemy's onslaught, but she could not attack under his pressure. To her credit, Charlotte held up well, but the rumors couldn't convey the full force of Asuka's straight punch. But this was only the beginning. The guy wanted to see how long the girl could hold back his onslaught, so she better be on her guard. But from this moment on, she too will not be an easy opponent or a punching bag. Within a couple of minutes of the fight, the girl realized that the sword of the best second-year student was fast and unpredictable. None of his classmates could keep up with Asuka's speed and movements. His technique lived up to all the rumors. Yes, he did not fight at full strength, but Charlotte managed to block his attacks, striking him with a high level of concentration. Judging by her movements, the girl spent a lot of time honing her basic skills. During the new attack, the guy thought about giving her a chance to counterattack and see what would happen next. Noticing a gap in the enemy's defense, the girl decided to take advantage of the moment, since there might not be another one. But she didn't really succeed, and Asuka tried to understand what had just happened. She decided to show that she didn't fall for tricks, or there was something else here. To test his thoughts, the guy attacked Charlotte again. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to hold on, as she was already tired. But she did not give up. When they were close to each other and no one could hear them, the guy asked her if the girl really wanted to achieve an equal score. She didn't answer, but the guy reminded her that there are two categories of people he doesn't like: arrogant people and those who have no respect. Because of fear, she decided at the very beginning of the sparring that she had no chance of winning. But did she really forget that he was an ordinary commoner? Where did her pride go? Moreover, if she is not going to strive for victory, then she should not take up the sword. There are plenty of people willing to do so without her. Helmet did not understand why his friend told the whole truth to the girl, and did it during the fight. But his words brought Charlotte to her senses because she wanted to learn something despite her status as a rival, so a duel with Asuka was a good idea. She was ready to continue the fight, and asked her opponent to do her that little favor again. Asuka noticed that her stance had changed, but it wouldn't have much of an effect anyway, but he nevertheless rushed to attack. But imagine his surprise when the girl almost hit him with her sword, and only thanks to his reflexes did he avoid the blow. Now their dance with swords was brighter, hotter, more beautiful. No one could take their eyes off it. No one could interrupt their tango. But Asuka decided that it was time to finish what he started, and attacked the girl from the air. He literally pinned her to the floor of the platform with his body, not giving her the opportunity to move. The victory, as he had planned earlier, over the first-year beauty was his. Overall, he liked the fight, but it wasn't Charlotte's fault that she lost. She was just unlucky that he was her opponent. However, he was pleasantly surprised that the girl was able to almost match his pace after changing her stance. If she got used to it a little, the outcome of the fight would be different. It was educational, but Asuka was heavy and continued to sit on her. Only after her words did the guy realize what he was doing, so he apologized and hurried to get up. Charlotte wasn't particularly worried about this, but she understood one thing. Asuka is a good person, not like everyone says about him. While Asuka was shouting at the other guys, Charlotte accidentally turned her gaze to the second years and saw Helmet. She pretended that there was nothing special in their glances, while Jeffrey and Helmet had to go and fight. Right at the platform, the girl ran into a classmate who considered her loss a disgrace for the entire first year. But it didn't matter to her whether she was a commoner or an aristocrat, since talent cannot be bought with a title. Not long ago, Adro asked the main character about what is in fencing, strength or technique. At that moment, the guy thought and said that he couldn't say for sure, but the power comes first. Different techniques were created to increase this very power. Adro understood perfectly well that Helmet was not tormented by doubts, because he had the highest strength indicators among all the second years and the best techniques. But what would the guy do if his opponent was stronger than him? Today he was about to find out, since his opponent was several times taller than Helmet, broader in the shoulders, and definitely possessed greater physical strength. The first year looked at the main character with disdain, because you couldn't tell that he could beat you half to death, and in general the previous fighter was much more impressive than this one. Meanwhile, Instructor Patricia asked the protagonist not to cross the line this time. But Asuka found it strange to hear such words addressed to someone other than him, since he was the fencing faculty's biggest problem up until that point. Meanwhile, the guys could already begin their duel, and Jeffrey Helmet was the first to attack. At some point, the main character realized that he would be immediately defeated if he did not change his stance, and by doing so, he was able to dodge the enemy's first blow. Jerfy was surprised that the boy quickly realized that if he blocked the attack as usual, his sword would break into pieces. Meanwhile, the main character realized that his opponent only had strength, but no technique. Moreover, the guy was very unlucky, since Helmet often fought with opponents who had nothing but fighting power, so now he is sick of such things. Therefore, their entire sparring was built on the fact that Jeffrey attacked and the main character dodged, and nothing more. At some point, the first-year student got angry. He wanted the second-year student to attack him and stop rushing around the arena from side to side. But Helmet wasn't going to do as he was told, and no matter how hard his opponent hit, it was no use if he kept missing. And since the guy promised his guardian not to cause any more problems, why not finish the fight instead of waiting until the enemy's endurance is over? Everyone was interested in what was happening on the platform right now. Why Helmet was looking down on all the first years, including Asuka. Jeffrey paused. He figured out the main character's plan, noting that he did not expect anything more outstanding from a commoner. He then went on to reflect on the huge gap in experience between them that Gekkelmut would never be able to bridge. A stronghold is built from birth and supplemented by an excellent education, and a commoner who cannot afford a sword simply cannot rise to the top. Helmet understood that this was a rather obvious and predictable provocation, which he didn't even want to pretend to fall for. But Jeffrey didn't stop there and brought up the topic of teachers, saying that Helmet's mentor was obviously of the lowest level. At this point, Instructor Patricia reprimanded Jeffrey and asked Helmet not to think about anything and to focus on the fight, because if his sword was controlled by emotions, then one day everything would end badly. The only problem was that the first-year student had touched on a very sensitive topic, had stepped onto the most shaky ice, and now had to reap the benefits. Now it was time to start beating up babies so that they would learn a lesson. The second-year student's speed was off the charts, and the first blow was delivered to a specific point on the opponent's left leg. The main character delivered the same pinpoint blow to his opponent at the symmetrical point of his right leg. Jeffrey didn't understand anything, and thought that the guy had hit him too weakly, since he had no visible injuries. But a second later he fell to his knees, not understanding what was happening to his body at all. The thing is that no matter how resilient a person's body is, there are always points that cannot withstand even one blow. In addition, the main character filled in every word of his opponent, so he asked him to fill in that today he will lose to a commoner. Then, with one skillful move, the main character knocked the freshman face down on the floor. This wasn't enough for him, so he disarmed the enemy without much effort. Overall, as an exchange student, he had almost nothing to teach the aristocrat, but he hoped that he would work on himself instead of insulting other people's teachers. But Instructor Patricia tensed up. She understood that something very bad was about to happen, so she asked to stop, since the outcome of the sparring had long been clear to everyone. It was in vain that Helmet tried. He had his own plans for this, so he hit his opponent on the shoulder, after which he fell to the ground unconscious, and the main character was declared the winner. That day, the second-year students won all the duels with the first-year students, which made them realize the difference between them and the older students. After all these events, Helmet decided to approach Charlotte, although he didn't know where to start the conversation. He looked at her silently for a long time, so the girl became embarrassed and decided to say hello first. He was tormented by doubts, wondering whether he should ask her the question head-on or approach it from a different angle. More than anything else, he was interested in finding out who the woman whose name was engraved on his medallion really was. That's why I wanted to know everything right here and now. But direct questions could lead to nothing good. But on the contrary, complicate the situation. The guy was also worried that the girl might understand that there was a seed of darkness inside him. Then any person, especially if it was an aristocrat, would hand him over to the temple, and the temple would either kill him or send him back to the forest. Meanwhile, Charlotte was also worried, because this second year was practically playing with Jeffrey during the duel, and she was worried that she had somehow angered him. So I decided to start the conversation first to clarify the situation. At this point, Helmut realized that he couldn't ask the girl the exciting question, so he said that he really enjoyed her duel. Since this is the case, Charlotte decided to invite the main character to have a sparring session together sometime. But since the main character remained silent for a long time, she began to worry and talk. But Helmut eventually agreed. In that case, she will look forward to the opportunity to train with him and test herself. At that moment, Asuka approached them and noticed that the guys and the girl were chatting pleasantly about something. He simply misinterpreted their conversation, assuming that Helmut enjoyed talking to a beautiful girl, although this was not entirely true. Moreover, his friend's assumptions were so absurd that Helmut began to ignore him. A new day had arrived, which meant it was necessary to continue preparing for the theoretical exams, which is what the main character was doing. But when he looked at his current tutor, he realized that something was clearly wrong today. It had been years since his instincts had been on edge. The last time he had felt something like this was in the root forest. Now the situation was repeating itself. He felt the danger coming from Area. In order not to aggravate the situation, the main character decided to ask what happened to the girl. He was not mistaken. She was in a disgusting mood. She even slammed the book shut with a certain anger, but decided to ask the guy a question. Not long ago, she heard a rumor that a girl from her first year asked the main character out on a date. Is it true? The main character even choked in surprise, which led the girl to conclude that the rumors were not lying. Only nothing like that happened then. But Area no longer listened to him, saying that rumors had spread throughout the academy, and they also said that the girl was very beautiful. Helmut correctly concluded that his roommate was angry about this very thing and nothing else, although she denied it all. But there was no date, and there won't be one. Charlotte just wanted to have a sparring match with the main character next time, so they chatted a little after. And it was the pure truth, because Helmut would never lie to his roommate. It was good, and Area constantly thought that Helmut was not only her roommate, but also the closest person to her, whom she trusted. In addition, she asked the protagonist to never believe the words of girls who start a conversation first, because there is a high probability that each of them is trying to get closer to her through Helmut. This statement greatly shocked the main character, because he did not think that such a thing could happen. Only their Area was 100% sure of her words, because some of the girls who stalked her were quite smart. They even dressed up as guys to get into the dorm. This means that among them there are smart liars who can fool the main character with their excellent acting. After hearing such a fiery speech, the protagonist concluded that he should stay away from Charlotte so as not to anger Area. Yes, there was no reason for the roommate to beat around the bush. She could simply say that Charlotte was suspicious, and the girl didn't want him to let her get too close. There was nothing shameful or bad about that. During the preparation for the exams, Area was a very strict teacher, and scrupulously checked every answer given by the main character to the tasks. At some point, after reading the presentations, she came to the conclusion that the answers were not as stupid as they had been before. Helmut, Asuka, and Cian were as happy as first graders at such praise, because after all, they had put in a lot of effort for this. The blue-haired guy patted his friend on the shoulder. After all, he still couldn't believe that Helmut had managed to go through all the hell of training as the best student in the magic faculty. Meanwhile, the roommate did not calm down. She said that the guy's answers were not perfect, so he should not relax, and not forget that his goal is to become the best in the class. Meanwhile, Cian took the floor, praising everyone for their diligence in preparing for the midterms, and announced that he had prepared something special for them. The guy thought that studying on an empty stomach was wrong, so he put in a lot of effort and found a great place that made absolutely delicious waffles and invited his friends to go there. There are hot, freshly baked waffles with sweet strawberry cream on top. This bribed Area and Asuka, who thought that nothing bad would happen if they went to such an establishment with Cian once. But the main character didn't particularly like the idea of going to the center of the capital in the middle of the night. Thus, they found themselves in such a delicate situation, because when they arrived at the establishment, it was already closed, and the friendly company kissed the lock. Moreover, Cian even burst into tears, since the next time he had to go to the establishment alone, and he wanted to share this moment with his friends. I'm glad that the situation turned out this way, so Area suggested that the guys go to another cafe, since this one was closed. This didn't seem like such a bad idea, so the guy suggested going to a place that made good toast. Area was already ready to go anywhere, as long as Cian didn't stand in the middle of the street and delay them with his sobs. Thus, they came to an establishment that was much more crowded, and the prices for ordinary sandwiches, in Asuka's opinion, were unusually high. The problem was that the guy's family only gave him money for tuition fees, and not for going to restaurants, cafes, etc. This was understandable, but then another question arose. Asuka had been the best student in the class up until that point, so he should have received at least some kind of scholarship. But the guy didn't answer this question. But Arya noticed that there were really a lot of people in this establishment. But at the same time, it was very clean, although this was not surprising, since the establishment was designed for aristocrats. Helmet and Asuka found Arya's behavior strange, but the girl said that as a mage, she has to pay attention even to specks of dust, so they cannot interfere with experiments, and over time this becomes a habit and is used everywhere. Meanwhile, the waiter brought the company their order. But suddenly a huge burger was placed in front of the guys, stating that it was intended for the swordsman faculty. It turned out that the main character made this order when he read that it was something special, intended specifically for swordsmen. But he did not expect that this sandwich would be such a huge size. And everything would have been fine, but at that moment a group of first-year students approached the cheerful company. This company consisted of Charlotte and Jeffrey, who were happy to see Helmet and Asuka. At least the girl was happy. It turned out that the girl also wanted to eat a special toast for the swordsman's faculty, and was pleasantly surprised that Helmet had ordered a similar dish. Jeffrey kept the girl company because he wanted to argue with her, which angered Asuka, who thought it was wrong for such a big guy to push around such a fragile girl. Only the blue-haired guy made Charlotte angry because she felt like he was looking down on her because she was a girl. But since she was the best student in her year, she had to eat as much as she trained. Meanwhile, while this small argument was going on, Cian was already preparing to cut himself a piece of the burger. After all, it looked very appetizing. But it wasn't that one. Helmet noticed his advances and hit his friend on the arm. Meanwhile, she suggested that the girls eat together, since they were all gathered in one place at the same time. Meanwhile, Arya began to get jealous and decided to approach the girl, asking if she knew her. A new day had dawned, and Charlotte and Helmet were sparring under the supervision of several instructors. If she thought Asuka was hard, she was wrong. Helmet's movements were even harder to predict. However, she gave it her all, so she managed to dodge the enemy's attacks. She even managed to counterattack, but the guy managed to anticipate this and knock the sword out of her hands. Charlotte did not deny her loss, and besides, her bruised wrist was hurting. At this point, their sparring ended, and the professors were going to give them grades for the fight, which they would announce a little later. And already in the evening, Charlotte with Jeffrey and Helmet with the guys met in a cafe, where Arya pestered the girl with strange questions. It would be strange if Charlotte didn't know the best student of the Faculty of Magic, who is the talk of the whole academy. The girl blushed deeply, not understanding what was wrong with her, and Arya was pleased, since this demonstration was exclusively for Helmet. Meanwhile, Cian and Asuka realized that as long as they communicated with Arya, none of them would get a girlfriend or experience the joys of meeting under the moon. But Helmet, from Charlotte's reaction, realized that Arya was perhaps right in her fears. Besides, apart from their similar appearance, he and the girl had no common ground, so it would be best to stay away from her. And in general, now it was more important for him to become stronger, and not to find relatives who did not need him. During the day, Helmet found Asuka in the study room, deep in strange thoughts, and he became interested in what would happen if his friend was not expelled from the academy in the new semester. But the guy didn't answer the question. He was more interested in how his friend's duel with Charlotte went, and whether it was difficult for him to defeat her. There was nothing complicated. The sparring ended quickly. Helmet was simply detained by the instructor for a conversation. Asuka's duel itself went easily and quickly, but the protagonist must think about something else, about the theoretical exam, and prepare harder if he does not want to see the dark side of Arya. The girl who appeared out of nowhere and scared Asuka a lot was in complete agreement with the guy on this issue. Since the main character's last exam was supposed to be on understanding magic, the girl was going to repeat the entire material of the textbook with him for the last time. The girl had already completed all her tests, and the only thing the guy could do to help her was to pass her tests with flying colors. The main character began to take out his textbooks, although he did not understand why Arya did not want to run 100 laps around the field. It wasn't just about running, but also about the fact that the girl didn't like losing, and she hated new, unexpected variables that prevented her from controlling her own life. That's why Arya loved to bring everything she did to perfection, and Helmet's loss would be her loss, and she didn't want that. After seeing Asuna off, Arya and Helmet continued their studies. The guy really tried, and his answers became less disgusting. The day of the final theoretical exam arrived, and the students had 2 hours to complete it. Everything was going well until the protagonist read a question about dark power and realized that he needed to write a detailed answer. The exam ended and Helmet came to the library where Arya was waiting for him. She was interested in how the exam ended. The protagonist believed that he had done a good job with the task, since the magician had foreseen almost all the questions that were in the test. However, there was one rather strange question that was quite difficult to answer. Arya wanted to know what the question was. The main character repeated word for word what was written in the test task, since he never complained about his memory. It's not that the girl was surprised, since this teacher asks such questions from time to time, and no one will take off points if the guy answers it thoughtfully. Helmut wrote that he would accept the dark power and find a way to use it in order to continue living. This answer greatly surprised the roommate, although on the other hand, something similar could have been expected from the guy. She admitted that it was a good answer. At least Mr. Ruxin wouldn't think badly of him, which was already a plus. But Helmut was interested in what Arya would write if she were in his place. If I didn't want to give a standard answer, I would say that I would look for a solution to the problem in the temple, since the dark forces are the jurisdiction of the church, and it is difficult for aristocrats to answer differently. But if she were asked about her personal opinion, she would answer the same way as the main character, even if she would turn the saints against herself. Besides, if you think about it, the church ministers are merciless towards darkness, and if someone came to them for help, they would only receive the death penalty. Therefore, in the current situation, it is best to try to find a solution yourself, and not rely on the help of saints. Therefore, the girl believed that her protege had tried very hard, and if everything went according to plan, the main character would be the best in his class. But she asked him not to say anything like that outside the academy, since in the academy, learning new things is above religion. But in the outside world there is no such thing, and the guy could get into trouble for such a point of view. Helmut himself understood this perfectly well, perhaps even better than Arya, because he had a secret that was better left undisclosed in the church. All the midterms were over, the grades were posted, and the list of students with all the results was posted, so everyone crowded around and was now looking for their names in the ranking. This practice of posting the results in the square was done in order to fuel the desire to compete with each other, and most importantly, between commoners and aristocrats who valued their reputation. Helmut also approached the list of results, but first he wanted to know how things were going for Arya. She was doing great. She was in first place. You can breathe a sigh of relief. The protagonist understood that Cian studied harder than anyone else, but this was not the first time this had happened, and his friend was probably used to it and calm. But this was absolutely not the case. Cian turned pale and was ready to faint. He didn't understand why he lost to Arya this time, and he wanted to know how the girl managed to become first again. After all, they had just started to go through spiritual understanding, so the guy thought that he had a chance to get ahead of the girl by at least 1 point, even though he was a little inattentive. The thing was that 3 months was enough to fully study one subject at the academy, which is what Arya was doing. But the green-haired guy believed that the outcome was not yet decided. He was sure that it would be a draw. Only this time he was wrong, because Helmut came first in the fencing class in the 2nd year. Seeing the result of her protege, Arya was proud of him and congratulated him with all her heart on his victory, knowing what a long path he had come. Meanwhile, Asuka approached them and noticed that the difference between him and Helmut was only 1 point, since both had done the practical part equally well. It was surprising that the guy wasn't angry, but on the other hand, even though he lost, it wasn't the end yet. The 2nd semester was ahead. Besides, it was better to lose to the main character than to give first place to some upstart. Only next time this wouldn't happen, so Helmut had to prepare to lose in the 2nd semester. Meanwhile, Cian was almost crying. He thought that Asuka lost on purpose because he wanted his poor little Gaga to be punished. After which the guy began to ask Helmut and Arya for forgiveness and mercy, since 100 laps were too much for him, and he would simply die while running. But the main character knew perfectly well that 100 circles would not be enough to kill a person. But the magician thought differently, and Arya should have understood him better than anyone else, since she was also a magician, and she also had problems with endurance. True, she was not going to compromise because there was a huge gap between their scores. And Cian himself was worried that his belly began to stick out after the night's twists, and now he has such a great opportunity to burn extra calories. There was nothing to do, and Cian had to walk in circles around the stadium under the bright, silent moon. After the exams were over, the students continued to train anyway, and during one of the training sessions, they began to discuss the fact that they had a practical assignment in the forest the following week. But Helmut and company had forgotten all about it, and so they looked at the speaker with surprise. It turned out that, for example, Ardo had never gone into the forest on his own, as had many others. Everything is fine. The main thing is to find a place where you can go to the toilet, and also not step in the waste of others. In general, be careful with this matter. Therefore, on a hike, everyone should have a shovel with them, and if they want to avoid being eaten by mosquitoes, it is better to sit in a tent and under no circumstances go out into the light of day. It turned out that Asuka had once tried to live in a tent on the way back from Baden, but to be honest, he had never tried to survive in the mountains, so now this whole situation was a little stressful for him. Helmut assured him that there was nothing to worry about. Mosquitoes could be driven away with incense, and as for waste, it was always easy to spot and not step on. Asuka didn't want to develop the topic of the toilet. Besides, he was worried about something else. Supplies. He suggested that Helmut go to the store on the weekend and buy everything necessary. It was a good idea that couldn't be rejected, so the protagonist agreed without any problems. So, the weekend came, and the main character and his friends came to a specialized store. Asuka was confused, as he had no idea what to buy for a comfortable life in the forest. At that moment they turned their heads and saw next to them Sin, who always walked next to them like the shadow of Hamlet's father. Helmut looked at Sin and understood perfectly well that he was in an excellent mood, and his physical condition had returned to normal. Only that day, instead of the green-haired magician, a dark spirit disguised as a human was running around. But the main character pretended that he didn't notice anything then, and didn't comment now. Meanwhile, Asuka was ready to start purchasing the necessary materials. The store sold scented candles that drive away mosquitoes, but if you buy them, you need to choose one that is not too smelly. On the hike, the boys will need a lamp. The hills are dark in the evening, but if the lamp is too bright, it will attract predators. So you need to choose one that is enough to light the way. At that moment, Asuka realized that his friend was more meticulous than he expected, but it was better than enduring any kind of inconvenience. And to prevent a fire from happening in the tent or in the camp, Cian brought the guys a scroll for extinguishing fire. Only at some point the guys got carried away. They started paying attention to the fires and dreaming about a barbecue during camping with instructors. The protagonist couldn't understand when buying the necessary supplies turned into a shopping trip before a picnic. However, he decided to leave the boys for a while as he needed to go and buy some gloves. The young man could not enjoy camping outside of Baden, as he had not yet been there. It wasn't that he thought they would be attacked by any of the Blackhawks with the teachers and other students around, but he couldn't relax and let things slide. Yes, being constantly ready for an attack was quite tiring, but as soon as he became even stronger, he would immediately settle all the issues. Suddenly, as he was passing by the shop windows, he saw a vendor selling cotton candy that looked like bright pink clouds. At that very moment, a beautiful blonde bought a portion of cotton candy and approached Helmut, telling him how the man made this sweet. The girl knew who was standing in front of her, but the main character had no idea who she was or what she wanted from him, even though they attended the same class. It turned out that the girl's name was Teresa, and she showed serious interest in the young man and wanted to talk to him for at least a couple of minutes. Only Helmut remembered all of Aria's instructions and decided to run away from the stranger. The girl realized that the fair sex was sticking to the main character in order to get close to his roommate, but there was no need to worry about her, since the magician was not at all interesting to her, but the swordsman was very much so. At the moment when she wanted to grab Helmut by the sleeve of his cloak, Aria appeared between them and pushed the girl's hand away. The roommate was very interested in what Helmut was doing here, because he should be in another store now. The best students of the second and third years of study clearly did not get along and competed, so now they were throwing barbs at each other. Only then, Aria decided to turn on her charm and asked Teresa if the girl really had some business with her. Teresa, like all the representatives of the fair sex, fell under the influence of Aria's unearthly beauty, so she couldn't find an answer right away. If so, Aria decided that she could take Helmut and run away from her competitor. The girl pulled the young man through the crowd, not understanding why he did not listen to her advice and continued talking to Teresa. To be honest, the guy tried to brush it off, but if he had simply ignored the girl, it would have been too rude because she was a whole year older than them. Their conversation about Teresa was not the most pleasant, so Aria asked where the guy had put Cian and Asuka, since the main character did not go to such places alone. Therefore, the girl was sure that these two were somewhere nearby, and since they were all here, it was worth it for them to stick together. And when they came to the store where the guys were supposed to buy everything they needed for the picnic, they saw a strange picture in front of them. They had bought so much different junk that they would never need in their lives. They spent the whole day and evening in pleasant chores and returned to the academy in high spirits, because now they had everything they needed for camping. As the boys walked forward, chatting cheerfully, Helmut felt a chill run down his spine. A red light went on in his head, signaling danger. At that moment, he still did not understand who was pursuing him and whether he was being pursued at all. Because when he returned, he did not see the man who appeared only after several long moments. In Baden, in the lair of the Black Hawks, Anton met a high-ranking guest. Majcina had a rough idea of where the guest was supposed to appear, but he couldn't even spot the moment of his appearance, which came as a surprise to everyone in the room. When the man materialized, he asked Anton not to stop and to continue to update him on the situation, because it was not for nothing that he was torn away from other matters and sent here. Anton was even afraid to raise his head, realizing that in front of him was one of the strongest representatives of their organization, and with this man, or no longer a man, it was better not to joke and do what he said. As the report stated, they could not get rid of one young man, however. They managed to gather some information that Fascio could personally become acquainted with. It was good that they were able to do at least that, so the mercenary began to carefully study the documents, trying to find at least something interesting in them. But nothing really interesting was found. It was known that the guy was a foot mercenary, he had the second rank, he also had 2 murders, and now he was studying at the academy. But with such skills, the guy has no need to study at the academy, so we can conclude that he is simply hiding there. And besides, he is patronized by the Baden aristocrat, Eden Kudrow. It would be interesting to hear something about the guy's past as a mercenary. Only Hawks couldn't find any information about that period of Helmet's life. They only know that he joined the Vanguard during one mission. It was not known where the guy came from, where he studied before, what his social status was, but it was known that he was a student with the second rank of a mercenary. To be honest, in all his years of service, Fascio had never seen a more suspicious young man than this one. On the one hand, it could be assumed that the Black Hawks had crossed the path of someone who should not be crossed. But on the other hand, they never took on too easy targets, because the dead do not speak, and if their bodies disappear, then they never existed. Therefore, the man promised himself to eliminate the main character, who dared to desecrate their organization by any means necessary. Meanwhile, morning had come, and the students of the academy began to gather in the courtyard. Soon they would be setting out on a campaign. Meanwhile, Instructor Allen confiscated alcoholic beverages from the most careless and most cunning students. After all, they weren't going for a walk. Nevertheless, he was ready to drink a bottle of this wine together with other instructors. And the students had to understand that they were not going on a picnic, because each of them had been warned in advance that if the instructors found suspicious drinks, food, and other items, they would take them away and not return them. At that moment, Asuka appeared on the street, carrying a huge backpack with essentials on his back, but it looked like he was going to rest, not train in the fresh air. But that wouldn't do, so Instructor Alain ordered the young man to take only the important things, since the horse would slow down a lot if he carried all that junk on its poor back. Monday morning was filled with warm rays of bright sunshine. The camping lesson in the open air outside the academy began. The main character understood that it had been a long time since he had left the city, and the students often wanted to go to the center, but outside the walls of the academy, the air was completely different, so forgotten, distant, and familiar. Meanwhile, Asuka, who was riding next to the main character, noticed that his horse was much better than the rest of the students, which was probably due to the help of the aristocrat. But the main character thought that his horse was just a horse. He didn't see the difference between his animal and his friend's animal. Moreover, Helmet forgot that the animal needed to be given a name, and so he rode on the poor nameless horse. This was wrong, since the swordsman and his horse stay together for life, so most people give names to their animals. The same should be done by the protagonist. There was no need to come up with something fancy. The name had to be simple, the first thing that came to mind. But the first thing that came to the main character's mind when he looked at his horse's mane was his friend's name. So the students had been on the road for quite a long time, and it was already late evening. They dismounted from their horses, as they had arrived at the place where they would now set up camp. It was the first time in his life that Asuka had ridden a horse for so long, so now his whole body ached, and basically he didn't want to do anything. Meanwhile, the main character tried to organize his thoughts. He knew that on the first day they would rest and grill kebabs. On the second day a hunt was planned. But on the third day, some kind of group mission awaited them. The good news was that he didn't feel anything strange while he was driving here with the rest of the guys. The third day would be the best time to attack him, so you'll need to stay on guard at least until then. Then you can relax. Suddenly, Helmet was pulled out of his thoughts by Asuka, who did not understand where the main character's horse had gone. Only Helmet himself did not understand where his horse had gone and why he only had a leash in his hands. It was only after a few seconds that the boy realized that the leash had been carefully cut off with a sharp object, possibly a knife or a sword. The main character could not understand how this happened, because he was always on guard. He felt his horse all the time, and did not notice anyone or anything approaching him. At this moment, he was again pulled out of his thoughts by a friend who pointed towards the forest, as he noticed the silhouette of Helmet's horse among the bushes. The problem was also that the main character's sword was tied to the back of a horse, so he asked a friend to borrow it for a minute. Although Asuka didn't understand why Helmet needed a sword, he still gave it to him, and the main character headed towards his horse, making his way through the green bushes. A few minutes later, the guy was already standing next to his horse, but he didn't see or feel anyone around him, and that was another problem. But his sixth sense screamed about danger, so he looked at his feet, feeling an unpleasant chill run down his legs. And bingo! There was a trap hidden in the grass. It was so well hidden that it was impossible to notice with the naked eye, and besides, these objects were prohibited in hunting grounds. The guy wasn't stupid, so he immediately realized that it wasn't a coincidence. It was a warning. The Black Hawks silently made it clear to the protagonist that they were hunting him. But this was already curious. Besides, the guy understood that since this was his reality and inevitability, it was worth enjoying the process. Leaving the trap in place, the main character approached his horse, looked at it, and decided that it would probably be logical to call it White. But the animal did not react to this name. The guy came even closer to the animal. He understood that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way, anyone who would threaten his friends. They wanted to play. He would play with them. The main thing is that the opponents are worthy and not some kind of ferdy. After some time, Instructor Allen gathered everyone in the clearing near the fire. Before preparing for dinner, he was going to announce the leaders of each squad. From now until the last day of camping, all tasks will be done in groups. Students need to get rid of unnecessary contacts with others. Also, team leaders will have a communication ball to contact the main instructors. One such communication ball was received by Helmet as the leader of one of the teams. At that very moment, Asuka approached the main character and brought with him several other guys who would be part of their team. Helmet should get to know them. One of the guys who would join Asuka and Helmet was Andro, who believed that fate itself had brought them all together. The main character didn't really remember the rest of the guys, nor the red-haired, bright-faced boy named James, although they had already met several times before that moment. Next, the team leader had to introduce himself, although by and large the guy didn't want to do this, since everyone already knew him. His behavior no longer surprised many, although now he occupies a leading position, so he asked the guys to start preparing dinner while he goes to the instructor and tells him some important news. It turned out that while he was going after the horse, he discovered a trap in the grass. Now Asuka understood why his friend had a strange expression on his face when he came out of the forest with his horse, and now Asuka wanted to look at the trap with his friend. The rest of the boys were angry at the best students in their class, because they went off in an unknown direction and left the preparation of dinner to them. When Helmet, Asuka, and Instructor Patricia came to the place where the trap had been earlier, they did not find it in the grass. It seemed to have evaporated. The main character was sure that the object was lying exactly in this place, because when he approached the horse, he almost stepped on it. If he had stepped on it, he would have lost his leg. The problem was that without evidence, the instructor couldn't figure it out. As a precaution, she would tell them about the traps, so that they would be more careful. Helmet looked at the crushed grass and realized that the bandits had demonstratively destroyed the evidence before he brought the instructor to show the guy that they were watching him closely. He understood one simple truth long ago, when he lived in the root forest and learned hunting from Elga. You need to take advantage of a target that is stronger than you. Moreover, humans have the stamina and endurance to slowly subdue their target until it collapses from exhaustion. The main character understood that his opponent was quite cautious, but he didn't know him well, so he would make mistakes. Moreover, if anyone was afraid of this area, Helmet felt at home, and while he was here, he had nothing to fear. After some time, Helmet and Asuka returned to the camp. Their classmates had already started preparing dinner, and the meat was already ready first. Only the coals that lay on the plate could hardly be called pieces of fried meat. It was impossible to eat the food prepared by the guys, so Asuka took everything into his own hands and prepared incredibly beautiful steaks. Not only was the meat incredible to look at, but the taste was incredible. And if it weren't for the second best student in the class, they would have been eating coals and snacking on grass leaves. And suddenly one of the students pulled out a bottle of wine from nowhere. Apparently the evening had ceased to be languid. Everyone, as one, looked at the bottle of alcohol, mesmerized, not understanding how their classmate managed to drag it here. They were all, to put it mildly, searched for similar items. It was about a magic robe with a storage spell. Even the trainers don't know about it. Patricia would be making her rounds very soon, so they were planning to have a drink a little later. Meanwhile, the instructor had already taken a dozen bottles of alcohol and was slowly approaching the last group of students. The guys tried their best to deceive the girl, saying that they had nothing and never had anything, and that in general they were good and could be trusted. Helmet did not reveal his comrades' secrets, so he confirmed that they really did not have any alcohol. This time the instructor decided to believe them, but warned that the leader was responsible for the mistakes of all team members. At this point the instructor left. The guys were happy that their cunning plan had been successful. Now they could take out the bottle and try its contents. A few minutes later the glasses were filled with a wonderful elixir of good mood. But the taste of this elixir was not so pleasant, so James's face twisted from the overwhelming sensations. Helmet looked the worst, so Andro thought that it was the drink, and their leader didn't like the taste. But it wasn't a matter of taste. Asuka assumed that his friend was still worried about the trap that had been there and disappeared. The students assumed that the trap had been secretly set by hunters who were engaged in poaching, so there was no particular reason to worry. At this point, the alcohol had already gone to many of their heads and loosened their tongues, so the guys were interested in where Helmet learned to fight so skillfully. The guy said that he had lived in the forest for a long time, where a mentor took him under his wing and taught him what he knows. This was interesting information, and many of my classmates wanted to study with the same master as Helmet. But this was impossible, since his mentor had recently left this world, and the guys were glad to meet him. There was an awkward pause at the table, and many began to ask Helmet's forgiveness for the carelessly thrown-out phrases. We were a little sad, and it was time to fill the glasses with wine again and raise the mood. At this moment, the main character realized that alcohol brings people together. This is a good lesson, and he will use it often in the future. After a while, it became pitch dark. The guys got so drunk that they fell asleep where they were sitting, not bothering to put away the bottles. And Helmet decided to take a little walk. Having already moved a decent distance away from the guys, the main character neutralized the effects of alcohol in his blood. The guy had to be on guard all the time, since he was being hunted. So he moved away from his comrades. He was wondering whether the enemies would attack him now or not. He had been standing for some time in the middle of a beautiful small clearing. The wind tousled his silky long hair. There was deathly silence around, but this silence was too deceptive. A predator was hiding in it, which needed to be provoked into an attack. But while no one was in a hurry to attack the main character, he still found an interesting little house. I wonder who lives in it, most likely a forester, but I had to check. A few minutes later, an old man opened the door, who at first glance looked absolutely harmless. He immediately recognized the main character as a student of the academy, but he did not expect that the guy would have a small question request for him. It turned out that the guy had recently stumbled upon a hunting trap, so he was worried that someone else might get caught and hurt. So he wondered if it was possible to increase patrols in the area to avoid a similar situation. The old man thought that the main character had messed something up, since setting traps in hunting grounds was illegal, so no one wanted to pay large fines. Only the main character was from the fencing department. He had keen eyes, and he was far from stupid, and could not confuse a trap with something else. But if this was really so, then he, as the caretaker of this territory, had big problems. So he agreed to increase patrols of the area, but he also understood that a well-camouflaged trap was hard to spot with the naked eye, so he was curious how the guy did it. But this was already the old man's miscalculation, because the main character did not say that he saw a trap, and not some other trap. The old man made a mistake, so he tried to smooth things over by saying that 9 times out of 10 poachers use bear traps, so he made the logical conclusion that the main character had seen exactly this trap. Helmet was no fool either, so he sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. But he agreed that he had been a little hasty. He explained that it was harder to spot a trap than it might seem, so everyone in the area should be careful, including the old man. After which he asked the caretaker if he knew what competitions the fencing department held in this forest. Without thinking twice, the old man told in detail how the fencing faculty's campsites had been held in this forest up until this year. But he didn't know how it would be this year. After listening to and thanking the old man, Helmet left him alone and went his own way, since he did not sense any dangerous energy from him. Only his heightened instincts were still screaming about danger, but he didn't want to torture the forester, although that way he could find out the necessary information. Haste wouldn't help him in this matter, and besides, he had no moral right to expose his comrades to danger. Besides, the enemy won't be able to hide forever. Sooner or later, he will show his face, and then the guy will bravely accept the fight. But when he returned to the camp, he realized that he had problems for another reason. Their drunken company was discovered by Inspector Patricia. A new day had arrived, and all the students gathered in a large clearing and waited for a new briefing. Everyone should remember the first rule of hunting: safety. Everyone should aim well, and make sure that no one shoots anyone else instead of the animal. Each student will receive a bow, arrows, rations, and a map, as well as a communication item. So if something happens to someone, the student must contact the instructor and call for help. Cheating during hunting also won't work, because what's important here is not the quantity of animals killed, but their quality. Even if someone brings 10 rabbits, he will receive a lower rating than the student who brought 1 fox. In addition, the guys must keep track of time. It gets dark very quickly in the forest, so everyone must finish hunting and bring back the catch before 5 o'clock. Asuka, without thinking twice, paired up with Helmet and believed that they would definitely defeat everyone else. Some students thought it was unfair that the 2 best students were paired up, but Asuka didn't care about their opinions at all. Let them prove that they were better than them with their skills. Asuka had no idea what was really going on in the forest, or why Helmet was acting so strangely. All that mattered to him was the competition he wanted to win. But the guy had never hunted before, and he wouldn't mind if his friend suggested a good place to hunt. Now that's a good idea. Let Asuka kill as much game as possible so that he can finish the competition quickly, and then he can calmly settle his business with Black Hawk. For this purpose, Helmet brought his friend to the river, because animals always come to such places to drink water, so it is easiest to track down and kill game here. This seemed completely absurd to Mad Dog, since he didn't want to sit in one place all day, waiting for the weather to improve. Walking back and forth was not an option, since the basis of every hunt is patience. This is the only way to track down the animal. Moreover, while they were walking here, the main character noticed claw marks, which means there must be a predator somewhere here. Helmet, as usual, was not mistaken, because a couple of minutes later a large brown bear came out to the water. Since the beast was really big, the guys decided to shoot at it at the same time to make sure they killed it. Exactly 2 heartbeats later, 2 arrows flew at the bear. The animal was wounded but not killed, so it decided to run away from the grief-stricken hunters. While the main character was inactive, Asuna decided to catch up and finish what he started. But catching the beast was not so easy. Even the force had to be used, and only after that did it fall on its back. But the joy of the moment was spoiled by terrifying human screams, full of pain and despair. The protagonist immediately realized that a person was screaming, so he asked Asuka to deal with the loot, while he himself ran to check what had happened and to whom. The protagonist hurried forward to make sure that his comrades were okay, and that no one was torturing them from the Black Hawks. When he reached the clearing, he saw that one of the guys had fallen into a trap and was bleeding. The second classmate was in a panic and could not figure out how to use the crystal ball due to fear. These 2 unfortunate people were very lucky that the main character made it in time. It was impossible to pull the leg out of the trap, because if you do that, the guy will die from blood loss. So for now, everything needs to be left as it is. Now it's time to give the guy first aid. For this, the main character found the necessary medicinal plant under the tree. According to preliminary calculations, a few stems should have been enough. Helmet had no time to answer his classmates' questions. The patient couldn't wait. To avoid getting dirt into the wound, the guy washed the stones and plants. Now it was necessary to make a powder from the plant to smear on the wound. After this, the main character tore off a rather long piece of fabric from his classmate's robe. After all, in order for the guy not to die, you need to put a tourniquet on his leg. This way you can stop the bleeding. In order to remove the boy's leg from the trap, Helmet was going to loosen it and disassemble it, but his classmate had to be patient, because it would hurt. Helmet spent a few seconds disassembling the trap. Now it was possible to move on to the next stage of assistance. So there was no bleeding, but it didn't last long. The tourniquet is a temporary measure, so Helmet applied a homemade medicine to the wound. Overall, they were very lucky that this herb grew nearby, as it could have been used to stop the bleeding. But then the young man needed medical help, so it was necessary to contact the professors urgently. In truth, Helmet was afraid that the situation would become much worse, but this trap was only the beginning. In this case, the trap's fastenings were poorly installed, otherwise the classmate would have lost his leg. Overall, the Black Hawks acted recklessly, as they attacked and harmed the children of aristocrats, since they could not reach the main character. Suddenly, the guy realized that Asuka was now completely alone, which meant that they could freely try to harm him. But his anxiety immediately subsided as soon as he saw his friend alive and well near the tree. Mad Dog was angry. It wasn't his fault that he was slower than the main character and couldn't catch up with him, and there was no need to sigh so heavily. They should work in pairs. And not all this. After calling the instructors, the blonde returned to the main character. He thanked the guy for saving Basil, after which he swore on his honor that he would never forget his good deed. Helmet was not yet accustomed to such gestures, so he again switched to the wounded man. He noted that the wound needed to be treated again to prevent infection. But whatever you say, it's nice to receive gratitude, especially if you're basically being bullied. Soon, a healer appeared in the clearing. He healed Basil's wounds and praised Helmet for the first aid he provided. Now there should be no complications. Now Inspector Patricia had evidence and she could report to her superiors what had happened in the forest so that the authorities could begin an investigation. After which Wesley said that Basil tried to run into the forest because he saw something there, and then stepped on a trap. So, Wesley and Basil were returning to the camp. Asuka was also ready to return, since he had already snatched some excellent prey for himself. Helmut had no intention of taking the bear away from his friend, so he could return to the camp, and the main character would catch someone himself. There was no need to worry about him, since he would not fall into a trap. He had been trained in the art of hunting for too long. This was a chance for the protagonist to strike back while no one was around, and he was also sure that someone was constantly watching him. In order to find the enemy's hiding place, Helmut used the force and increased his sensitivity. It was not in vain that he did this, because otherwise he would not have noticed the trap and would have fallen into it. He had miraculously escaped Basil's fate, but now he had the opportunity to see what the enemy was capable of. The trap that the main character discovered was designed to kill a person, not to catch him. It was based on thin, strong steel wire, so Basil was very lucky to get caught in the trap, otherwise they would have collected his body parts from the forest. If one trap was here, then at least one more should be somewhere nearby. It seemed like his sixth sense had not failed him, because a young deer had fallen into the trap. It all looked very much like bait. Then it was clear how the classmate was lured into a trap, but now the guy was going to kill the deer and take it for himself. Meanwhile, at the camp, the instructor checked who had caught what and gave grades. Asuka was beaming with pride that he had killed and brought back a bear. But many doubted that Asuka was capable of doing this on his own, which angered and irritated him, and generally led to a fight. The main character, as always, was unperturbed, standing next to his deer. Overall, the instructors were very pleased with the students' results this year, and even prepared prizes to give to the winners. There were only 5 prizes, but first place could win all the prizes at once. Asuka was already confident of his victory, and divided the prizes between himself and Helmut, although no one had yet announced that they had earned it. But he shouldn't have behaved like that, so now it wouldn't be so offensive, because he only took second place and got access to a free study room for a month. The main character tried to calm his friend down, because before that the guy had been buzzing about the study room, and now he has it for a whole month. Helmut himself received 10 food cards and was quite happy with this result, and besides, he was not trying to win. And now the guys have the opportunity to try bear and venison for the first time in their lives. Everything was fine, but somehow it became too quiet without 2 team members. Everything was clear with Basil, but Wesley fell into the water and could no longer continue the competition, since when he returned to camp, the bridge collapsed under his feet. Michelle was also inattentive, and fell into a trap on the opposite side of the forest, and suffered a broken limb, and was sent to the academy because nothing could be done on the spot. It was impossible not to notice that all these strange things were happening only to their team. The main character also understood that someone was hunting not only him, but was eliminating members of his team. But the guy doubted that it was worth disturbing their peace. They were getting ready for the last day of camping, although they were a little boring, since they had to sleep on the ground. However, I wanted to return to the camp after surviving in the wild, safe and sound, and not fall into a trap. For now, Helmut decided to remain silent so as not to horrify his friends. A new day had dawned, and it was time to move to the place marked on the map where they were to set up their camp. They had to leave right now, since the journey would take 4 hours. The journey was indeed long, but nevertheless they were practically there, and James noticed something and asked Helmut to look. They found an ideal place to stop, with a flat surface, and most importantly, there was a spring nearby, so they could drink for themselves and water the animals. A big plus was that there were no poisons or sleeping pills in the water, so it could be drunk freely. Asuka once again did not understand the nature of the behavior of his friend, who fell into the water as if there had been no liquid in his mouth for a month. Overall, since the guys arrived here significantly ahead of schedule, they were able to rest a little before starting their assignments. The first thing the guys did was set up a tent in which they would sleep, after which they made a fire near which they would warm themselves. The main character found it strange to see his cheerful friend so silent. Everyone was exhausted and worried about the fact that 3 of them had already returned to the academy with injuries. It was time to put an end to all this, so the guy decided to go into the forest and meet the danger face to face. But once again, Helmut couldn't go alone. Asuka followed him again, so I had to collect brushwood, and along the way tell the guy which branches he could take and which he couldn't. It was so dark in the forest that Asuka felt like he would go blind from the bright light when he returned to the academy. The main character did not respond to this, but asked his friend to collect normal brushwood. For quite a long time everything went quite calmly, but at some point Helmut gave his branches to his friend and asked him to go to the camp. Helmut himself could not go with Asuka to the camp, since he had an urgent personal matter. Asuka couldn't even imagine what his friend was going to do, but he still did as he was asked. But the main character found a clearing where the enemy was already waiting for him. To tell the truth, for the first time in a long time, the bandit enjoyed preparing for the upcoming events, and all thanks to the main character. But before moving on to the main course, the man in the mask suggested chatting a little. On the one hand, the man was tired of looking at the guy's face, but he was very interested in talking to the guy. The main character wasn't afraid of him, considering him an unhappy person since he couldn't even show his face. Fascio ignored the jab as he understood that Helmet was the same predator as he was. So the man started this conversation for a reason. He introduced himself, threw a beetle at the guy's feet, saying that it would give him one last chance to survive. Fascio had a fair amount of power in Blackhawk and could bring in talented people, and Helmet was an undeniably talented guy. Therefore, the guy had to eat a poisonous beetle, then the man would accept him into their friendly company. If he refuses, the boys die one after another at the hands of the man. Helmet did not understand where the man got so much courage to threaten aristocrats with death. Every aristocrat is different, but now the matter is different. Helmet has no choice. He is obliged to accept his invitation. But Fascio never expected that the guy would drag out time and then refuse. Moreover, he crushed the beetle without thinking. The answer was obvious. Helmet declined the invitation. Yes. And the man learned little information about the main character, who was ready to start a fight to the death right now. But the enemy also set up his nets, which he activated during the guy's first attack. However, this did not stop the protagonist from dodging and continuing the attack. The guy understood that if he eliminated the enemy now, the problem would be solved. But Helmet's attack failed, and Fascio was a little disappointed, since such talent as the guy had wasted. A second later, dozens of pre-prepared knives flew at the young man. At the camp, the boys began to notice that the mugs on the table were shaking, as was the ground under their feet. The sound was strange, like a landslide, which was unlikely since there had been no rain for a long time. Andro began to worry about Helmet, since the guy had been gone for a long time, and then there were these strange sounds. Meanwhile, one of the classmates returned and brought back food for the horses, since he did not find any animals. The situation was clearly getting out of control, so the three of them went to look at the horses. But they really weren't there. They were already on edge, so they almost died of fear when they saw the black silhouette of a man. It was good that it was Helmet, alive, but he looked extremely battered. Asuka had a lot of questions for her friend, from where their horses were to what happened to the guy. There was no longer any possibility of hiding the true state of affairs, so the main character was going to reveal all his cards. They had a kind of conversation around the campfire. It turned out that Helmet had crossed Black Hawk, and he had sent an assassin for his soul, who was already trying to kill their entire group. The boys began to realize that their classmates were not injured for no reason, but that everything was planned by the bandit. The first to break down was James, who did not want to die because of the problems that the main character created for himself. For his outburst of hysteria, he was hit by Asuka, who was not going to give up and die, after which he assumed that all this was Sabbat's doing. Helmet doubted this very much, since while he was working as a mercenary, he killed a couple of people from Black Hawk, which is why they were so angry. Besides, those people weren't particularly strong, only at the level of third-rank mercenaries. Now the guys began to understand why Helmet was much better than them. It's simple. He honed his skills in real fights. Nevertheless, the main character understood perfectly well that all responsibility for what was happening lay with him, and he was going to solve the problem. But the guys thought that this would be the wrong decision, and that they needed to call the instructors. Only Asuka lost his crystal for communication with the mentors. Everything was as usual, but leaving here at night was not an option, since there were many traps around their camp. Since everything turned out this way, they needed to wait until the morning and leave this place. They would be able to reach the main camp within 12 hours. So far, this was the optimal solution, since the enemy avoided direct confrontation with the main character. Helmet will cover the rear, so the guys will be able to retreat almost painlessly, and if the bandit attacks, the main character will fight him back. Once everyone understood everything, it was time to rest and gather strength, since running for 12 hours would be a grueling test. Helmet spent most of the night watching over his comrades sleep, but then James and Bruce came out of the tent, saying that it was now their turn to be on duty. In the opinion of the main character, this was a bad idea. Since the guys need strength, he could not understand that in front of him were young swordsmen who also have princes, pride, and honor. Helmet was trained not to sleep for several days, so he can easily last 3 days. Yes, such an enemy would instill fear in anyone, which is why their pursuer did not show himself all this time. It was not worth thinking that everything would be simple because predators never gave up their prey. And at that very moment, one of the horses appeared from the thicket of the forest. James recognized his horse, although he didn't understand how he had ended up here if he hadn't been anywhere near this place just a couple of hours ago. And then something clicked in Helmet's head. He asked his friends to quickly move away from the forest. But it was already too late. A bandit appeared in the clearing, clearly with insidious thoughts. It wasn't difficult for him to find a weak link and reach out to it with his little hands. It was as easy as pie. And a second later, he took Dino and dragged him away in an unknown direction. Asuka and Andro woke up from an incomprehensible noise, but as soon as they looked out of the tent, the guys saw a smoke screen. For the first time, James and the others were faced with real danger, and it left the boys in a state of shock. Helmet tried to calm his classmate down, saying that it was just a smoke bomb and that he needed to pull himself together, since no one knew when this man would decide to attack them again. Only the assassin still took Dino. But it was necessary to think sensibly and understand that since the guy was conscious, then, for some reason, this person needed the guy alive. But if the guy wants to stay alive, he must pull himself together and be on the alert, preparing for any unforeseen situations. A few minutes later, Asuka and Andro ran up to James and Helmet, worried about what had just happened here and wanting to hear everything firsthand. Meanwhile, the main character understood that the situation was really getting out of control, since their opponent knows human psychology well and how to influence it correctly, and the guys have no combat experience. The question arose of what to do in this situation, because they basically couldn't abandon their classmate in trouble. But how to get him back? That was the question. The main character also had no intention of giving Dino to his opponent, but he also had no specific plan for his return. It is necessary to understand that if they all go to the enemy's lair together, then he will get what he wanted. But if Helmet goes alone to save his comrade, then the rest will be left without protection. So there was silence in the clearing, which was broken by James's question about why all this happened to them. And then the guy moved into a stage of anger, reproaching the main character that all this happened precisely because of him, and he has no moral right to leave Dino to be torn apart by the enemy. Helmet had no intention of abandoning a comrade in trouble, but he also didn't want to put the others at risk to save one person. Therefore, in this particular situation, the protagonist could only take responsibility for bringing back as many people as possible. This made James even more upset. He couldn't calm down, realizing and feeling his helplessness. James was pulled away, but Andro also did not agree with the protagonist's conclusion, because one should never leave comrades in trouble under any circumstances. So when James calms down, they need to sit down and calmly discuss everything, and maybe then together they can come up with a plan to save Dino. There was some truth in this, so the main character waited for the rest of his friends near the fire. James felt guilty towards Helmet, so he asked for forgiveness, because he was very scared and did not think with his head at all. While the guy was calming down, the main character also had time to think, and now he was ready to ask the guys for something. Now they didn't know where Dino was. If they all fought together, the guy wouldn't be able to guarantee the success of survival. Moreover, he was sure that it was almost impossible. He understood that his comrades would never leave without Dino, which made his task more difficult. Since everyone wanted the same thing, they no longer had time to sleep. They needed to figure out how to kill the assassin and save Dino. They simply had no time to think, because the first arrow flew at the main character, which he managed to block. What was more interesting was that some kind of bundle was tied to the arrow, which puzzled everyone around. So the guys thought for a bit, unhooked the bag, and decided to take a look and see what was inside. They definitely didn't like the contents, as it was their friend's severed finger. It was the first time the boys had seen a severed limb, so disgust, surprise, and shock were reflected on their faces. Helmet asked James to look closely at the finger and try to understand whether it belonged to Dino or not. The classmate couldn't overcome himself, but Helmet reassured him that the finger was cut off while the cow was still circulating in the human body, so it can be concluded that at the time of the denial, the guy was still alive. It was also obvious that the enemy did not intend to kill the young man. Suddenly, Andro noticed that there was something else inside the bag besides the finger. It was a card with a message on it that said that if the boy wanted his friend back, he had to come to the specified place at dawn. The guys began to study the map. It turned out that they needed to come to a large stone hill, which was quite far from their camp. At the speed the protagonist moves, it should have taken about 15 minutes if he ran at full speed. It was also obvious that the enemy was trying to split the guys into two groups. However, Helmet most likely didn't have to do what was required of him, because the boys could have gone and saved Dino instead of him. Andro suggested another option. The guys stay in the camp and wait for Helmet to return, while others go to the enemy's lair. The main character was not against this scenario, but warned the guys that Blackhawk would try to get rid of them. Asuka had already read that they needed to hold out for 30 minutes until Helmet returned. It was within their power, so there was no need to worry about it. Besides, the guy had a plan, and he also wanted to scratch his fists at someone's face. The night was not over yet. Dawn had not yet come. Dino was lying on the ledge of a rock, At that very moment, the main character was hurrying towards him, and there were only a few meters left before he landed next to his comrade. Having examined the territory, the main character realized that there was no enemy here, which meant that he needed to quickly pick up Dino and hurry to his friends. Touching Dino's shoulder, the protagonist realized that he was okay, although for some reason he did not come to his senses. And at that moment, Helmut felt something was wrong, although he didn't even want to think about the reasons for this feeling. But as soon as he looked at his comrade's face, everything immediately fell into place. He was possessed, and a few minutes later, a sharp pain pierced the guy's body. He was twisted, fangs grew, and veins bulged. His clothes began to burst at the seams as the young man began to grow in size, his body twisting at unnatural angles. It was an incredibly creepy and dangerous sight, something the main character had never seen before in his life. It was obvious that demonic power had somehow entered the boy's body, and it was obvious that this was the work of Fascio. Demonic power is the energy of a berserker. If you feed it to a person, the power of a person and the power of darkness will begin to endlessly clash until one defeats the other. All people die when their power is depleted. But now Dino is not Dino. It was a 2-meter monster that somehow needed to be tamed. He was already not thinking clearly. His eyes were filled with anger, fury, and blood. He didn't understand who was a friend and who was an enemy. The main thing for him was to attack. The main thing for him was to bite. The main thing for him was to kill. Everything else didn't matter. Nevertheless, the main character tried to somehow hold back the enemy's onslaught, but he had never seen such a settlement before. And the berserker's speed was very high, so it was quite difficult for the main character to resist him. But if the main character couldn't attack the enemy on the ground, he decided to try to attack him from above, so to speak, to catch him off guard. Now the boy understood that there was quite a lot of demonic power in his classmates, and he had become a monster. If he still had to kill him, it would be sad. The worst thing about this whole situation was that Helmut experienced the forgotten, unpleasant sensation of the awakened seed of darkness. The seed of darkness had definitely awakened, and was beginning to react to the demonic force that the boy had not encountered for a long time. This complicated the situation, and it was necessary to figure out how to get out of it. Perhaps in this situation the seed of darkness was a certain way out, so the protagonist waited with dignity for the enemy's attack. Now the young man could easily parry every blow from his opponent without fear of harming himself or him. For a moment Dino swung, intending to deal a crushing blow to the main character. But for some reason he hit not Helmut in the face, but the rock that was behind him, without breaking eye contact. After a few moments the rock began to crack, ready to fall apart into small pieces, so strong was the blow. Now it was the protagonist's turn to rein in the berserker. He activated all his power for the next attack, after which he hit the enemy, and he began to fall to the ground. So the guy was going to cleanse his friend of the darkness that was in him by deliberately immersing himself in that darkness, after which he would need to meditate for some time to come back to normal. So everything went a little bit wrong, and a rockfall fell on them due to a destroyed cliff. It is interesting that even in such a stalemate, Helmut came out unscathed. He was alive and well, full of strength, while his opponent was in a stone trap. Only in this way could the protagonist begin the purification process, the seed of darkness absorbing the demonic energy, which was much lighter than the demonic energy that had permeated the root forest. The guy understood that his strength would be enough to cleanse his comrade's body of filth. The more time passed, the faster Dino turned from a berserker into an ordinary average guy. Very soon he began to look like himself, and not like some kind of muscle-bound monster. On the one hand, Helmut could breathe a sigh of relief, but on the other hand, he needed to pacify the seed of darkness that had been gorged on demonic energy. Nevertheless, the guy quickly pacified the darkness inside himself, but he understood that he spent quite a lot of time on the purification process, and it was good that the enemy was not here. Otherwise, everything would have been much more difficult to pull off. Now it was necessary to get Dino out of his stone prison and move him to the camp. He asked the guy for forgiveness for the fact that he would be pulling him out, and it would most likely be painful, but he had to be patient, and there was no time left to rush into tenderness. Moreover, the main character sensed something was wrong. Namely, the mountain began to collapse from the berserker's final blow. If before it had only slightly collapsed, now it was ready to completely fall apart into stones. Meanwhile, the boys were waiting for the enemy to arrive at the camp, preparing to fight him off. Fascio made me wait a long time, and after a while a thick thicket appeared. Asuka was the first to see the enemy approaching. Since he was standing facing him, the rest of the guys simply sensed him. The mercenary grinned slightly through his mask, feeling like he was in for a good laugh. James wanted to look back, but Asuka stopped him, as it could ruin their plan that they had worked on for so long. Asuka understood that their opponent was not simple with perfect stealth skills, so the fight would be difficult, but they only needed to hold out for half an hour. The previous evening, the main character came up with an unusual formation for his classmates. If they keep the area as open as possible and look in all directions at once, they should be able to spot the enemy. Then there will be an opportunity to follow the plan that Asuka came up with. Indeed, now they were standing in that very line and could see the enemy approaching them, counting the number of guys. Fashio understood that the only thing missing here was the main character and the berserker. These words threw the red-voiced guy off track, who was worried about his friend, but Asuka yelled at him, saying that you can't believe everything the enemy says. Now the bandit understood that the bravest of the guys was the mad dog of the fencing faculty. The rest would be both cowardly and weaker. The man admitted that he started hunting the young people only because they were friends with the main character. But even despite this, killing 2 aristocrats is quite dangerous even for a representative of the Black Hawk. Therefore he was ready to make an offer, which was that among them there was one gentleman. If they helped get rid of him, then he would release all 3. This was a great opportunity to get rid of the commoner who was making life difficult for all the nobles in the swordsman faculty, and it was useless to fight against him. Andro and James thought about their enemy's words, but Asuka thought that it was all nonsense, and he couldn't believe that his comrades were seriously thinking about it. Only now James's mind was clearer than ever before. The problem with Assassin was that he didn't understand that no self-respecting swordsman would ever sacrifice his comrade, so the boys were going to defeat him and return home alive. The conversation clearly didn't work out, so Assassin was going to kill the guys and bury them somewhere under a tree. Asuka noticed that the enemy was preparing to attack, so he asked his comrades to concentrate and be ready for it. But it was impossible to be prepared for what they saw. It seemed as if the enemy was dissolving into thin air, and after a moment he simply disappeared from their field of vision, disorienting the students. Asuka understood that the enemy had hidden his presence, but not his physical body, and as long as they maintained their formation, they would definitely be able to deal with him. The guys were in hellish tension, not understanding why the enemy did not attack. Asuka was sure that the man was waiting for them to lose their vigilance and relax. It was obviously a bit of a cat-and-mouse game. At that very moment, when James was distracted, Fashio appeared, ready to finish the guy off. To his credit, the guy's reaction wasn't that bad, so he was able to block the first punch. After a few seconds, the enemy retreated. James was alive, but a little scared. However, the enemy understood that James was now the weak link among the guys, which could be taken advantage of. So he decided to get rid of the guy first by attacking him from the air. But everything was not so simple. At some point, the man changed his plans and landed on the ground in front of Andro. The young man had to defend himself, but his attempt at defense was much worse than James's. Nevertheless, the guy stood firm, and the enemy, having tested the waters, retreated. Asuka began to understand that this was just a game for Assassin. They were toys for him, nothing more. But he did not take them seriously, not a single one of them. Moreover, the man was extremely annoyed and disappointed by such worthless representatives of the swordsman's faculty of the academies. At this rate, he wouldn't even be able to play normally. Now he was going to speed up and hope that his toys would not break like thin branches in the wind. Asuka received the first blow and the first wound. His shoulder began to bleed furiously. Blows rained down on the guys from all sides. They couldn't keep up with the movements of the enemy, who was moving at the speed of sound. Standing, keeping formation, being focused, trying to track the enemy's movements. It became extremely difficult for the guys. They were wounded, they were tired, but pride did not allow them to lower their swords. It was starting to get light. The guys were still on their feet, holding on with all their might. It was hard to breathe. Everything was swimming before their eyes, but they had to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, the mercenary was happy. He liked this sight, because the guys looked like prey that was about to end up on the grill. Asuka was damn angry, realizing that Assassin was happy with what was happening, but he would soon regret starting this game. The guy suggested getting rid of Andro and James and playing one-on-one. It would be much more interesting. After all, a guy can't show everything he can do when he's held by 2 anchors. To tell the truth, Fashio liked this proposal, although he didn't say anything yet and kept looking at the guy. Andro didn't understand what the guy was up to and tried to stop him. The man understood that the guy was offering his life in exchange for the lives of his friends. It looked very touching, but he had no reason whatsoever to act in such a way. Besides, the man wasn't sure that Asuka was capable of anything, which made the guy angry, because he was good. Damn good. Besides, if the mercenary loses to Asuka, then he can never even dream of defeating Helmet. Obviously, it was a cheap provocation, but Asuka hit the nail on the head, so now he shouldn't be offended. Besides, he always liked it when his victims resisted, so he was ready to give Andro and James time to move away, and then he would take on Asuka himself. Although James was in critical condition, he did not want to leave the battlefield, but Andro convinced him of the need to stop the bleeding. The boys stepped back, and Mad Dog and Fascio remained standing opposite each other, waiting for the right moment to start the fight. The young man quickly collected his thoughts and was ready for the enemy's first blow. Only he was too fast, so in literally a second he was behind the guy. But Asuka's reflexes and senses were heightened, so he was able to react and minimize the damage from the attack. Moreover, he immediately went on the attack, and the man had to retreat to avoid being hit by the sharp sword. The music didn't play on his street for long before the assassin launched an attack, this time from the air. By some miracle, Asuka managed to survive again and dodge, and the enemy's sword passed within a millimeter of his body. But this gave the guy the opportunity to counterattack, although it was difficult to maintain such a rhythm of the fight. However, the man was able to get out of the line of attack just in time, and Asuka thought that in this situation it was possible to use the technique that he had seen during Charlotte's sparring. The guy's stance interested the opponent. He even dropped to the ground. Only now did the man begin to understand that this guy was not bluffing and could still entertain him. But even using a new stance and fighting technique, Asuka could not keep up with the assassin, so he received new wounds. Asuka knew that he had to remain calm, sharpen all his senses with the force, feel the tingling on his fingertips, and only then attack the enemy. But while he was unable to achieve anything, the guy was still standing on his feet and trying to land at least one blow on his opponent. Andrew and James watched the battle and realized that Asuka was now copying Charlotte's fighting style. Meanwhile, the man's laughter was too sinister in this noir setting of black sky. Fascio realized that he had a worthy prey in front of him, because the more he pushed the guy into a corner, the more his senses and reactions became heightened. The man would have liked to play with the students a little longer, but Helmet was due back soon. But Asuka stubbornly did not intend to die at the behest of such a scoundrel and bandit as Fascio. But Asuka didn't have time to come to his senses before the enemy's blade was near his throat, showing the difference in strength and experience. And a second later there was a mini-explosion. It seemed that nothing would remain of Asuka's head after that. But the guy put maximum strength into defense, and was able to block the blow with his own hand. This even delighted the enemy a little. Not every student is capable of this, but the guy's question surprised him a little. Why would he need to know if an assassin can hold his breath for a long time? The thing is that the guy wrapped a magic scroll around his hand to extinguish fire. It began to work when someone damaged it. The scroll opened. The man did not expect such a setup and meanness from children. Meanwhile, Asuka took a deep breath and attacked the enemy. If he couldn't use his sword, he would use his fists, and then add his sword. Although the assassins were caught off guard by the young man, he still held back his onslaught. Nevertheless, the young man managed to inflict the first wound on the enemy. His hand began to bleed. But Asuka understood that this was still too little, and he needed to finish off the enemy to make Helmet's next job easier. This time, the enemy also used his legs and threw the guy further away from himself. The scroll's effect ended, and the assassin was able to fall to his knees and begin to cough, and then breathe, filling his lungs with air. At that moment, he saw a sphere of communication appear out of nowhere on the ground. Asuka stared at the object in bewilderment, because when they were all together, he was looking for the sphere, but he was unable to find it. Only now did the guy realize that he had put it in the back pocket of his belt and then conveniently forgot about it. This was their chance, their last chance, and Asuka frantically began calling the trainers, trying to tell them that they were about to be killed. Sadly, the man threw his knife and smashed the sphere, breaking the last thread of salvation. However, the coaches received a signal for help before the connection was finally lost. Asuka was pleased with himself. He was able to contact the trainers. They would use a teleportation spell and would soon come to save them. The guy's words provoked the bandit. He needed just one moment to wring his neck. Suddenly, the man stopped abruptly. He felt that Helmet was already close. His aura was pressing. It took his breath away. Fascio was unable to kill Asuka because Helmet appeared on the battlefield, so he was forced to retreat. At this moment, the main character looked like the ruler of Hell, but at the same time he was holding Dino in his hands and covering Asuka with himself. The bandit realized that his plan had failed, so he needed to take care of himself, and not the bunch of students who had outplayed him. Noticing that the man had disappeared, the guys thought that he had run away. Helmet has not yet commented on the situation. Asuka began to complain, since they were supposed to hold out for 30 minutes, not all of this, because if Helmet had been a minute late, they would all have died. But even with his delay, the guys were able to hold out. Now it was his turn to finish what he started. Now the guys had to wait for the instructors here and not go after him. He would finish everything today. Fascio ran away. He was offended that he could only take one dagger. But the worst thing is that Helmet did not give up and pursues him. But there were a lot of traps in the forest. This should slow down or even kill the guy. Although who knows? It's a shame to realize that I lost to students, children. But what is, is. Only this time, Everything went according to Helmet's plan, and he launched an arrow at him, laced with the force. But Fascio was quite agile, so he was able to dodge the arrow. However, the recoil was too great, causing the man to fall down. It's amazing. You can even give him a prize, since the man was the first to survive this attack by the main character. Fascio couldn't appreciate the main character's joke, but he was interested in how he managed to get here, because the forest is full of traps. The opponent has forgotten a little, but Helmet still responded. He did not hit any of them, practically saying directly that he broke them all. But the time for talking was over, and the boy again attacked the man with a beam of force. Fascio dodged again, but now he understood how the guy was able to kill their people in that ill-fated forest. However, such techniques will not help against him, after which he activated the stealth skill. Helmet always enjoyed watching his prey fight in a corner, but he believed in hunting in silence. The man naively believed that if Helmet was in the dark forest, he would definitely lose to him. Only he had no idea that the guy had spent his whole life in the darkening forest in the world, so he felt like a fish in water in such an environment. Just when the man thought he had the boy caught, he turned around, put the force into his sword, and attacked. The man barely survived, not understanding how this young man was able to predict his movements. The mercenary thought that the guy was just lucky, not realizing that this was not the case. He decided to also use the force to win. Moreover, he began to throw leaves, branches, and other things at the guy, thus hiding his presence, and behind this noise the guy would not hear him approaching. But he was wrong again, and Helmet sensed his approach again and attacked, shattering the bandit's hopes into pieces. Fascio stepped back, realizing that this was no ordinary man, as he was able to read his movements behind the stealth. No matter how Fascio tried to attack, no matter from which side he approached the main character, he could not touch the guy. After all, you can use various advanced stealth techniques, but it is impossible to hide the desire to kill, and Helmet tracked precisely these fluctuations, and then attacked the enemy. Everything Helmet did and does was beyond human comprehension, because he fought a berserker, broke dozens of traps, and now all this. But this was a small warm-up. Now the main character was ready to strike back. The man understood that the situation was grave. He had suffered severe blood loss. It was already dangerous to use stealth, but the guy, the personification of the force, would not be able to use it for long. He wanted to wait out the danger behind a tree, but it was not to be. The main character cut his shelter in half. After this, he dealt the enemy a noticeable, painful, but not fatal blow to the chest. It was now more than clear who would win the fight, as the man was on his knees and coughing up blood. There was no way out. Fascio raised his hands, deciding to surrender. Life is more precious than anything in the world. If Professor Alain had been sitting, he would have shown nobility, and Helmet would have hit his opponent again. Besides, it wasn't a duel, nor was it a friendly sparring, so Fascio deserved respect. It was time for the man to pay back for all the good, and Helmet broke his leg bone so that the enemy would not even think of running away. Persuasion was used. Fascio promised to show the people of Black Hawk to leave the main character and not touch him if he allowed him to leave peacefully. Then they started making half-threats, saying that if the man didn't return to headquarters, then others would come after him to take revenge. But this did not impress the main character, and he also broke the man's arm. Since the bandit still didn't understand anything, the guy decided to clarify everything. He would kill him and bury him in this forest, and finish off everyone who came after him. And if the man had nothing more to say, then it was time to meet death. Meanwhile, another actor from this action movie appeared on the clearing and asked the guy to stop for a minute and listen to him. So, an old man appeared in the clearing and asked the young man to put down his sword and talk to him a little about business. At this moment, the main character became a little tense, as he did not understand who it was, and more powerful energy emanated from him. It turned out that the leader of the Black Hawks, Mr. Predatory Claw, himself had come to the clearing. The man, as a businessman, understood that everything had to be paid for, so he was ready to pay a fair price for the freedom of his person. But the main character had no intention of not taking money from him and not letting his opponent go. This made things more difficult, especially since the Black Hawks had been short-handed lately, and the old man couldn't just give up on a talented fighter like Fascio. Nevertheless, the leader of the organization offered the main character money and information, if he would, of course, let his man go. Helmet looked closely at the old man and understood that he was very strong, and in his current state he would hardly be able to cope with him. Besides, if the guy kills his current opponent now, the seed of darkness will make itself known, so it's better for him not to act rashly. The old man continued to persuade, saying that he would stop all surveillance of the main character, and none of his people would dare to come even one step closer to him. It was obvious to the naked eye that this was a perfect deal for the main character. After thinking for a while, the main character decided to agree, but he needed both money and information, and he wouldn't agree to either one. This young man was certainly quite greedy, but the leader of the Black Hawks was willing to give him whatever he needed. The first to fall at the feet of the main character was not to interfere with the gold coins. There were about 300,000 marks inside. If the main character didn't believe it, he could count it. Regarding the information, everything was a little more complicated. The leader was ready to answer one question from the main character, but this option did not suit him. All because Helmet needed at least 5 answers from both the leader and his man. The head of the Black Hawks expected something like this. He has been selling and buying information for over 10 years, so he has seen many and many things. So from the expression on the main character's face, he unmistakably determined that he had accumulated a lot of questions. But in the current situation, it was necessary to find a compromise, and the man was ready to answer the main character's 5 questions together with his subordinate. After this, the main character immediately began interrogating the guy. It was important to know where Fascio hid the students' horses. It turned out that the man had tied them up near a cave to the east of here. Also, the main character needed to understand whether the Black Hawks would attack him in the future. It turned out that Black Hawk acted separately, so no one would take revenge for the mercenary. After this, the main character became very curious about what was hidden under the mask, and when he took it off, he was very disappointed. It was obvious that it was really better for a man to always wear a mask and never take it off. So after practically wasting 2 questions, Helmet had 3 more that he was ready to ask the leader of the Black Hawks. Suddenly, the old man took out a communication device from his robe pocket. It was curious, though. It turns out that it was a secret communication bead that only the head of the Black Hawks could use, and whenever the guy needed information, he could contact the man with it, and he would be happy to answer the remaining 3 questions. This agreement had a term of 10 years, after which the leader of the Black Hawks would be released from all obligations. This was all clear, but the main character also needed the man's cloak, since it had a secret storage area in which the main character could carry the negotiating sphere. There was no need to ask the old man twice. With one easy movement, he took off his coat and threw it to the main character. And now the young man was a little surprised, because he saw a forester in front of him. An unexpected turn of events. It was all simple. The man specialized in camouflage. It was difficult to explain, so he decided to show everything clearly. And now, a second later, in front of the main character stands not a hunched-over old forester, but a contented, handsome young man. At the same moment, the main character threw the defeated enemy to his new acquaintance. Helmet insistently asked the Black Hawks to never appear in his path again, otherwise the conversation would be different. The man understood everything perfectly, so now his primary task was to help his colleague. And at the moment when the main character was about to leave, a man called out to him, saying that we, too, were curious about something. The point of the question was that the man noticed that the boy had no hesitation in taking the lives of others, but he hesitated before swinging Fascio's sword. After all, there are situations when you need to act without hesitation, not think about the consequences, but just act. Helmet admitted that there was some truth in the man's words, but at this stage in his life, the main character was a student at the academy. The Black Hawk leader definitely liked the main character, however. It was time for him to leave, but he would be looking forward to the guy contacting him. Within a few minutes, the 2 men were racing along a forest road away from Helmet. Fascio was very ashamed of himself, because Talon had to give up the money, the cloak, and answer 3 questions in order to save him. Besides, the man will forever remember what the leader did for him, and will work even harder to repay the debt, and most importantly, to kill the hated boy. But Talon understood perfectly well that his man had absolutely no chance of completing the mission. Therefore, the organization will no longer interfere in the affairs of the main character. Let him live as he wants and do what he wants. Fascio didn't understand what was going on, because if he alone wasn't enough, then more people could be gathered. Then they would certainly be able to kill Helmet. It is obvious that the subordinate was offended by the fact that the young man took off his mask and saw his real face. Talon understood that yes, they might be able to kill the main character if they put all their efforts into it, but the guy wasn't dangerous enough to sacrifice all of that for him. Besides, he who shows mercy to his enemies will not betray his allies, and if Black Hawk creates a friendly relationship with this guy, he will be able to get much more benefit than he spent today. Talon was also well aware that Helmet was in some way similar to a demonic beast, just as beautiful and dangerous. Meanwhile, the young man returned to the camp, and an excited Alan and Patricia came running to meet him. The main character was not wounded anywhere, nothing hurt, and in general he was fine. The same cannot be said about his fellow students, who did not look their best, all wounded and bandaged. Alan began to scold the guy for chasing the assassin, trying to catch him, without waiting for any of the instructors. Helmet didn't understand what the problem was because nothing happened to him. The instructor's lamentations ended, and the main character approached the healer and asked him about Dino's current condition. By and large, the guy's condition was satisfactory. Since the healers managed to attach his finger back, the internal damage also almost healed, but even they were not able to completely remove the traces of demonic energy. The old man really wanted to know the details of what happened, so Helmet had to tell him that Dino had turned into something like a monster and had started to go wild, and then had suddenly fallen. It was very interesting, since the veins of any person through which demonic energy flows burn, which leads to death, but since there was very little demonic energy in the guy's body, it would come out on its own, although he would still have to be sent to the temple for some time for complete purification. Instructor Patricia was very worried about what happened to the guys because she believed that it was partly her fault, since she did nothing, saw the trap, did not think that there could be assassins here. But in reality, all this happened because Helmet brought danger upon himself and was unable to protect his loved ones. At first, he liked having a strong opponent nearby, but it affected the people who were nearby, so the protagonist could no longer enjoy the process. And when he returned to the camp and saw his wounded friends, he experienced a hitherto unknown feeling of all-consuming anger. At that moment, Helmet almost broke his neck as he saw a familiar figure in a cloak moving in his direction. Arya herself arrived at the camp. Instructor Alain did not understand what the girl had forgotten in their camp, but it turned out that Professor Duane asked her to come urgently for medical assistance. So, since Helmet had just returned and no one had examined his wounds yet, Arya had to do it. The main character was a little embarrassed, but still sat up and rolled up his sleeve, exposing the wound to the girl's healing magic. For the first time, she realized that the situation was more dangerous than it seemed at first glance, since someone had even managed to hurt him. For some reason during the treatment, Helmet wanted to talk about ethics, because there was once a question in a textbook about what to ask a person when he is in danger. This is a blessing. The main character did not understand why people would throw themselves into such hell. If they could not save another person, then a painful life awaited them. Arya realized that the main character thought about this question only because his friends almost died, and the guy doubted that he would be able to save anyone next time. Today he felt weaker than ever, although this was not true. The girl didn't know what to answer to this, but she believed that the guy needed to understand one thing. People help each other because they expect that someday others will help them. People survive by helping each other, since the capabilities of one person are limited. There's something else to think about, since Asuka, James, Andro offered their hand so that everyone could survive. It wasn't just Helmet who fought today. Yes, that was true. But the main character was worried that his friends would start to hate him because he was the cause of their negative experiences. Arya was already tired of listening to the protagonist's whining, so she hit him on his healed hand and sent him to the guys for a serious talk. Approaching his friends, the main character began the conversation with an apology, because after all, it was because of him that everyone was hurt, despite the fact that no one blamed him for anything. For example, Andro, thanks to the main character, understood that all people are defenseless in the outside world. There is no guarantee that a similar situation will not happen in the future, since they were all swordsmen. It is safe to say that they survived only because Helmet was by their side. Thanks to this, Andro's purpose in life became more clear and tangible, for which he thanked his friend. Meanwhile, Asuka approached them. He wanted to know what happened to the assassin. It is clear that Helmet could not tell the details of what happened, but he was glad that Blackhawk would not bother them anymore. The guy was not happy. Meanwhile, James approached the main character and silently extended his hand for a handshake. The young man felt guilty not only towards his best friend, but also towards Helmet, who wanted to save those he could. But because of his stubbornness, everyone almost died. So he was sincerely sorry that everything happened this way. And only thanks to the main character no one died, it was worth a lot. James will never forget this life debt. And if the day comes when Helmet needs help, James will run to him without hesitation and stand next to him, offering his shoulder. Only now, after all the words spoken, after all the handshakes, after all the smiles, the main character realized that instead of a force that suppresses others, they had a force that connects their hearts and hands, gives faith in a bright future and real people. This was where the real strength of people lay. It could not be analyzed, it could only be felt, and Helmet felt it. Besides, James was sure that after being on the brink of death, he became stronger, which was also a nice bonus. The day was in full swing, and the main character had calmed down a bit, but nevertheless continued to think intensely about something. Just then, Arya approached him, saying that she was going with the professor to the academy, and suggested that Helmet teleport with her. But the main character wanted to go back with his friends, or rather with his best team in the world. It was wonderful, so the girl didn't insist and simply walked towards the teleport. Meanwhile, Luke approached the walls of the Basara kingdom in search of answers to his questions. You and another stylish person who absorbs and overflows with a large amount of power knew exactly a week has passed since the incident in the forest, and the days flowed sedately. Study, training, training, study. On one of such wonderful days, Dino himself came to the training hall. The guy was immediately attacked by his classmates with questions, retelling the gossip they had heard, and embarrassing the guy. The students expressed their emotions so violently and pressed poor Dino, for which they got hit on the head by Asuka, who began to defend his friend. Mad Dog didn't really take sides, but he was irritated by weaklings who couldn't do anything but condemned others. The conversation turned again to Helmet, who was not in the general training hall. It turns out that after that night incident, the young man spent the whole night training in a private training hall. Everything was true, so the young man not only trained, but also meditated. During one of the meditations, he realized that the seed of darkness had grown inside him. This most likely happened because he absorbed a lot of demonic energy, but at the same time, his strength level also increased. Now the young man clearly understood that every difficult cycle of events that happened in his life made him much stronger, including physically, emotionally, and spiritually. He understood that he had become stronger, but it would be good to understand how much stronger and to get some confirmation. There was a knock on the door of the training room, and when the guy opened it, he saw Patricia, who asked him to go to Eden's office. The man was waiting for his ward and prepared tea, which meant that the conversation would take place in an informal and peaceful manner. Eden was worried about Helmet, although on the other hand, only he could have gotten off with only minor injuries after meeting the A-rank assassin. He was 1000% sure that if Darien knew about this, he would be incredibly proud of his student. But Eden called the protagonist into his office to discuss another topic. The man was interested in what the protagonist was going to do after the end of the school semester during the holidays. Helmet was planning to travel a little and at the same time engage in trade. In truth, the man was worried that the young man would want to leave the academy, and he wanted to ask him not to do so, since the guy could still learn a lot within these walls. But Helmet had no intention of going anywhere, and in general, if such an idea had occurred to him, he would have told Eden about it first. He also asked the protagonist to tell him if he encountered any difficulties during training, since the man was not sure if there was a person in the academy who could help the guy with fencing. At this moment, the main character suddenly thought and said that after the night incident, he hung up his level, but he could not say how much. Eden was happy for his ward, and then abruptly went to get some documents, saying that he had some more interesting information for the main character. During the holidays, there will be a combat competition held in the Basar Kingdom, and since there are many talented swordsmen there, Helmet will be able to see how much stronger he has become if he participates in such a competition. The young man himself was not against participating in something like this, but if someone realized that he was using divine sword techniques, he might get into trouble. Yes, in the Basar Kingdom, Darien is regarded as almost like a deity, so people will definitely understand that Helmet is using his sword techniques. Therefore, if the main character decides to take part in this competition, he will have to use only well-known sword techniques. But besides that, the young man thought that it would be a good idea to also hide his face if he decided to take part in the competition, because he didn't want anyone to start following him again. Eden understood his ward's feelings perfectly, and was worried about him, so he asked him to be more careful, and also to think carefully about whether he should take part in the competition. At this point, the conversation ended, and the main character was about to leave, as he had to take the final part of the exam. Eden asked his protege to be softer with the instructors, and then everything would go well. So this time, the students were faced with a practical exam on combat abilities against monsters. No one expected that such an exam could be held within the walls of the academy. The word monsters alone frightened many. It existed 10 stages. One person will pass the tests at a time. Also, you can give up halfway. Why, the higher the student rises, the more points he gets. After what happened recently, the students should have realized that demonic energy is nearby, and that is a fact. There are different types of monsters living in the forests that often attack people, so you need to be able to resist them. Previously, this test was only taken by senior students, but this year the rules were changed so that everyone understands that they always need to be vigilant. No one will really let students fight real monsters. It will be just an illusion, but a pretty real one. But even if that were the case, the instructor's scary look indicated that it would be better for them not to be arrogant. James and Andrew were already feeling a bit uneasy, but they had to give it 200%. But Helmet, who lived with Elga, was looking forward to the start of the exam. He understood that they wouldn't be given a really powerful monster, but it was still interesting. At that moment, Asuka spoke up. He realized that now in their competition for the title of best student of the course, The practical task again plays a decisive role. So they both had to go to the very last stage to determine which of them was better. At some point, Helmet even thought that Asuka had stolen his phrase, but Mad Dog thought that his friend had become too similar to Arya. So, Asuka had enough strength, endurance, and self-control to reach level 7, and that was the end of his exam. As always, he was indignant afterwards, saying that the exam was wrong, and who could even think of such a thing? Most of the guys couldn't even pass the 5th level. They were lying in the corridor in a state of insanity. Something was definitely wrong with the exam. The main character didn't want to think about such trifles, and it was his turn to take the exam. In order for the boy to be able to understand the feelings of others, especially Asuka, he had to reach the 8th stage. This behavior and his friend's words intrigued Helmet. He wanted to know what was there, on the 8th step. So, Helmet entered the examination room, where Professor Dwayne was already waiting for him, who was glad to see the guy in full health after his night adventures. The old man also remembered the guy, because during the magic exam he gave a very curious answer to an equally curious question. That day, the main character's exam paper was like a breath of fresh air for the elderly magician, so now he expected something unreal from the guy. The exam was about to begin, the blade was drawn, and the boy had to do what he did best. In the first stage, the guy was attacked by a monster rabbit. Killing him for Helmet was like hitting the asphalt with 2 fingers. There was a monster rabbit, and there is no monster rabbit. Until this moment, the main character had never encountered illusions, so now he was overwhelmed by various sensations, and the professor was struck by the guy's determination. It wasn't bravado, but experience that could be seen in the movements of his sword. Helmet, playfully, had already reached the 4th stage, where he finished off the snake monster. Until the 8th stage, the monsters differed only in size, so they were not difficult to kill, but at the 8th stage, something interesting began to happen. Helmet was sweating a little and waited impatiently. He wanted to understand what made Asuka give in. So a huge monster, similar to a centipede, appeared from the pentagram. Now Helmet understood his friend, because it is difficult for people who see this for the first time to pull themselves together and start fighting. But the main character is not them. He saw these monsters in reality. Here he was not afraid. Here every movement of the sword was thought out, clear and painful. Killing this monster is easy, because it is not Naho. If the snake had appeared, perhaps the main character would have given up too, but not now. The 8th stage did not end the matter, so the main character cleared the last 10th stage. The test was passed with flying colors, but Helmet felt that at the last stage the monsters became more aggressive, as if the magician wanted to kill him. However, after the exam was over, the magician even praised the young man for the work he had done. The test was invented a long time ago, but not many could complete it, and Helmet became the 2nd sophomore in history to clear the monster at the 10th stage, something to be proud of. In addition, there was a reward for completing the last stage. The guy could ask for any artifact of his choice. Since the old man would be making the artifact himself, Helmet could think it over well and then find it in the laboratory. Helmet didn't need time to think. He needed an artifact that could change his appearance beyond recognition. For Professor Dwayne, it was a simple task, but nevertheless, the boy had to wait a little. At that moment, everything around became rigid and shook. Apparently, the magicians had mixed something up again, and that's why it went boom. The professor hit the nail on the head. Arya got carried away with her experiments again. At this rate, she'll turn the entire academy into splinters. Professor Dwayne was ready to beat the girl with his stick, because he asked her 100 times not to destroy the training ground. The test, the professor's absurd test, was to blame for everything, so he should blame himself, not her. And at that moment the girl noticed that Helmet was standing next to the professor. Only his presence made Arya calm down and go down. But the girl had no intention of commenting on her behavior, and simply walked past the main character in silence. In any case, she cleared all 10 levels, which means she also has the right to choose an artifact. Something clearly happened during the exam. Yes, Arya did it. But Helmet felt that she needed more than just magical powers to do it. When Helmet came to his friends and told them about his success, Asuka couldn't believe that he had cleared all 10 levels. But no matter how annoying it was to lose, the guy wanted to know what kind of monster was on the last level. In terms of strength, Asuka would have been able to handle that monster. But the main task of the test was overcoming fear. And that's what his friend would have problems with. The final stage required destroying a whole swarm of cockroaches, which then united into one whole and then fell apart again. In general, Helmet is not afraid of insects, but even he found it unpleasant to deal with them. Cian, however, praised himself for not making any bets this time. When the guys went their separate ways and went about their business, Charlotte called out to Helmet and congratulated him on his excellent test result. The guy didn't think that everyone already knew about it, but he was a local celebrity, so it wasn't surprising that it happened. The girl also congratulated the mad dog of the fencing faculty on the fact that he managed to clear 7 levels and reach the 8th. The girl was serious, since most of the students in their faculty only reached level 4, so levels 8 and 10 were the highest level. The young man involuntarily remembered how he used Charlotte's technique during the fight with the assassin. Still, he didn't know how to express his emotions correctly, so he yelled at the girl, saying that he managed not thanks to her efforts, but because he was a genius at adaptation. After a flash of anger, he turned around and left the auditorium, leaving Charlotte and Helmet completely bewildered. However, they did not stand in the corridor, but also left the academy building. The guy generally wanted to go to the dormitory and rest a little. Moreover, he admitted that he wants to travel during the holidays, so he will not go home. The girl admitted that she would like to see the world, because sitting at home is like being imprisoned in a dungeon. You are constantly suffocating there. Helmet looked at Charlotte and understood that this girl could be part of his family, or maybe not. He didn't want to be disappointed. The young man also noticed that the girl behaved much more friendly with him than with the other second-year students. To be honest, she always feels better after talking with the young man, as if she were returning to the good old days. Helmet made her an unexpected offer. If during the holidays she felt that she had become stronger than she was now, he would be happy to fight her at any time. This was amazing news, so the girl was determined to become stronger. Meanwhile, Arya was waiting for Helmet at the dormitory, and as soon as he arrived, she gave him a gift in the form of a bracelet. It was not a simple bracelet, but a bracelet of magical communication. With its help, you can contact other people. It needed to be slightly charged with the Force, and the bracelet would immediately send a signal to another similar bracelet, which the girl already had. She gave him this bracelet for a reason, because the young man always gets into some kind of trouble, and if this happens to him again during the holidays, he must definitely contact her with the help of this thing. It's nice to know that at least someone cares about you, so the young man wasn't going to distract the girl once again, but if something very serious happens, he will definitely contact her. Yes, 6 months have passed since the young man left the root forest, and during this time he met many different people. Now it's time for summer vacation, which means he needs to collect information, and Black Hawk will help the main character with this. Of course, the guy didn't want to get involved with Talon so early, but nothing could be done. In a week, fighting competitions would be held in the kingdom of Bassar. The young woman wanted to know everything about the influential people of this country, important incidents, the king, the royal family, the nobles. In a word, the more information, the better. Talon immediately thought that the guy was going to participate in these competitions, which is why he was so interested in this kingdom. But Helmet did not comment on this statement in any way. In principle, a man can work as he wants. The guy doesn't care, even if he decides to investigate everything half-heartedly. But then the guy will only doubt Black Hawk's ability to collect information. It was a beautiful move, and the man realized that he was talking to an intelligent young man who was attentive to details, because he clearly said what he wanted, but at the same time did not go into specifics, took advantage of the weakness of the organization to get the greatest efficiency, and at the same time did not let others understand that he knew. Yes, the young man is definitely more cunning than the fox, so Talon will prepare the information according to his request, but he needs to wait. The documents can be left at the trade guild in Basora, where Helmet will pick them up when he reaches his destination. The man said that he would contact the protagonist as soon as the information was ready. The conversation was over. To tell the truth, the young man had been preparing for this, but simply contacting the leader of the Black Hawk was still difficult, and one always had to be on guard, which was a little tiring. Having changed his appearance, the young man went on a hike, but he cursed himself for it for the umpteenth time, because the sun was scorching, sand was getting into his shoes, there was a catastrophic lack of water, and his mood was below the center of the earth. The guy was already sweating 100 times. It was very, very difficult for him. And how to live in such conditions? That is the question. Yes, he assumed that this could happen, because a third of the territory of this kingdom was desert. But when he faced such a problem, life took on different colors. It was cold in the root forest all year round, and the boy got used to this cold, but he could not get used to the heat. It was good that at least he did not face sunstroke, and thanks for that. But it wasn't just the heat, but also his new appearance, which was extremely difficult to get used to, because he didn't look like a swordsman at all. Well, the main thing is that he got the artifacts for free. The city was extremely unusual, but nevertheless, the young man unmistakably determined where the tavern was. He had only one wish, that he be offered something cold, but not alcohol. By and large, he still had many places to visit, but the main character was very tired. But the troubles were just beginning. The local regulars decided to play a little joke on him, saying that the young gentleman had come to their hotspot, It all ended with the main character almost killing the offender. The mood was already below the baseboard, and then these guys started pestering him. His tone and his gaze sent shivers down the spines of strangers. And then everyone started laughing together, already making fun of the assessor, because Helmet showed himself to be a very formidable young man. Moreover, the man, who had been lying on the floor just a second ago, jumped up to the young man, began to hug him, saying that he would pay his bill. After this, the protagonist found a small shop where he could cast a cooling spell on his cloak. So he found a place to stay, a way to deal with the heat. Registration for the competition was supposed to start tomorrow, and today he could just relax. Looking at the statue of his mentor, the main character suddenly realized why he had such a harsh character, because spending your whole life in such a hot place, it is simply impossible to behave differently. He wished Darien was watching him with more than just the eyes of a statue, but life always has its own plans for everyone. After a walk and solving minor everyday issues, the young man came to the hotel. Suddenly, a strange man approached him and asked if the young man had paid for the emerald room on the 5th floor. Moreover, the man suggested that the main character move out of the room and take another one, since his master had nowhere to stay. After such a statement, Helmet really wanted to hit his interlocutor. The man was ready to settle the matter with a small compensation. At that moment, the main character realized that the hotel employee had disclosed his personal information to this unbearable person. But now there was no time for the worker. Helmet stood his ground. He had paid enough money for the room, and he was not going to change the room. And then the butler made a colossal mistake when he grabbed the young man by the shoulder. Threats were used. Helmet took out his sword, telling the man to remove his hands, otherwise he would be left without them. It wasn't hard to not believe what was said, given the way it was said, and the butler believed it. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the stairs and asked Robert to stop doing this nonsense and slandering his name. Mikhail smiled radiantly and asked Helmet for forgiveness for his servant's behavior. The young man admitted that he has health problems, so it is extremely difficult for him to find a suitable room. It turned out that Mikhail and Robert had already searched the entire city, and this room was not their last option, so the guy had a business proposal for Helmet. The young man offered to cover all of Helmet's expenses during his stay here, but they would split the room in half. Mikhail had no intention of listening to his servant's indignation, hinting at the possible consequences and the responsibility that the man would bear for them. Moreover, a young man does not need a dog that does not listen to its owner. Meanwhile, the main character realized that this young man was very smart, so much so that he didn't want to cross his path. But for some reason, Mikhail really needed this room, and he was even ready to share it with Helmet. Besides, he was not going to invade the guy's personal space. In addition, the main character took a closer look at his new acquaintance and realized that up until this moment, he had never seen a person so deprived of energy in his life. One gets the feeling that if the main character had accidentally crashed into Mikhail, he would have crumbled into small pieces. Yes, Helmet made a decision. He was ready to allow Mikhail to live with him under the same roof, but he was interested in what the guy was ready to offer him besides money. It was a kind of test, and Michael concluded that the young man had come to their kingdom to take part in combat competitions. It so happened that Mikhail came to this kingdom to watch the competition, so he was ready to support the main character in any way he could. This answer discouraged Helmet. He didn't even know how to react to it correctly. After this, the main character finally agreed to share a room with Mikhail, who asked the hotel worker to bring a second bed to their room. Then something unexpected happened. Helmet approached the young man and slammed him into the wall with all his might. This was done as a preventative measure so that next time the guy would watch what he says, who he says it to, and when he says it. Once in the room, the young people began their acquaintance, during which Helmet almost revealed himself, as he was not yet accustomed to using a false name. Moreover, Mikhail had too many questions that Helmet did not want to answer, which he said directly. But Mikhail didn't need to know some of the answers. Based on indirect evidence, he concluded that the main character was studying at an academy in the city of Baden. It's just that the bracelet on the main character's hand looked like a magical artifact, and Baden is famous for its magic. Moreover, it seemed to Mikhail that for some absurd reason Helmet was familiar to him, although they had met for the first time today. Therefore, the young man was curious about what his inner feelings were connected with. On the one hand, their appearance was similar, but on the other hand, Helmet had a strong, powerful body, which cannot be said about Mikhail. The guy came to the kingdom because he loved to watch the dynamic movements of swordsmen, but he himself could not do anything like that. Overall, the main character could not understand what Mikhail was like, since he did not show his true feelings. Night had fallen. Mikhail was already asleep. Helmet needed to contact Black Hawk. He reported that the documents had been delivered to the kingdom, after which he inquired about how preparations for the competition were going. The man, of course, did not like the rather harsh answer of the young man, but he continued to speak, pointing out that one of the participants could definitely interest the main character. Because at the age of 18 he learned to control his strength, although for Helmut this was not decisive and particularly impressive. But what was interesting was that this young man was a blood relative of the missing divine swordsman Darien. But this information really interested the main character. Luke was his grandson, as the son once left his parents' home and was declared dead. But as it turns out, miracles do happen. At this point, the main character began to remember something similar. Darien said that he had a child at a rather late age. The information that Darien had a son and a grandson was strictly classified. Only a few people knew about it. It was quite easy to prove that Luke was the grandson of the divine swordsman because they looked the same, and among the guy's things, a map of his father was found. But the final argument was that the young man used his grandfather's sword technique. Everyone knows that after the disappearance of the divine swordsman, his techniques were considered forgotten. But as it turned out, they are still alive and passed on to an unknown boy. Darien never told the protagonist how he got to the root forest. But what is surprising is that in the human world he was considered missing in action. Yes, it would have been better for the main character to pretend that he knew nothing and understood nothing. The tongue itself asked for the details of this story. According to the official version, the divine swordsman disappeared in the desert while fighting a local monster. There was also an unofficial version, according to which the divine swordsman was helped to disappear by the temple's servants, since the man did not obey their will, which significantly hindered them. The story was certainly interesting, but the guy didn't want to waste another question that Talon owed the main character. At this point, their conversation ended. Helmut wondered what had happened to his mentor. It was obvious that there must be a traitor living in the kingdom who had stabbed Darien in the back. It was difficult to decide what to do next, pretend that he had not learned anything, or avenge his mentor. The only thing the guy understood well was that he had to carry the thoughts of a native swordsman to the masses, and then find the man who betrayed Darien and make him understand that the carefree life is over. It was also possible that Darien's son could not withstand his father's grueling training, so he ran away, but somehow managed to pass on the knowledge to his son. A new day had arrived and many people came to the arena. Some to watch, some to participate. The qualifying round was about to begin. Many participants paid attention to the main character's appearance, believing that he did not belong here. Only Helmut was going to participate even with his new appearance, and now it was his turn to go into the arena. The guy didn't need to be told twice, and besides, he had already managed to warm up. Before entering the arena, the main character had to take off his cloak and put on armor instead. And the main character's first opponent was supposed to be Jackal, a local legend. And Robert told his master that this man considered himself an invincible leader of one of the gangs, but in fact he only bullied the weak. So the fight began. The main character was very hot, and he wanted to finish as soon as possible, so he tried not to even strain himself, dodging the attacks of his opponent. And a second later, he was left without an arm, which was cut off by the main character. It was obvious who won this fight, so Helmut went on to the next round. The first fight in Helmut's arena was excellent. Mikhail was so delighted that he prepared a royal dinner for the young man. But the main character didn't understand why the two of them needed so much food. Yes, he was a swordsman, but not a glutton. Moreover, it was impossible to win over the main character with such cheap tricks and ploys. But Mikhail regarded his gesture as a successful investment in the guy, and it would have been much easier for him if he had thought the same. In general, when someone invests money or other resources in someone or something, they are always prepared to lose everything. But if all the stars align as they should, then the investor will receive more than he invested. Mikhail was not afraid of losing by placing his bet on Helmut, since it seemed to him that this bet would play out. Besides, he will never ask for something that is impossible to fulfill. He himself is not interested in such games. After dinner, Mikhail was the first to go to bed, and when Helmut entered the room, the guy was already in his 10th sleep. The new acquaintance evoked different feelings in the main character. Now he was sleeping so soundly that Helmut could rob him, and he would not notice. Now the main character could study the documents that were sent to him from Black Hawk. They contained all the necessary information. The first thing that caught the guy's eye was information about Lutus Kikero. This man received the position of captain of the order immediately after Darien's disappearance, and for a long time he successfully carried out various missions to destroy monsters in the desert. In theory, this man was a close friend of Darien's, but the man never mentioned this man, as if he never existed for him. It would be nice to talk to him if I get a chance, although it might not be such a good idea. After all, if you think about it, Darien sent him to Eden, and not to Ludus. This led to interesting thoughts and conclusions. Most likely, the mentor wanted him to continue his studies at the academy, but it was unlikely that this was the main reason. Darien knew that he would be betrayed by his closest friend, and then thrown into the root forest. Even the most powerful temple minister would not have been able to pull off something like this if someone from his inner circle had not helped him. It all came down to one thing. Ludus was a traitor. Darien trusted him only unconditionally and was ready to sacrifice everything for his friend, but he chose his own benefit. If all his assumptions are true, then he will take revenge on Ludus for 20 years of suffering of his mentor. The main character was so deep in his thoughts that he did not notice that Mikhail was not sleeping and was listening to him. A new day arrived, which brought the guy a new victory in the arena, and he became the first participant in the tournament final. By and large, the opponent's skill level was average, so the main character thought that winning the tournament would not be that difficult. He fought first, so he had plenty of time until the end of the day, so he decided to go to the hotel and study the documents. But the plans had to be changed a little, as Michael's knight brought him to the stands to the owner, who wanted to watch other fights with Helmet. There were no rules prohibiting this, so the guy could calmly watch the fights of his opponents. The only restriction was of a purely ethical nature, so the foreigners did not pay attention to it. Besides, with the main character's skills, there is no need to analyze other fighters, but it would be fun to watch. So the new pair of opponents became the mercenary Kyle and Luke, the supposed grandson of Darien. At some point, Helmet caught himself thinking that Darien probably looked the same at that age, so he became curious to see his grandson's skills. Meanwhile, the opponents took up fighting stances, because the battle was supposed to begin any minute, and each was waiting for the moment to attack. As much as Kyle didn't want to, he couldn't find an opening to attack in the young man's defense, something he expected from the Palma Knight. But if they continue to do nothing but evaluate each other, the crowd will start throwing rotten tomatoes at them. So as the younger brother, Luke attacked the enemy, but what seemed like a low blow changed trajectory in an instant, and the blow landed on the man's torso. One single blow was enough to kill the enemy, causing him serious injury. Meanwhile, something interesting happened in the arena. The young man once again defeated his opponent. There was a noise in the stands as people did not understand what had just happened, whether Luke had disappeared for a few minutes and then returned. Whatever the case, the young man considered it his duty to apologize to his wounded opponent. He did this not out of malice, but in order to reach the final and win there. The guy needed just one blow to knock his opponent out cold and advance to the main and final parts of the tournament. The main character watched the events in the arena closely, and Mikhail watched his reactions. The young man even thought that his new acquaintance Hyde, as Helmet called himself here, looked worried. There was something to be afraid of. Luke was a strong competitor, and the guy saw it perfectly well and felt it on an instinctive level. However, Helmet was 200% confident in himself, and his plans did not include giving the victory to anyone else. It's obvious that Darien's son has done a good job of training Luke, and his skill level has exceeded Helmet's expectations. There was no point in watching the arena anymore, and it was too early for him to go to the hotel, since important things would not do themselves. The protagonist understood that since he left the root forest, he was lucky to find good friends, but he did not feel a real closeness with any of them. But with Luke, he had a common denominator: Darien. Their meeting in the arena was supposed to happen very soon, but the guy was impatient to get to know Luke better, to understand what kind of person he was, how he used his grandfather's legacy. Meanwhile, one of the knights asked Luke to behave more restrainedly and think about what and where he said, since the locals could misunderstand him. Suddenly, they broke away from each other and turned their gaze to Helmet, who caught them sorting things out. Luke misunderstood the arrival and intentions of the protagonist, believing that he was challenging him, considering him a worthy opponent, while Helmet did not understand where such conclusions came from, and perhaps this option was the most normal, since the next assumption was completely out of the question. Helm is a real fan of Luke, and came to the locker room for an autograph. But Helmet didn't come for an autograph, but rather for the truth and the guy himself, since he was Darien's grandson. It's good to have an excellent reaction. Then you can quickly shut the mouths of very bold and talkative individuals, which is what the knight did. The worst thing is that it is a secret that only a few people know, and the main character was definitely not one of them. So the desire to get answers pushed the guys out into the street, where Luke pinned Helmet against the wall, trying to put moral pressure on him. Of course, it's not the guy Luke would like to pin against the wall right now. But there is what there is, and in general, where did the main character come from? So curious and knowledgeable. Helmet wasn't scared or embarrassed. He didn't understand why the guy didn't have his grandfather's last name, which almost got him into trouble, since Darien's last name can't be mentioned to avoid problems. Here the youth are nervous. Helmet calmed Luke down, because he didn't tell anyone anything about the guy's origin. He just wanted to satisfy his curiosity, and nothing more. But it's still strange that Luke hides the fact of his relationship with Darien. Why does he do this? Initially, the thing was that the guy's father left his father's house and never communicated with Darien again. Luke didn't know his grandfather, so now it's very difficult to prove that they are relatives. But this was not so. Helmet saw perfectly well that Darien's sword technique had passed to his grandson, and this was indisputable proof of their blood connection. It was a truth that the boy did not deny, but only strong will, talent, and hard work helped him master the techniques of wielding his grandfather's sword. And officially, he wanted to tell the world about everything after winning the tournament. Luke had been raised well by his father, so now he wanted to gain people's recognition for his own abilities, and not through the influence of Darien's name. Only after telling all this did the guy realize that he had gotten into a bit of a bind, since only the capital and his deputy in the Palma Order knew his secret. The picture in Helmet's head didn't add up. If Ludus had a hand in Darien's exile, then why was he now helping his grandson? At that very moment, the shining Lutus himself came to their humble persons. Luke's almost enthusiastic reaction to the captain was partly understandable to Helmet, but he definitely didn't like the old man. The man was curious about who the guy was talking to, and he said that he was talking to one of the tournament semi-finalists. The old man did not recognize Helmet, since due to his high position he could not watch all the stages and fights of the tournament. Too many things had accumulated. Experience, skills, and a sharp mind allowed the man to understand that the main character changed his appearance with the help of magic. Seeing the tension of the main character, he hastened to calm him down, saying that he was neither the first nor the last to act like this at tournaments. In fact, he didn't come to scare the guys, but to encourage Luke, after which he asked them both to give it their all in the next rounds. Now it was time for the old man to go and work, but he would definitely come to the final to see who could beat whom. After this meeting, Helmet had mixed feelings, but Luke idolized the old man, saying that he was the first to recognize him, and even advised him to compete in the tournament. Luke was also about to leave, but before that he wished the main character good luck, because he would definitely need it in the finale. But it's not he who needs luck, but Luke, since he will not give up victory to him under any circumstances. At this point, the guys parted ways, but Helmet clearly understood that he would not allow Luke to fall into Ludus's insidious plan. He would protect his mentor's grandson. When the main character returned to the room, he was met by Mikhail, who was reading an interesting book, but seeing the guy, he asked him how the conversation with Luke went. "This is interesting and unexpected. How does the guy know about this?" So Helmet froze in place, not knowing what to say. No, of course Mikhail didn't follow the main character, but he was able to put two and two together and draw the right conclusions. And since he understood everything, Helmet could have told him something interesting about this. But the main character did not understand why he should tell this guy anything. The aristocrat was interested in what the young man would do if the Palma Knights decided to recruit him. Helmet believed that the Order had no reason for this, but this was not true, because if the guy wins the tournament, then everyone will pay attention to him anyway, and they will want to get him for themselves. But even if this happens, if the head of the Knights Palma condescends to his humble person, Helmet will never join the Order. This news pleased Mikhail, since he was not against, but even very much in favor, if the main character joined him. But not as an ordinary knight. The guy had enough of those, but as a person who would always be on his side. The decision does not need to be made right now. The protagonist still has plenty of time to think about this proposal carefully. Once again, Helmet realized that he did not understand what was going on in people's heads. Suddenly, he decided to ask how good Mikhail was at searching and collecting information, because it would be useful to him now. Oh yes, Mikhail knew how to get the necessary information, but it depended on what the main character needed, and he needed to know everything he could and everything he couldn't about the Knightly Order of Palma, its members, and missions. In a word, the new acquaintance must find out everything about the work of this order so that the guy can compare information. It was a piece of cake for Mikhail to complete such a task, so Helmet didn't have to worry about anything. This was all clear, and now it was time to eat something tasty and good so that the brain would work well and strength would appear. Helmet remained silent, thinking that he was lucky, since he had the good fortune to meet Mikhail and, with his help, get into the head of the traitor Lutus Cicero. A new day has arrived, and it is time for the first semi-final fight. As expected, Helmet defeated his opponent and reached the final. He had no doubts about himself, but the commentator got on his nerves during the tournament, as he came up with a nickname for him that was extremely annoying and did not suit his sensitive nature. When the guy was leaving the arena, he met Luke, who did not understand why the guy was acting so gloomy and not pleasing the crowd. But the main character never liked this, and now he wanted to rest in silence, even though he was now considered the hottest guy in the kingdom. The main character changed his clothes and was about to go to the hotel. He was tormented by the question of whether Mikhail would have time to collect the information he needed or not. But as soon as the guy stepped out into the light of day, he suddenly regretted that he had been thinking, and did not immediately notice how a crowd of enthusiastic fans was running towards him. For the first time in his life, he felt completely helpless, not knowing how to escape from them with the least losses. It would have been easier to escape from the serpent in the root forest than from the amorous women, so he returned to the room rumpled, with lipstick marks everywhere. It was funny to watch the main character, who didn't want such close attention from girls, but nothing can be done. It's his own fault that he was born with such a beautiful face. But this was lyricism, and it was time to move on to prose. Mikhail collected the information that the main character asked for. Helmut didn't expect the guy to cope so quickly. He just smiled and hoped that Helmut would trust him at least a little. So the first pages of the report were completely uninteresting and concerned the structure of the order. But what happened next was more interesting, since Ludus Cicero supported the first prince, although the leader of the order should not have interfered in political affairs. The first prince was born from a woman from another country, so over time he introduced a number of customs here, namely the power of the church and the state. In addition, the main character read information about a very interesting but dangerous local monster. It turned out that it was the Knights of Palma who had gone into the desert to destroy him. This was the starting point of the end, and now Lutus is helping Luke not out of the kindness of his heart, but wants to partly rehabilitate himself for past mistakes, and partly to raise an obedient dog for himself. After which he will send the guy on a mission, where he will face a monster that he cannot defeat, and after his death, legends will be composed about the guy, which Ludus contributes to. Therefore, Darien's grandson was very lucky that the main character ended up in this city now. Helmut made the only right decision, to do everything in his power to prevent Luke from repeating Darien's fate. But when he met Ludus in person, Helmut realized that he was too strong, and the guy had no idea how to defeat him in a direct fight.